Chapter 121, Money or Life? Luo Tian, I don't think you really know how to spell death. You owe us money, so it's only natural that you pay up. You borrowed $1 million from Boss Ming a month ago, and now it's time to pay up. The brothers immediately started cursing. If it weren't for the extremely low temperatures, they would all want to roll up their sleeves and rush up to start breaking down the door. Hearing their yelling, Luo Tian finally understood. It turned out that these people were here to collect debts. Before the end of the world, he did borrow more than 1 million yuan from several lending apps. But how did he happen to borrow from the same company? He clearly remembered borrowing from several different lending apps. Holy shit, these people didn't come here to collect debts in the cold, did they? Luo Tian suddenly felt a bit speechless. It was extremely cold, with temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius. There was also a snowstorm outside. What's wrong with you? This is too dedicated. But it is impossible to pay back the money, not in this life. I borrowed the money with my own abilities, why should I pay it back? Luo Tian retorted disdainfully. Anyway, the other party's money is not clean. These loan sharks have ruined countless families. Damn, Luo Tian, you really won't learn unless you hit rock bottom, just like a pig that doesn't fear the boiling water. Shen Kai was instantly enraged and gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. They had more than 80 people with them, and if they really got into a fight, they could even flatten the building. Damn it, attack! Smash down the door! Shen Kai ordered. Once the door was broken down, he wanted the other party to know how miserable the consequences of offending them would be. Together with the principal and interest of 1 million before the end of the world, it would all be paid back. Good, Brother Kai. Leave it to us. At that moment, 2 young men volunteered. They excitedly walked up to the door with 2 sturdy hammers in their hands. In the end times, these hammers are essential for killing and plundering. The thin metal doors in the apartment buildings are incredibly fragile in the face of a hammer. Just a few dozen swings and they will be smashed to pieces. 80. 80. The 2 young men raised their hammers and smashed down. As they smashed, they kept chanting slogans. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the iron door in front of them was not as fragile as the doors of other households. It was a super secure door comparable to the door of a bank vault. Even a small explosive couldn't blow it open. Bang! Oh, shit! Ouch, my hand! After 1 round, the 2 young men immediately wailed. The moment the hammer hit the door, a huge force was transmitted back through the hammer, instantly shaking their hands numb and almost cracking their knuckles. Damn, 2 useless idiots. You can't even break down a door. Shen Kai couldn't help but curse angrily. Thinking that they were just too weak, he told them to get out of the way and replaced them with 2 strong young men. Seeing this, Luo Tian on the sofa also decided to show them some colors. Passively defending all the time is not his style. Butler, connect the high voltage, he said indifferently. Yes, master. The butler responded. Immediately turn on the switch and turn the voltage to the highest gear. Bang! This time, the 2 lackeys held hammers and smashed them on the iron door, and their bodies could not help but tremble. They felt a huge suction force coming from the hammerheads. At the same time, there was a violent current that instantly surged through their limbs and bodies, making them roll their eyes and shake their bodies. Zilla Zilla. Looking at this scene in front of them, Shen Kai behind them, along with the younger brothers, could not help but be shocked. Fuck! Just smashed the door, why did the 2 jump on it? This dance is so wild. What, did you secretly learn street dance during this time? No, they were electrocuted. One of the young men finally reacted, shouting in horror. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but stare in disbelief, exclaiming, no way, how could there be electricity in this broken door? What should we do? Save them quickly. Save their asses. I can already smell the burnt smell, they've all been electrocuted to a coke. At this moment, the 2 young men carrying hammers finally stopped moving, and fell to the ground with their eyes rolling back. There was no sound. Oh my god. Don't push me, quickly step back. Step back quickly. Everyone was so scared that they quickly stepped back a long way. They were afraid that if they got too close, they would also do some street dance and lose their lives. At this moment, Shinkai in the middle of the crowd couldn't help but look extremely ugly, just like he had eaten a secret hamburger. He didn't expect that in just a few breaths, his side had directly lost 2 people. They didn't even break down the door of the other side. Damn, Luo Tian, you're finished. I'm going to get you. Shinkai couldn't help but curse angrily. He just couldn't believe it, with so many people on his side, he still couldn't do anything to the other side. Not only did he fail to complete the mission, but he also lost 2 people. He was afraid that when he returned, Boss Ming would have to kill him. Heh, I'll kill you first. Luo Tian sneered. He directly opened the firing hole in the security door and took out a large crossbow bolt from the space and put it on. This crossbow bolt, compared to the crossbow that had previously shot Ding 2, it could be said to be much larger in shape. It was not in the same league. The previous one was at most a hand crossbow, and shooting at a person would just make a bloody hole. This one, however, was a heavy crossbow that could be used to directly hunt large beasts in the wild. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came. Then, there were screams from the crowd. Aha! Oh! 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 At least 5 or 6 of them collapsed directly. They were so unlucky as to have the crossbow bolt blow their heads off. Those who were luckier were shot in the shoulders, arms, and ears. They also let out miserable screams while covering their injured parts. Counting them up, this arrow actually directly killed or injured 8 or 9 people from the Shinkai side. Gee. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. It seems that, if used properly, crossbow arrows can also be used as a means of mass injury. There was nothing he could do about it, and it was just the fault of the other party's personnel for standing too closely together. He could have shot them all even with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, he missed the leader. He shook his head slightly regretfully. At this moment, the subordinates who had taken a shot from Luo Tian were terrified. They had been collecting debts for so many years, and this was the first time they had met someone so ruthless. Not only had the doors been reinforced and electrified, they also had crossbow bolts, a deadly weapon for hunting beasts. And the method was ruthless, killing 10 of them in one go. That was too cruel. Do you want money or your lives? Nonsense. Of course you want our lives. Chapter 122, Be composed, be composed. Run. Run. The other side has crossbows. Retreat. Damn it, run faster. I don't want to die for nothing. The brothers and sisters were like frightened birds, wailing and turning their heads to run. The crowd immediately fell over, and because they were so panicked, many people even fell on the steps and were trampled. Suddenly, there were more casualties. It wasn't until everyone had run all the way down, escaping from the 23rd floor to the 4th floor, that they barely breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo, I've finally escaped. Damn that Luo Tian, he's ruthless. He even had crossbows in his house. I'm screwed, those are contraband. The brothers gasped for breath, their legs weak as they leaned against the wall. At the same time, they were still shaken by the experience. At that moment, Shinkai had a gloomy expression on his face, and his hands were still trembling slightly. It's over, so many people died. When I go back, the boss is going to kill me. If I had known, I would have just taken them back without looking for doctrine. It's all your fucking fault for giving such a stupid suggestion. You've gotten me into this mess. Shinkai was so angry that he punched Kong Tian directly. The other party fell to the ground, his eyes filled with stars. Let's go. Shinkai gritted his teeth and said. No matter what, they still had to go back. They could forget about attacking Luo Tian's house, he didn't have the guts for that. If they continued to stay here, there would definitely be more casualties. So, that's what happened? Boss Ming said, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. On hearing this, Shinkai, who was standing in front of him, nodded with a slight tremor in his body. Yes, boss. This time I was in the wrong. Some of the other henchmen also stood behind him with their heads bowed, afraid to look up. This operation, they suffered a great loss. You also know that you were in the wrong. Boss Ming laughed lightly. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. Everyone involuntarily winced in fear. Boss Ming directly picked up the bottle of white wine on the coffee table and fiercely exploded the other person's head. It smashed Shen Kai. His head was covered in broken glass and blood was flowing from his forehead. His whole body swayed and he almost fell over. Yes, I'm sorry, boss. Shen Kai didn't dare to make any other movements and said with his head bowed. He didn't even dare to wipe the blood. At this time, the extremely low temperature in the room mixed with the intense pain in his head. It was a cruel torture. If there's a next time, you don't deserve to live either. Boss Ming said indifferently as he sat back down. Without even looking at the other person. Boss, we've found out everything about that guy Luo Tian. At that moment, a subordinate pushed open the door and said. After some inquiries, Luo Tian's recent actions in Building 9 were also told to him in full. Unbreakable doors, alloy walls, crossbow pistols, countless stockpiles of food. And the reward for destroying the group Zhou Wentao. The more he heard, the more cold sweat appeared on Shen Kai's back. He never imagined that the people he had brought to find him were such ruthless people. The other party still had a gun in their hands. If the other party had opened the door just now and sprayed the crowd with a volley, he would have been killed on the spot. Everyone's close aides were also shocked. If they had known that the other party was so ruthless, they would never have dared to go looking for trouble. They didn't even do a background check before they went to his door and offered to hand over their heads. Boss Ming said coldly. His gaze was cold as he stared at Shen Kai. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Kai's back. I'm sorry, boss. It won't happen again. He said. But inside, he couldn't help but grumble to himself, how was I supposed to know that there would suddenly be such a ruthless person in the community? The previous residents were all losers. Boss, what about this Luo Tian guy, should we give up on him? Another trusted subordinate stepped forward and asked cautiously. Give up? Boss Ming sneered, how could we give up? The other party's family has an unknown amount of food stockpiled, and his room is an impenetrable safe house made of alloy plates. Such a good thing must be kept for ourselves. In this extremely cold end of the world, safety is the #1 priority. Living in that kind of safe shelter must be thousands of times better than the kind of ordinary residential hut they are living in now. But we can't just break in. The henchman said with difficulty. Do we have to pile up human lives? Just because there aren't any now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Boss Ming said with cold eyes. There will always be a chance. A mature hunter must have enough patience. As long as Luo Tian shows the slightest sign of weakness, then they will seize the opportunity to finish him off in one fell swoop. Where did that group of people come from just now? It seems like they all ran away. Who knows, I guess they came from another building. Ha ha ha. Another bunch of idiots coveting Luo Ji's supplies. In the owner's group. The news started to flood in non-stop. With the previous incident involving Deng Tu and Zhuo Wentao, their courage has now been greatly boosted. They are no longer surprised by anything. At everyone, a bag of instant noodles, dispose of the 2 bodies in front of my door. At this time, Luo Tian also ate in the group. The group message instantly quieted down. No need to think. The residents who saw the message must have dropped their phones the first time and rushed up to the 23rd floor. Luo Gu. The bodies have been disposed of. A resident living on the 21st floor respectfully said as he stood in the doorway. Before the end of the world, it was illegal to throw objects from a great height. But now? Ha ha. I just threw the corpse. Well, that's good. Luo Tian casually threw a bag of instant noodles at the other person to get rid of them. Then he sat back down on the sofa and pondered something. I can't believe that before the end of the world, you even took out such a large loan. What if the end of the world doesn't come, how are you going to pay it back? And Yu Yan said in surprise. This amount of money is not a small sum for her either. Heh, it's just a small amount. Dressed in a maid's uniform, Baya obediently hugged one of his arms and said, if the end of the world doesn't come, I'll pay it back for my master. I have quite a bit in my piggy bank. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, if the end of the world doesn't come, Baya wouldn't have met me. Not to mention paying it back, I don't think I could even get you to sign my name. After all, The status of the two of you before the end of the world was worlds apart. One is a goddess of national renown, almost standing at the pinnacle of social status. He, on the other hand, is an unknown ordinary person. How could that be? Baya hugged her arms a little tighter and smiled sweetly, saying, whether or not the end of the world comes, not to mention an autograph, the whole person is the owner's. What if the end of the world doesn't come? It would be just fine, and I'll go directly to the owner and get married right there. Seeing this, Yan Shu and Li Ro, who were standing nearby, secretly pouted. I'm the one who married Luo Tian. I also really want to marry Luo Tian. If I could go back before the end of the world, I would get a divorce right away. Hearing this, and Yu Yan widened her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, Baya, you are a national goddess. How can you be so infatuated with Luo Tian right now? Be reserved. Be reserved. Chapter 123. Tonight is bound to be a long night. In front of the French windows, Luo Tian looked out at the dense snowflakes and the low, terrible visibility. A sense of urgency came over him. It seems that the plan to get a gun needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He muttered to himself. Once the blizzard stopped, Luo Tian decided to set off immediately, without delay. At present, he found that although his safe house is very sturdy, staying inside is almost absolute safety. However, the means of attack are very limited. Just like the group of debt collectors who came just now, due to the large number of people, the residents of the apartment building were also useless. Although he repelled the opponent with crossbow arrows. There are also thousands of crossbow arrows in the space, but after all, the attack speed of the crossbow arrows is too low, and you have to reload after firing one. And its threat is far less than firearms. Although pistols are available, there is very little ammunition. A magazine only has a dozen rounds, and in the face of a large and powerful enemy, one still needs rifles and submachine guns with more bullets and greater lethality. At this moment, Luo Tian deeply feels that he is suffering from a lack of firepower. Only by having a large amount of firearms and ammunition in his hands will he have sufficient confidence to face all possible future threats. If he had piles of firearms, then these guys who came to the door today, it is estimated that when he just shows the big guy, the other party will be scared and flee. The police station's gun vault has at least hundreds of guns and a lot of ammunition. Luo Tian mused. Relying on Yan Shu alone, I'm afraid she can't take much. Not to mention the bullets stack like a mountain. And the journey is not short, it will take an entire morning to go there and back. It will also be extremely difficult to implement if you want to transport it multiple times. Unless it is transported by a formation of drones. But, after all, he cannot stay in the safe house and enjoy the comfort all the time. Then let me go there in person. Luo Tian said with narrowed eyes. In that case, not only the supplies in the police station. Even other more valuable supplies encountered along the way can also be conveniently stored in the space. After this month of non-stop training, and the combat skills Yan Shu taught me, there should be no problem for me to fight two enemies at once. Luo Tian raised one hand and clenched his fist. Feeling the endless power surging through his body, he thought. My physical fitness has improved rapidly, and it is even about to surpass Yan Shu's. I have also gained a basic understanding of combat skills. Plus, I have Yan Shu by my side. The two of us will take care of each other and cooperate with each other, so even if we encounter any danger, we can respond calmly. Hoo-hoo! Outside the window, the blizzard is still howling non-stop. Let's go to the police station via this route. Luo Tian stood in front of the big screen in the living room and scribbled on the route displayed on it. He planned out a reasonable route. In the extreme cold post-apocalyptic world, the snow on the roads outside was at least 4 or 5 meters thick, and it was impossible to walk long distances by human power alone. Fortunately, he had a snowmobile in his space. While making detailed plans, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. After all, this was his first outing after the extreme cold post-apocalyptic world had descended. And it was quite a long distance. There may be all kinds of unexpected situations along the way, but Luo Tian is not the least bit timid. He can't hide in the safe house forever. He also needs to collect more supplies. Not to mention the water resources in space, which are not enough. Although it is barely enough to last, if he wants to use it without being constrained, he will have to collect more water into space. In addition, there are also those coveted military bases. RPGs and sniper rifles are nothing. We need to collect some missiles, main battle tanks, destroyers, and even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. We'll then form an aircraft carrier formation. Let's see who has the nerve to mess with us. Luo Tian's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he planned. Infinite space, it cannot be wasted. Its full potential and function must be brought out. Soon. It was evening. I'll take care of the dishes. Li Ro smiled gently and took on all the household chores herself. Seeing this, Baya also smiled and thanked her. Hee, then I'll trouble you, Li Ro. Saying this, she pushed the pretty-faced Yu Yen towards the master bedroom. Then, and sister, let's not waste any more time, let's go. Baya, stop pushing. And Yu Yen said shyly. When she passed by Luo Tian, her face turned even redder, and she looked at him for a moment before lowering her head. Her hands were intertwined. Master, I'll give you a surprise later, don't peek. Baya said mysteriously. Then she forcibly dragged Yu Yen into the master bedroom and closed the door tightly. What are they up to? Luo Tian was puzzled. So he went to ask Yin Shu, who was sitting nearby. Maybe Baya has another crazy idea. After all, tonight, Doctrine is all yours. Yin Shu gathered a strand of black hair behind her ear and smiled. She suddenly stood up and said coyly, if anyone could have imagined it. This cold and aloof policewoman would one day make such a charming gesture. But considering the other person's physical condition, Luo Tian also had a change of heart and let her off the hook. Half an hour later. The master bedroom door opened and Baya walked out with a smile on her face. Master, you can go in now. Seeing this, Luo Tian was also intrigued and said, then I'll come in and see what surprise your little brat has prepared. With the Baya girls watching, he walked up to the door and pushed it open. Hey, the room has been specially decorated? Luo Tian said with wide eyes. He saw that strips of lights were hung on the walls, twinkling like little stars. Red stockings with bows as decorations. A huge, fluorescent Christmas tree and an oversized red Christmas gift box were placed in the most conspicuous position in the center of the room. It suddenly gave him the illusion that he was celebrating Christmas. Oh, unwrapping presents? Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He liked this. Zila. The wide bow was untied and the gift box slowly opened. Then, a beauty wearing a short Christmas red skirt, a bright red hat, and black silk stockings on her slender, round legs appeared before his eyes. She was tall and well-proportioned, with a slender waist that made people fall in love at first sight. The red Christmas outfit created a strong contrast with the black silk on her thighs. It also set off the snow-white skin of her bare shoulders. At this moment, Yu Yen's pretty face was rosy. Her face was painted with exquisite makeup, and she was beyond beautiful. Therefore, tonight is destined to be incredibly long. Chapter 124, First Time Out. After dawn, the howling snowstorm outside finally ceased. Even the snowflakes that were flying in the sky had disappeared without a trace. The snow had stopped. Ha! Luo Tian yawned and stretched before walking out of the master bedroom. At this time. Good morning, master. Baya bounced over, her silky blonde hair flying. She wrapped her arms around Luo Tian's arm and looked curiously around the room. Through the door crack, she saw a Christmas red skirt that had been casually thrown on the floor. Master, what are you doing with a marker? Baya tilted her little head and asked curiously as she looked at the object in his hand. Normally, there would be no need to write in a safe house. Oh, this? Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, actually, I am a calligrapher. Last night, I discussed with Doctrine several ways to write Chinese characters correctly. In fact, not only did I discuss correct characters, I also wrote many other characters, such as Master is biased, I want to learn too. Baya pouted, looking angry. She said that in the future, he must teach her separately. Next time. Luo Tian promised, and put the marker back into his space. At this moment, he looked at Baya in front of him, and felt that everything around him became very clear, and he could even see the delicate skin on her pretty face. It was as if his vision had suddenly improved from 5.0 to 6.0. In fact, from the moment he got up, Luo Tian had noticed changes in his body. It was as if he had experienced a rebirth, and not only was his body incredibly light, he also inexplicably felt more at ease in the surrounding space. It was a very mysterious feeling. It was indescribable, as if he had established some kind of connection with space. Could it be that my spatial abilities have changed? Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder curiously. At this point, this was the only association he could make. At first, his physical fitness improved rapidly, and now he is more in tune with space and has increased his mental strength. However, apart from feeling that his perception of space is wider and more intimate, nothing else seems to have changed. Has he really advanced? Luo Tian was a little confused. If so, what are the conditions? Why haven't any new skills appeared, such as spatial cutting or teleportation? It seems that he can still only access items one way. After trying again and not noticing anything unusual, he gave up. Forget it, whatever. Luo Tian shook his head. As long as it doesn't do any harm. After finishing breakfast, Luo Tian and Yan Shu stood quietly in front of the French windows, looking out at the white world outside. After the snowstorm, the layer of snow outside has become even thicker, with a preliminary estimate of at least 7 or 8 meters. The snow has stopped, it's time to go to the police station, Luo Tian said with emotion. On hearing this, Yan Shu, who was standing with her arms hanging down, also said softly, "Yes, my lord, my body is also fine, I can set off at any time." "Come on, Yan Shu. Officer Yan, be careful on your way." Bai Yat and Li Ro also cheered for her. At this moment, the girls all thought that only Yan Shu was going out. "This time, I will go with you," Luo Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Yat and the others were instantly shocked, and their cherry lips opened wide. "Master, did I hear you right? You're going too?" Bai Yat stared at Luo Tian. She didn't understand why Luo Tian wanted to go out in the middle of the night. What if he encountered danger out there? Li Ro pursed her lips and looked at him with a worried expression. She was so uneasy that she even held onto his other arm with one hand. "I'd rather you let me go alone." Yan Shu frowned lightly. She really didn't feel comfortable with Luo Tian going with them. Because no one can be sure what the outside world has become in the second month since the end of the world with extreme cold. The snow has stopped. There may be other survivors who go out to search for supplies. You are worrying too much. Don't forget that there are 2 of us and we have handguns. Luo Tian shook his head with a smile and said. It means that he is in control of the situation. Then he looked at Yan Shu again and asked, "How much ammunition is there in the police station's inventory?" Although Yan Shu didn't understand why Luo Tian was changing the subject, but she still answered, "I remember there were dozens of pistols, dozens of rifles and submachine guns, in addition to a few shotguns and a sniper rifle." The amount of bullets is even more shocking. Luo Tian nodded and asked, "With so many firearms, you definitely can't carry them all by yourself." "If I go with you, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I'm also going to collect some other supplies along the way." Hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but think about it for a while, and realized that just by herself, how to transport all those firearms was indeed a big problem. Should she only carry one backpack at a time? And then run back and forth for dozens of times over such a long distance? "Master, this." Yan Shu opened her mouth, but she lowered her head in discouragement. She found that it was indeed inconvenient without Luo Tian, and the supplies in the armory could not be transported at all. "Don't worry, I value my life more than you think," Luo Tian reassured the women. This trip, in addition to the purpose of collecting supplies, he also wanted to see the world in the extreme cold post-apocalyptic world. After all, in the last life, there was no opportunity to go out. After some persuasion, the women finally let go of their unease. "Master, the door to the gun vault may be more difficult." Yan Shu pursed her red lips and said. Originally, she was going to figure out how to solve this problem herself. But now that Luo Tian also wants to go, she has spoken up in advance. As a place to store firearms, the door to the police armory is also made of specially made steel. To open the door, you must pass at least 2 locks. One is a combination lock. The other is a fingerprint or iris lock. One is indispensable. "Butler, can I leave the combination lock to you?" Luo Tian asked softly. As a super Al smart brain built by a top domestic team, there must be some free functions, right? "Yes, master. I have compiled a program that can be stored on an ID card. The door can then be broken into." "Very good, that's enough." Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. The combination lock is solved. As for the other fingerprint or iris locks, just wait until you get to your destination, there will always be a way. There is always a way. No time was wasted. Luo Tian directly pulled out a polar cold resistance suit from space and quickly put it on. Don't say it. The cold resistance suit, made from the latest cutting-edge technology, is just different when worn and is much more comfortable than imagined. Not only can it withstand temperatures of -100 degrees Celsius, it can also protect against wind, snow, and rain. It is even extremely flexible on the surface and can withstand the puncture damage of a regular dagger, giving a full sense of security. Keep the gun safe. Luo Tian also took out a pistol and gave Yan Shu a few magazines. They were fully prepared. The two of them also came to the door. "Master, you must be careful," Baya said with tears in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. "I believe that Master and Officer Yen will return safely." Li Ruyu's tone was gentle but firm. At that moment, the master bedroom door opened. And Yu Yen grabbed the doorframe and blushed, saying, "Master, you must hurry back. I want to be your gift again next time." After bidding farewell to the other women, Luo Tian and Yen Shu also set off. Chapter 125, A World of White. Stairwell. Two residents were carrying plastic buckets as they walked back after shoveling the snow. Fuck. Shit. Suddenly, they couldn't help but swear when they saw Luo Tian coming towards them. Yen Shu immediately protected Luo Tian behind her, while her eyebrows furrowed. One hand also reached her waist. Luo Tian? I didn't see it wrong. Luo Tian actually went out? The two residents' eyes nearly popped out of their heads, and they said in shock. What did they see? The Go Wang, who would never go out of the house, was now actually going out? What's going on? Did the sun come up in the west? Even. The two thought they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes desperately with one hand. It's fine. Luo Tian patted Yen Shu on the shoulder and said with a smile. He didn't feel threatened in the apartment building. However, Yen Shu's act of concern still touched him a little. He walked past the two stunned people. Luo Tian and Yen Shu continued walking downstairs, and Yen Shu remained vigilant the whole time. Lao Shang, am I seeing things? The resident wearing a hat seemed to have just come to his senses and asked his companion next to him. He hurriedly asked. Seeing things my ass, I saw them too. And the clothes they were wearing looked so high class. The resident named Lao Zhang also said with a face full of excitement. Strange. The other person is obviously not a big star, but seeing him made him excited. It's as if he had seen someone important. Why did Luo Tian suddenly want to go out? His house is so sturdy and it's so safe to stay inside. The resident with the hat couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Luo Tian had run out of food and had to go out to find some? Yes, there are so many people out there who want to kill him, it's too dangerous to go out. Lao Zhang also shook his head. In his heart, he couldn't help but suspect that the other person was going out to find food. If there was enough food, who would choose to come out of a sturdy and safe shelter and brave the cold and danger to go out? Of course. What they didn't know was that Luo Tian didn't choose to go out because of food problems, but because he wanted to empty the police station's inventory in Qingshui City. 4-story corridor. Poof. Yen Shu flipped out lightly and landed firmly on the snow. The whole person only sank slightly. It seems that the snow is quite thick. Luo Tian nodded and then grabbed the window sill and jumped out. I don't want to. As soon as he put one foot on the snow, the whole person sank in deeply. The snow directly covered his knees. At this time, Luo Tian realized that Yen Shu was fine only because she was light and had good balance. The top layer of snow was still quite soft. Pulling his legs out of the snow, the two of them also came to the back of a block of flats and found a corner with no one around. This will do. Luo Tian took out a snowmobile from the space. With this thing, he and Yen Shu could speed through the snow. Buzzing. Luo Tian revved the engine and the snowmobile sped off like a runaway horse. Yen Shu, sitting on the back seat, also wrapped her arms around his waist. Don't say it. The snowmobile is truly worthy of the word snow. Even in a snowdrift up to 8 or 9 meters deep, it can still go through without any problem. Not affected at all. At this thickness, the snow has long since submerged everything in the lower layers, so there is no such thing as a community gate or anything. At this moment, many residents who happened to be standing by the windows also discovered this scene in shock. Oh my god, look! Someone is actually going outside. No way, who would be crazy enough to go out in this cold? Holy shit, it's true. Who is it? His car can actually drive on the snow. The residents exclaimed in shock. Oh my god. It's minus 70 degrees outside. Isn't he afraid of being frozen to death? And how did he get a snowmobile? This isn't the North Pole. The cold wind howled through the streets. An endless white world. It was desolate and silent, as if it were an endless ice kingdom, with buildings long since covered by a deep layer of snow. Silent and soundless. In the face of this snowstorm that had swept the whole world, everything seemed insignificant. Humming. A figure suddenly sped past in the white snow. Being in a white world is exhilarating. Woof woof woof. Luo Tian couldn't help but howl, expressing the joy in his heart. At this moment, it seemed that everything in the world had disappeared, and when you looked away, all the buildings were covered in pure white snow. Cackle. Yen Shu smiled, hugging her arms tighter. It had been about half an hour since they had left the house, and the two of them had driven quite a distance. During that time, Luo Tian had not seen a single survivor. It could be said that there seemed to be nothing but snow outside. Where are we located now? He lowered the speed of the car and asked, tilting his head. Upon hearing this, Yen Shu also took out a paper map and looked around before saying, the tall building next to us should be the TV station. According to the map, we should be on Qinshi Street. Qinshi Street? Luotian pondered and said, in that case, the water plant should be nearby. Yes, turn left up ahead. Yen Shu glanced at the map and nodded. This nearby, not insignificant-sized purified water plant was also one of the destinations of this trip. The huge amount of bottled water stored there could be collected into the space, replenishing the otherwise not-so-abundant water resources. Hum. The snowmobile came to a stop outside. Since the door was covered in snow, the two of them chose to climb in through the high-level window. Under the glare of a flashlight, the massive barrels of bottled water, which had already frozen, were neatly arranged and almost filled the entire large warehouse. Seeing this, Luo Tian was not at all polite and simply took it all. It didn't matter if it was frozen, he had a lot of container fuel in his space, so he could just melt it and heat it up when he needed it. However, collecting it bucket by bucket is too inefficient. Luo Tian sighed. With this entire warehouse of water, God knows how long it will take to collect it all. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his spatial abilities seemed to have changed, and he could perceive the space around him for about 10 meters. In that case, Luo Tian had a flash of inspiration and decided to try a different approach. Concentrate. Swish. Yeah. This is. Yen Shu widened her beautiful eyes and could not help but cover her cherry lips in shock. She saw that the bottled water, which had been stored in a bucket, had now been emptied in one go. Sure enough, I can collect things in a range, Luo Tian also said in surprise. As long as it is within the range of one's spatial perception, all objects that exist independently can be stored in space with just a thought. This is much more convenient when collecting supplies. There is no need to faff about and feel with your hands. The efficiency has increased by hundreds of times. Chapter 126, The Armory. It took a while. All the bottled water in the purified water plant was collected by Luo Tian into his space. This water resource has finally been replenished. Together with the mineral water collected in the container at the dock before, there is at least 100,000 tons of water in his space. Even if 1 ton of water is consumed a day. With more than 100,000 tons of water resources, it is enough for Luo Tian and the girls to use for hundreds of years. While exploring the warehouse, Luo Tian also discovered the body of a security guard who was probably on duty. He was curled up in the corner of the warehouse, his entire body frozen stiff. His face was full of despair. It was hard to imagine the fear the man must have experienced before he died. Let's go. Luo Tian shook his head. Together with Yen Shu, he walked around the frozen body and walked out of the factory to get on the snowmobile. He took out the map and identified the direction. Humming. The two continued to set off. The cold wind was like a knife. Fortunately, with his goggles on, Luo Tian could safely speed along. The world was covered in a pure white blanket. Fortunately, there were tall buildings to guide the way, otherwise it would have been easy to get lost. 20 minutes later, the police station was finally in sight. Pop! The glass window was shattered. The door was already covered in snow, so Luo Tian and Yan Shu chose to go in through the tall window. They lost the sunlight and the light. The environment inside the building was also pitch black, but that wasn't a big problem. Luo Tian directly opened the accessory on the shoulder of his cold-resistant suit. A powerful flashlight. Suddenly, the bright light dispelled the darkness. Sigh. Yan Shu let out a soft sigh suddenly. It might be because of the memories of the past. Before the end of the world, she was also a member here, and she was exceptionally familiar with the environment of the police station. But now it was in a state of disrepair. Various documents were scattered all over the floor, as if they had been burgled. Let's go to the armory. Luo Tian signaled for the other person to lead the way. The world had changed beyond recognition, and there was no use dwelling on the past. Ugh. Yan Shu nodded lightly. Leading the way with ease, she walked towards the deepest part of the building, towards the armory. As a former policewoman, Yan Shu felt right at home here, and there was no way she could get lost. Very quickly. This is the armory. Yan Shu stopped. As expected, this is where the firearms are stored. This steel door can probably withstand machine gun fire. Luo Tian touched the sturdy door. Due to its special location, this door, along with the doorframe and a section of the surrounding wall, are all made of steel. It would be impossible to break open the door violently. It would be impossible to get it in. Luo Tian tried, but the door remained immovable. After all, the door and frame are one, and they are firmly embedded in the wall. Beep beep beep. Luo Tian tried to press the combination lock and found that the door was still electrified, presumably because there is an independent battery inside. Incorrect password. After 3 errors, the door will automatically lock. A line of red words appeared on the small screen. Sure enough, it was wrong. Luo Tian shook his head in amusement and took out an ID card from his space. This side has the butler's built-in password cracking program. Tick. The ID card was slid across the slot, and the words on the small screen suddenly turned into a garbled mess. And it was still rapidly jumping around with various characters. Password correct. A line of green text appeared. Awesome! Luo Tian exclaimed. It's no wonder that its top-notch artificial intelligence, it can even crack the password to the gun vault door. However, a combination lock is not enough, because to successfully open the door and take the guns inside, there is still one final line of defense. That is the fingerprint or iris lock. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't help but rub his chin, a little bit troubled. The password manager can be solved, but what about the final fingerprint lock? He pondered. To pass the fingerprint verification, I guess I'll have to find someone at the level of the police chief to come over, because no one else's will work. What should I do? Go to the other person's house and invite them over? He took out a drill, cutter, and other tools from the space, but they were all useless against the steel door. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, from the dark corridor behind, a messy sound of footsteps suddenly came. Shit, what the fuck? There really is someone in here. A bearded man wearing a thick down jacket exclaimed in shock. He was holding a lantern in his left hand and a machete in his right, obviously prepared to come. Behind him, 2 men armed with crowbars and a slightly attractive-looking woman had also followed. The snowstorm had just stopped, and someone had the same idea as us and set their sights on the police station. The man couldn't help but grin. This took him by surprise. He's a smart guy, but unfortunately he's met his match. The man snarled. Killing someone inside the police station must be very exciting. Brother, the girl next to this kid looks pretty good. Ha ha ha. We can enjoy ourselves after we kill him. The 2 men, armed with crowbars, greedily surveyed Yan Shu's pretty face. If Yan Shu's appearance was 90 points, then the woman next to them could only barely score 70 points. Oh, who are you going to kill? Luo Tian sneered, taking out a pistol from his space. At that moment, Yan Shu also drew the pistol in its holster, and the black muzzle was aimed at them. A gun? Shit, they got a gun. The two men trembled, and they couldn't even hold the crowbar steady. They were almost scared to pee. Ha ha ha, you're going to scare me with a toy gun? The door to the gun vault was closed, and you laughed disdainfully. Unfortunately, halfway through his laugh, the gunshots rang out. Bang! Bang! The two men holding crowbars were shot directly in the head. The man was so scared that his face turned pale, and he dropped the machete directly to the ground. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared instantly. Indeed. Strength is the only truth. I'm curious, do you want to pry open the door of the armory with just 2 crowbars? Luo Tian said with some doubt. No, it's not. The man suddenly had a light in his eyes, and he took out a package from his bosom with a smile, and opened it. But inside the package was a severed hand. Brother, I know the password to the gun vault door, and I can open the fingerprint lock with this hand too. If you let me go, I'll tell you what the password is, he said with a confident air. Seeing this, Luo Tian's pupils also narrowed slightly. From the expression on the other party's face, it didn't seem like he was lying. Then the owner of this severed hand is, I'm afraid. Bang! In the big man's incredulous eyes. The bullet left the chamber. He was also shot in the head and fell over in shock. Until death. The other party also did not understand why Luo Tian killed him. Because if you only unlock the fingerprint lock, you cannot open the door to the armory without the password. Beep. Identity verification passed. Luo Tian picked up the severed hand and used its index finger to successfully open the door to the armory. Suddenly, the rows of black pistols, rifles, and submachine guns on display inside were also revealed. In addition, there were 5 shotguns and a high-precision sniper rifle. Haha, idiot. Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle, I don't need a password. At this time, the only remaining woman with a slight appearance also kneeled on the ground in fear and said, Please, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Chapter 127, Buy everything for 0 yuan. Oh, you'll do anything? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and said playfully. Yes. This handsome guy, you have to believe me, I was forced to join their team. The woman said flattery, crawling over all the way, holding Luo Tian's thighs tightly. At this moment, in the face of life and death, all dignity is bullshit. I have no interest in whether you were forced to join or not. Luo Tian said indifferently. Don't kill me. I can make you feel very comfortable, I have very good skills. The woman said hurriedly. The whole person knelt on the ground, and both hands reached Luo Tian's waist, trying to undress him. To be honest, if this woman of this appearance had been this proactive before the end of the world, it would not have been impossible to relax. Unfortunately, times have changed. Just make me feel comfortable. Luo Tian snorted coldly. Then, he kicked the woman away with one hand, saying disdainfully, I think you're dirty. In this harsh environment, not everyone has good bathing conditions. The woman in front of him didn't know how long it had been since she had bathed, and the peculiar smell emanating from her body made Luo Tian can't help but frown. Handsome guy. I'm not dirty, I just took a bath last week. The woman begged in terror, I've only been with a few of them, I'm very clean. If you don't believe me, you can try. In response to this, she was met with a bullet. Bang. The woman instantly fell silent. Sorry, no interest. Luo Tian spun the pistol around and then stored it in the space. This woman was innocent in her words. When she followed the big man in earlier, her expression on her face was arrogant. Forced? Who would believe that? Okay, now it's time to collect firearms. Luo Tian rubbed his hands together and walked towards the gun vault expectantly. What came into view were pistols, submachine guns, rifles, and other firearms covering both walls. The dazzling array of weapons was enough to make anyone's eyes glaze over. If you didn't know any better, you'd think you'd wandered into an in-game weapons vault. Wow, this is really cool. Luo Tian picked up a rifle, caressed its cool body inside. There was even a magazine. He fired a few shots on the spot. Compared to a pistol, the rifle's sense of experience was raised to a few levels, and the sense of security it brought was completely different. Swish. Thanks to his advanced spatial abilities, Luo Tian just thought about it. Almost all the firearms displayed on the walls were stored in the space. Even the large boxes containing the ammunition stored nearby were not missed. This saved the trouble of storing them one by one. In the gun vault, there were not only guns, but also dozens of bulletproof vests. I never thought I would be able to touch a sniper rifle with my own hands. Luo Tian held the only large sniper rifle and exclaimed in amazement. This kind of weapon of mass destruction. If it hits a person's body, it's estimated that it will leave a bruise or two, right? There's no corner left unoccupied. After searching and looting, Luo Tian stored all the bullets for the guns in the space and then prepared to leave with Yen Shu. At this time, his mood was pretty good. With so much ammunition and firearms, even if he faced the thousands of residents in the community, Luo Tian would have plenty of confidence. He wasn't afraid at all. When they left, under Yen Shu's leadership, Luo Tian also took a shortcut to get outside. The snowmobile was parked there quietly. Get on. Luo Tian straddled it and got on. Yen Shu obediently followed, put her arms around his waist, and then took out the map and looked at it. The route to the mall is to turn right in front. She pointed in a direction and said, "The way back." Luo Tian was not going to take the original route, but instead take a shorter route. Because there was a large shopping mall along the way, he was going to go in and empty it of supplies. Buzzing. The snowmobile engine started, splashing up a cloud of snow. As the saying goes, it's not cold when it's snowing, it's cold when it's melting. At this moment, the temperature outside had actually risen a little compared to before, to around minus 60 degrees Celsius. But it didn't matter, it could still kill you. The wind was howling. The flooded shopping mall soon appeared before the two. Pop. The glass shattered. Luo Tian and Yen Shu also went directly to the third floor. This is a large circular shopping mall, with different types of shops on each floor, everything from electronics and clothing stores to restaurants. The two arrived on the floor with the clothing stores. What a coincidence! Luo Tian surveyed the women's clothing store in front of him and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He pushed open the door and walked in. This store is a well-known brand, and not only does it have all kinds of women's clothing, but also different types of stockings, such as black silk, fishnet stockings, pantyhose, and stockings. As seen here. Luo Tian also didn't say a word, and took all the clothing in the store into the space. Before the end of the world, a women's clothing in this store would cost tens of thousands of yuan, and a pair of stockings could sell for thousands of yuan. At this time, everything is purchased for 0 yuan. After going out, I have to bring back some gifts for those little devils. Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said. Just like these fishnet stockings will look great on Baya, and the white silk next to them will make Li Ro wear them for me to see. The main point is contrast. Master, you don't need so many of these. Yen Shuhuang said with a blushing face. A pair of long legs also couldn't help but circle on the ground. Luo Tian not only emptied an upscale women's clothing store, but also the lingerie store next door, leaving not a single piece of provocative underwear on the shelves. Why not? Luo Tian said indifferently. The sizes of the women are all different, so it's better to stock up on some extra. And if you wear the same style all the time, you'll get tired of it, so it's time to try something new. In addition to women's clothing, the men's clothing store was not spared either. Very quickly, the entire 3-story store was bought for 0 yuan, not missing a single piece of clothing. Even the plastic mannequins in the window were taken away. Now it's time to go to the supermarket on the first basement floor. Luo Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Since the elevator was out of order, he and Yen Shu went all the way down the stairs to the first basement floor of the shopping mall. Unlike the upper floors, this floor was dedicated to selling snacks and fruits, fresh produce, and even household goods. I always feel like Luo Tian and I are like a married couple. Yen Shu's pretty face suddenly flushed. Her gaze lingered on Luo Tian's profile, a pair of straight and slender thighs, and she gradually slowed down her pace. The two of them came to the supermarket together. Isn't this what lovers and newlyweds do? Moreover, they are not yet accompanied by Baya and Li Ro, or Doctorin. At this moment, she can exclusively enjoy Luo Tian. Chapter 128, Trouble Before the Return Trip. Wow, this teacup is so cute. Yen Shu bent over to look at the cat mugs on the shelf, her beautiful eyes shining as she spoke. Since she was standing in front, And because of her posture, her long, slender thighs bent, causing the perky buttocks wrapped in cold-resistant clothing to be directly seen by Luo Tian. Plus, Yan Shu kept fiddling with the cup while shaking it non-stop. This scene. Who could hold back? This location seems quite exciting? Luo Tian couldn't help but look around. The basement level of the shopping mall was full of shelves filled with goods, and there were also many messy shopping carts stuck in the aisles, filling the place with the atmosphere of everyday life. He always felt that there were a lot of people around. Yan Shu looked at these things taken out of the space and couldn't help but stare curiously. Why? Would they take out the electric fan? They were wearing cold-resistant clothing and weren't cold. You'll find out soon. Luo Tian sneered. Then, Yan Shu was pressed against the shelf with many retail foods on it in a state of panic. No, don't, she said with a rosy face. This is too exciting. This is the first time I've tried this kind of situation. 2 hours later, Luo Tian finally let Yan Shu go. Sigh, I was hoping to go back before noon. He glanced at the time and sighed. It seems that it's too late now. Even if we set off immediately, we'll be back in the community by the afternoon. My mouth is dry. Luo Tian was also unceremonious, and directly took a box of milk from the shelf next to him, inserted a straw and drank it. Zitsy. Anyway, under the heating of the electric fan heater, the drinks on the nearby shelves have all melted. The shelf life has not expired yet. Master, are we going home now? Yan Shu was sorting out her clothes, her pretty face still flushed. At this time, her body was still a bit weak. No rush, have lunch before leaving. Luo Tian casually threw the empty milk carton aside. The two had exercised for a long time. Even a row of shelves were pushed over, and the physical exertion during this period was naturally extremely high, so it is best to replenish before setting off. What should I eat? Luo Tian said, feeling his chin. His eyes suddenly saw the self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice on the shelves. It felt like, I haven't eaten this kind of portable food in a long time. Let's eat these. Without saying a word, he directly took down a few boxes from the shelf. Since they were in the food section of the mall, they might as well take advantage of the situation and stock up. Seeing this, Yan Shu didn't object, and she ate whatever Luo Tian ate. After finishing lunch, Luo Tian didn't idle around either. While strolling with Yan Shu, he took in all the shelves he passed. Soon, all the supplies on the first basement level, including frozen instant foods, juice and cola, and bulk snacks, were all collected. Some of the frozen vegetables were wilted. Luo Tian didn't take them away. After all, these vegetables had a poor appearance, and even if they didn't go bad after being frozen for a month, the nutrients and moisture would have basically been lost. After scavenging for supplies, Luo Tian couldn't help but be surprised to find that he felt the space had become much fuller, and his range of perception had increased a bit. What the hell, after his spatial abilities changed, did these supplies amount to experience points? He speculated curiously. As long as there are enough supplies, then after reaching a certain level, it will upgrade and advance? Luo Tian decided to experiment. Without any reluctance, he put the wilted vegetables that were left over, as well as some frozen zombie meat and other foods, into the space. Maybe these things can come in handy in the future. Of course, he himself will not eat them anyway. Sure enough, his spatial perception has increased a little. Luo Tian said in surprise. After scavenging all the supplies on the first basement floor, his spatial awareness increased from the original 10 meters to an 11-meter range. This does confirm his guess. It seems that in the future, if I have the opportunity, I can store more supplies in the space. Luo Tian couldn't help but think. Maybe, when his spatial ability changes next time, it can give him a big surprise. Let's go. Luo Tian looked at the empty first basement floor of the shopping mall and said, there is not a single supply left here. It was time to go back. Although there were quite a few firearms stored in the space, he and Yan Shu had better return to the safe house before nightfall. So, the two went back up the stairs all the way to the third floor, and then reached the outside through the window. There was no other way, the snow was too deep. In the safe house, and Yu Yan curled up quietly on the sofa, holding an English medical book in her hands and reading. When she is not busy, She likes to read some foreign medical literature to enrich her knowledge. At this time, her pretty face is not wearing any makeup, and her delicate makeup sets off her charming and lovely appearance. Sisterin, it's lunchtime, let's eat together. Baya said with a smile. Thanks, you guys eat, I have these. And Yu Yan said with a smile. And she pointed her finger at the burgers and fried chicken placed on the coffee table. These fast foods were specially requested by Luo Tian before he left. After all, before the end of the world due to extreme cold, and Yu Yan was forced to work so hard that the most she ate were these things. It's been a long time since she ate them, and now she's craving them badly. Hey, these fast foods are too high in calories, I was afraid to eat them before. Baya shook her little head and said. She had long, supple blonde hair, which was tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head. As a big star, she has strict to perverted requirements for body management, and at the request of her agent, she can only eat things like vegetable salads sometimes. She often gets hungry at night. It's okay, I've never gained weight. And Yu Yan pushed her black framed glasses and laughed. Maybe she is the type that won't gain weight from overeating, and she has never worried about her figure. She eats a lot of burgers, fried chicken, and fries, but her weight has always stayed even. Wow, I really envy you. Li Ro also took off her apron and said enviously. She also often works overtime at the company until late at night, but she doesn't dare to eat too much of these fast foods. Hey, it's already noon. Why hasn't the master returned yet? Baya sighed lightly. She wasn't worried about Luo Tian's safety. After all, there was a gun in the other party's space, and there was also the police officer Yan Shu accompanying him. Maybe there was something that delayed him, and don't forget that the snow outside is so thick. Li Ro hugged her conscience in her chest and said softly. But Luo Tian has been gone for so long, and there has been no sign of him all morning, so she can't help but miss him a little. Humph, how come I feel like my master is having fun with Yan Shu everywhere? Baya said indignantly. A tall, golden-haired ponytail also swayed lightly. That's great. A world covered in snow must be very beautiful. Chapter 129, Su Ling is up to her old tricks again. A few hours ago. Lingling, look, Luo Tian is leaving the house. Ding Qingqing cried out in shock, leaning over the window, and quickly asked her best friend to come and look. She and Su Ling were best friends, and both were the same kind of green tea. She also took advantage of the money Luo Tian spent on Su Ling in the beginning. Ding Qingqing also lived in this apartment building. When Su Ling ran out of food, she was the one who came to her aid. Really? Su Ling quickly put down the cold biscuits in her hands and ran to the window. She saw Luo Tian and Yan Shu were sitting on a snowmobile and leaving the community at breakneck speed. The other person was fully wrapped in polar cold-resistant clothing, so an ordinary person might not be able to tell. But Su Ling and Yan Shu, who knew Luo Tian extremely well, of course recognized him immediately. However, this incident still caused quite a shock to the two of them. Luo Tian actually has a snowmobile? Isn't this a tool that is more commonly found in the Arctic or abroad? With the snow outside so thick, it's impossible to move on foot, but with this kind of tool, you can go wherever you want. And then just scavenge supplies around? Why should he? Ding Qingqing said with envy that Luo Tian guy not only has a warm and sturdy room to live in, but also an endless supply of food to eat. And now, he even has a snowmobile. In the end, how much more is he hiding from us? Listening to her best friend, Su Ling's eyes became full of hatred. A month ago, Luo Tian was my lapdog. I could order him around however I wanted. But now, Su Ling clenched her fists, her eyes full of hatred. Not only did the other party slap her hard in the face, but she also exposed the fact that she was a bus driver, and she has a bunch of beautiful women with good looks and figures at home who beat her up. Every day she lives an enviable and happy life. And she has recently almost starved to death in her room with her best friend due to food shortages. She was also rejected when she offered herself to the other party, and in the end, she barely survived by selling her intimate clothing and trading it for food from a few otaku. I can't swallow this, Su Ling said with clenched teeth. Although Luo Tian's figure had disappeared, she still had a look of resentment in her eyes and did not take her gaze off him. Luo Tian's home should have been where she enjoyed herself. That food, that red wine steak, and that warm fireplace all belonged to her. I really want to open Luo Tian's safe house and stab a knife into his chest with my own hands, watching him die in despair and pain, regretting it. Su Ling said with clenched teeth and a sinister look. Her look of hatred and malice even startled her best friend, Ding Qingqing. Ling Ling, save your breath. Ding Qingqing sighed. All those men from the other buildings have fallen hard at Luo Tian's hands, so how could the two of them possibly do anything? Qingqing, now is a good opportunity. Su Ling took a deep breath and grabbed the other woman's arm. Su Ling gritted her teeth and said, Luo Tian is hiding at home, and indeed no one can do anything about him. But don't forget, he's already gone out now. As long as he goes out, he's no different from anyone else. If we can gather a group of people and ambush them at the entrance of the apartment building, then we can definitely sneak up on Luo Tian and kill him when he comes back. Even if Luo Tian has a gun in his hand, as long as there are enough people, they can swarm him at the critical moment. And at such a close distance, he simply won't be able to fire more than a few shots. In the end, he will definitely be killed. After listening to this plan, Ding Qingqing was obviously tempted. Luo Tian's room is very sturdy, and no matter how many people come, they cannot break through. But once the opponent leaves the room, he is no different from the others. At this time, it may only take a knife to easily kill the opponent. Then that warm and sturdy safe house, and the large amount of food inside, will all belong to them. At that time, they will no longer have to worry about food and safety. It can be said that the two of them have been tormented by food problems lately. But Ling Ling, how are we going to gather manpower? Ding Qingqing looked troubled. It is simply impossible for the two of them to kill Luo Tian alone. They must have the help of the other residents. But why should other people listen to them and risk their lives to ambush Luo Tian together? Don't worry about that, I already have a good idea. Su Ling said coldly. With Ding Qingqing's puzzled gaze, she took out her phone and created a new group chat, then pulled in a group of male residents. However, Xiao Junkai was excluded. After all, the residents had previously said in private that the other party recognized Luo Tian as the boss. What's going on? Why did I get added to a new group chat? Who created the group and what's it for? At Su Ling, you're so idle, I'm leaving the group if it's okay. The residents found that they had been added to a new group chat, and the group leader was Su Ling. Confused, they said in a bad mood. Someone even said on the spot that they wanted to leave the group. At this time, no one had the time to bullshit in the group. At everyone, don't worry, I added you all to the group because I have a question I want to ask you. Su Ling replied. Ask a question? What question? You stupid bitch, I'm asking you a question. Wasting time. Can I have some food if I answer your question? The residents' patience was running out. Some even started swearing. See this. Su Ling was not angry, but immediately asked in the group chat, Luo Tian is out now, do you want to take the opportunity to enter his safe house? Enter the house? What do you mean, Su Ling? Damn, what's wrong with you? Luo Tian is out, but doesn't he lock the door? Without a key, you percent at. Half of the residents expressed doubts, while the other half simply started typing a telegram. What if I have the key to Luo Tian's house? Su Ling asked the group. As soon as she said this, the group chat instantly went quiet, and the few residents who had been swearing stopped talking. After a while, someone asked in shock, at Su Ling, what do you mean? How could you possibly have the key to Luo Tian's safe house? That's right, we don't believe you. Facing the doubts, Su Ling remained calm and said, don't forget, Luo Tian was one of my suitors before, and of course he gave me a spare key to his home. The residents still doubted. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Ha, Su Ling is lying. If she had the key, she would have opened the door and moved in already. She's such a liar, trying to make fun of us. Looking at the group chat, Su Ling remained unruffled and continued to explain, don't forget that Luo Tian has a gun. How dare I open the door without authorization? But now it's different, he's not home. I won't insist. Those who want to go in, gather later. Just help me get rid of those women in his house, and we'll split the food. Hearing this, many residents suddenly gasped. A deep greed welled up in their hearts. A month ago, Luo Tian was indeed Su Ling's suitor, and many people in the apartment building knew about it. But then he dumped her after taking Li Ro. It was mainly spread by those nosy old ladies. In that case, Su Ling has a spare key to Luo Tian's house, which seems to make sense. No one noticed anything wrong, whether it was because the other party's lies were very convincing or because the greed of the residents was the main factor. Anyway, Luo Tian is not at home now, so they have nothing to lose by following them and joining in the fun. If they do, they will not only get the food in the safe house, but also the beautiful actresses. They can just take over the safe house, and Luo Tian will be unable to do anything even if he returns. It doesn't matter if they don't have the keys. They can just leave, and the other party won't know about it, so there is no need to worry about retaliation. At Su Ling, where are we meeting? I'll go with you. Damn, count me in. I want to go check it out too. You'd better really have the keys. At this moment, the residents couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 130, it turns out that Sister Ro is on the 23rd floor. Many tenants who listened to the slander followed Su Ling to the corridor. Usually, when Luo Tian was at home, no one dared to come up, but now that the other person was not at home, the tenants had nothing to worry about. More than 20 people have come. Su Ling thought to herself after taking a quick glance. There were about 40 male owners of the apartment building who had survived, which meant that she had tricked half of them. The remaining tenants who had not come either did not want to take the risk because they had enough food at home after receiving several boxes of instant noodles through the reward last time, or they felt that Su Ling was a liar and had no hope at all. Su Ling, quite a few people have come, where are the keys you promised? Quickly take out the key to the safe house. Don't be a drag. That's right, don't lie to us. The tenants urged impatiently. Many people looked greedily at the door. This is the key. Su Ling took out a key in her hand and held it up high. In fact, she didn't have Luo Tian's house key at all. Although the other party often paid court to her before the end of the world, she could never think of giving her the key to her own home. The two were not in a relationship. This key is actually on Su Ling's door. This is Luo Tian's house key? We can open this door now? Hiss. The residents looked greedily at the key in her hand. Many of them gasped in excitement. Quick, give me the key. One resident rushed up and tried to snatch the key. Seeing this, Su Ling did not resist and let the key be taken. Hey, beautiful women, I'm coming. The resident let out a lewd smile and couldn't wait to get to the door, grabbing the key and inserting it into the lock. It was obvious that he was overcome with lust. Some people are tempted by food, while others are tempted by the presence of beautiful women in a house. In any case, Luo Tian is not at home. The tenant thought to himself, not stopping his hand from moving. What's going on? It seems like it won't go in? Just as he was wondering, a violent current suddenly surged from the key. Zilla zilla. And then, the crowd watched a breakdance performance right there on the spot. The current receded, leaving behind a charred corpse. In fact, Su Ling had already thought of an excuse for not being able to open the door. Luo Tian had changed the door lock. What's going on, Su Ling? You have to give us an explanation. The key is fake, isn't it? You bastard. Damn it, I'm going back. The residents angrily accused. The person who opened the door was caught off guard and electrocuted to death, and they were shocked and angry. Luckily, it wasn't me who opened the door, otherwise I would have died like that unlucky guy, without knowing why. It's not my fault, it was those women inside the door who did it. Su Ling's mind was quick. She came up with an excuse almost immediately. Luo Tian wasn't home, but his women were, and they must have done something to electrify the door. After all, there were so many people in the hallway, and the noise must have been heard by the other party. These words succeeded in diverting the hatred of the crowd. They still believed that the key was real, but Li Ro and the others took the opportunity to turn on the high-voltage electricity switch, so the person who opened the door was electrocuted to death. Li Ro, I know you can hear me. It's cold outside. We just want to come in for a while. Let us in. We promise we won't hurt you. We're all neighbors. Goddess Baya, open the door. You were forced to do it, and you must hate Luo Tian very much. The residents stood outside the door, speaking emotionally. They wanted to take advantage of Luo Tian's absence to trick the women inside into opening the door. Luo Tian was a tough nut to crack. But now there were only a few charming beauties in the house, so it should be easy to play the emotional card and trick them into opening the door, they thought with a sneer. Listen to the noise outside the door. I spit. Baya spat angrily. These scumbags, tricking us like children? They're not stupid. How could they possibly open the door to each other? Moreover, they alone do not have the authority to open the door. They have to wait for the housekeeper to seek Luo Tian's consent before they can open the alloy door of the safe house. As soon as the master left, they came sniffing for a chance. And Yu Yan closed her book and sighed softly. This group of people. They really have evil intentions. They said they wouldn't hurt them, but if they had replaced them with a few dumb, sweet girls and let them open the door, the first thing those people would have done when they entered the room would be to attack them. Li Ro, can you hear me? At that moment, Yulin's voice could be heard shouting outside the door. Li Ro couldn't help but frown, looked up at the surveillance screen, and saw that in the image, Yulin was standing outside the safe house, looking at the alloy door with a deep expression on his face. I already know I was wrong. I will never force you to do this again. So please forgive me, will you? Help me open the door. Yulin said with a face full of remorse. He raised his palm and slapped himself in the face, until his face turned red. Damn it, Li Ro, you bitch. When you open the door, I'll make sure you get gang raped. As he slapped himself, Yulin thought viciously to himself. At this moment, he felt that the only way to break through was to get Li Ro to open the door. If he showed her that he was truly remorseful, then she would be unable to resist. Seeing Yulin putting on such a show, the other residents didn't just stand there, but shouted at Li Ro to listen to the other person. Inside the house, Li Ro bit her cherry lips, her pretty face full of shame and anger. She didn't expect that after what Yulin had done, he would still have the nerve to show his face in front of her. Open the door? Ha, does she look like an easily fooled little girl? Just seeing that face on the screen, Li Ro's heart could not help but rise with a sense of nausea, and she wished the other person would immediately disappear from sight. It turns out that Sister Ro is already a wife. And Yu Yan thought with a dark surprise as she hugged her own thighs. After all, she was the last goddess to enter the safe house, and she had not spent much time with the others, so she did not know about this. At this moment, looking at Li Ro, wrapped in her office lady outfit, her plump and curvy figure, and the slender black silk legs beneath her skirt, and Yu Yan couldn't help but sigh. The legacy of Wei Wu is so good that it is something that every man finds hard to resist. Chapter 131, Action Revealed? Don't even dream about it, we'll never open the door. Baya said with gritted teeth, I've contacted my master, and he'll be back in no time. Hearing this, the people in the hallway couldn't help but be shocked and angry. At the same time, a wave of panic couldn't be suppressed in their hearts. Of course they knew who Baya's master was. Luo Tian. It's over, what should we do? Luo Tian will be back in a while. Run, let's get out of here. Go, hurry. The residents were suddenly thrown into a panic. The shadow that Luo Tian had left on them was just too big. If they were caught by the other party, they would definitely die. At this moment, Su Ling couldn't hold back anymore and yelled at the security door, listen up, all of you. I was Luo Tian's first girlfriend. You are all his mistresses, damned thieves. Everything you are enjoying now belongs to me. Open the door, do you hear me? She said. She even wanted to smash the door, but was quickly stopped by Ding Qingqing. This door has high voltage electricity. Don't touch it. Your name is Su Ling, right? I seem to have a slight impression of you. And Yu Yan suddenly spoke up at this time. Looking at the somewhat familiar face on the surveillance screen, she seemed to remember something and said, last month, did you go to the hospital for a hymen repair surgery? I remember my colleague complaining that the patient, Su Ling, was too loose, and the surgery was not an easy one. It was because this was such an unusual case. And there aren't many people who have this kind of surgery, so at the time, and Yu Yan couldn't help but look at the information a few times. As soon as she saw Su Ling's face, it immediately came back to her mind. Hearing this, Su Ling, like a cat with its fur standing on end, argued angrily, you're full of shit, I've never had that surgery. You are slandering me. At this moment, Ding Qingqing on the side could not help but stare with wide eyes. It seemed that she had remembered that last month, there really was such a thing. Su Ling wanted to go to the hospital for a visit, but she would not let her go with her no matter what. Ding Qingqing did not think much of it at the time. But now she realized that Su Ling actually went to blame her for not letting her accompany her. Whether or not you are being slandered, you know it in your heart. And Yu Yan snorted. Baya couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly after hearing Yu Yan's words. Even the residents in the hallway couldn't help but look at Su Ling with a strange look, which made the other party tremble with anger and feel ashamed. Su Ling never imagined that she would be discovered even though she had done it so secretly. Lingling, we can't waste any more time. Luo Tian will be back soon. Ding Qingqing said anxiously. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel contempt in her heart. You, Su Ling, can let someone sleep with you for a few $1,000s, and you even went to such lengths to get this repair surgery. What a waste of time, just to give yourself psychological comfort. Soon, the residents in the hallway had fled without a trace. Phew, these scumbags have finally left. Baya patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Although she knew that the other party could not break in. But as Luo Tian, the backbone of the group, was not at home, the women could not help but feel a little nervous. Buzzing. The snowmobile sped through the snow, sending up a shower of snowflakes. Master, those guys are really outrageous. Yan Shu frowned and said. Just now. The butler had informed the two of what had happened on the 23rd floor via a Bluetooth headset. They won't be able to jump around for long. Luo Tian said with a cold smile. He didn't expect that as soon as he and Yan Shu left the house, the group of people in the building became restless. Moreover, it was Su Ling, the leader of the Green Tea Gang. The reason why he had not killed each other before was that Luo Tian wanted Su Ling to struggle painfully in the extreme cold world for a while. However, it seems that it is time to make the other person honest forever. It's just right. I've had a good haul in the armory this time, and it's not a bad idea to use them as targets for practice. After speeding along the road, the snowmobile quickly entered the residential area. Finding an unoccupied corner, he stored it in the space. Luo Tian and Yan Shu also walked towards the fourth-floor windows, each carrying a backpack. He looked up casually. He could faintly see a lot of people moving behind the mottled windows of the surrounding apartment buildings. This is normal. After all, the two of them going out is inherently very eye-catching. This is why Luo Tian and Yan Shu came back with backpacks on their shoulders, the purpose being to hide from prying eyes. You can't just go out for a long trip and come back empty-handed, right? That would be too problematic. Click. Yan Shu grabbed the window frame and, with a kick, he was about to flip inside. Wait, something's wrong. Luo Tian frowned, and his spatial awareness had actually activated on its own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 22, 23. On the fourth floor of the corridor, there were actually 23 people in an ambush. Some of them were holding machetes and leaning quietly behind the windows, while others were holding hammers and waiting for their chance with their breath held. Some were even hiding directly below the windows. The scene in the corridor appeared in Luo Tian's mind like a 3D stereoscopic image, which immediately alerted him. As soon as he entered, he would be attacked immediately by everyone. If he wasn't prepared, he really might suffer. Yan Shu was dragged back by Luo Tian. However, she didn't make a sound, but silently gave Luo Tian a look. It turned out that Yan Shu had also noticed. Luo Tian thought with a smile in his heart. No wonder she was a former member of the criminal police team. Her intuition is keen. If it weren't for this ability to perceive space, he wouldn't have been able to discover that there were so many people ambushing him in the corridor. What's going on? Why didn't Luo Tian come in? Did he discover something? At this moment, the residents who were ambushing in the hallway exchanged puzzled glances with each other. They didn't understand why there was no more movement outside. Suddenly, they noticed that the snow scene was quite nice. Luo Tian said indifferently, deliberately speaking to the residents who were ambushing in the hallway. Great. Yan Shu nodded in agreement. Hearing these words, the residents couldn't help but feel exasperated, and for a moment they wished to greet Luo Tian's relatives. Damn it! Don't you people feel cold? Can't you understand that we've been waiting here for so long, holding machetes and hammers, and it's exhausting? Our hands and feet are freezing. Just as the residents were cursing, they suddenly heard someone say outside, "Forget it, there's nothing to see in the white expanse, let's go back." On hearing this, the residents couldn't help but exchange glances with each other, all with hideous smiles on their faces. Luo Tian, your time has come. As soon as you come in, we'll chop you into mincemeat and you won't be able to pull out your gun. By then, your safe house, food, and pretty women will all be ours. Pop. A figure fell in. Charge. Now is the time, kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian, you're finished. The residents charged up with hideous grins. But before the machete and baseball bat in his hands could be swung, they suddenly froze in place. They saw that it wasn't Luo Tian himself who had fallen into the corridor, but a backpack that had been thrown in. Chapter 132, How Do You Want to Die? Hey, everyone is so enthusiastic, waiting here to welcome me? Luo Tian said with a smile, crossing his arms. Seeing this, the residents panicked. Their ambush plan had been discovered in advance by the other party. Damn, we've been exposed, let's run. Luo Tian has a gun, we can't win. Someone shouted. The terrified residents immediately turned around and tried to escape. Fighting with a knife against a pistol? Are you crazy? Don't panic, everyone. Luo Tian only has a pistol, but we have more than 20 people here. Su Ling, who was hiding at the back, shouted urgently. Once the other person empties the magazine, the rest of us can just hack him to death without any worries. The most important thing is, if we run away now, Luo Tian will definitely come after us later. Su Ling is right, everyone, don't panic, Luo Tian definitely won't dare to shoot. And even if he does, he won't survive it. Yes, Luo Tian is not in the safe house now. We don't have to be afraid of him. The residents had obviously thought of this as well. They suppressed their fear and stood by the windows on the fourth floor corridor. There are so many of us. Don't you dare shoot. If you do, we'll just go up there and kill you. Anyway, there's no sturdy safe house to protect you now. Most importantly, everyone felt that Luo Tian had fired several shots before, and there was probably no bullets left in the gun now. They were gambling. What stupidity. Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but snicker and spit out a sentence. Luo Tian, you dare to laugh when you are about to die? Su Ling said with gritted teeth. In her opinion, the advantage was on their side at this time. It was true that Luo Tian had a pistol, but the bullets were limited. As long as he fired, the crowd would swarm over. After all, Luo Tian knew exactly which residents were currently here. The crowd had no way out, and they could only fight to the death. As long as they guard the windows, Luo Tian won't be able to get in, and they can keep on fighting until they die. Su Ling didn't believe that Luo Tian would spend the night outside on such a cold night. He was facing death? Luo Tian said with amusement, you're nothing but a bunch of losers. In his eyes, Su Ling and the greedy tenants were like clowns, utterly ridiculous. Even at this moment, he could pull out a submachine gun. Within 10 seconds, he could turn these people into a pile of corpses. Luo Tian, if you hand over your pistol and voluntarily open the safe house now, then I can still consider sparing your life. Su Ling said with a sneer. Her tone was mixed with unspeakable pleasure. In her opinion, all of Luo Tian's actions were just stubbornness. Yes, Su Ling is right. After all, we are all neighbors. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Yu Dahai laughed to himself, holding his machete. In his opinion, Luo Tian, stepping out of the safe house, looked like a fish out of water, or a tiger without its teeth. Luo Tian, as long as you open the safe house and let me sleep with Baya, the big star, for a few nights, I will be the first to guarantee your safety. And Li Ro, that married woman, I've been lusting after her body for years. Holy cow, the girl next to him is also very pretty, I want her. The residents felt as if they had the upper hand. One by one, they couldn't help but start daydreaming about the good life of playing with girls after they stormed into the safe house. Luo Tian, you only have yourself to blame for your current situation. Who told you to stupidly run out of the sturdy safe house? Su Ling laughed heartily. From now on, the status of the two of them is going to reverse. Luo Tian has fallen from the altar. From now on, the warm safe house and the delicious barbecued meat feast will all belong to them. You've got nothing to say, right? Then hurry up and get down on your knees and come over here and lick this goddess's jowl, and I can consider taking you as my pet. Su Ling said coldly. I don't know what scene she was thinking about, but a blush suddenly appeared on her lackluster face. She started dreaming in broad daylight. Luo Tian let out a sigh, took out a Glock, and said, if you don't have any last words, then get ready to die. The cold muzzle. of the gun was pointed at the residents in the hallway, instantly freezing their smiles on their faces. Wait. Su Ling said incredulously, think carefully, you only have 7 or 8 bullets in the pistol, and we. She was cut off mid-sentence. The gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 With each shot, a resident would fall dead without closing their eyes. Everyone was within a range of 10 meters, and with the aid of spatial awareness, Luo Tian could even shoot them in the head with their eyes closed. You're wrong, there are 15 bullets in the gun. Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said. Ah, run! Devil, he's the devil. The residents in the hallway. After Luo Tian fired several shots, he collapsed, dropped his weapon, and began to flee. Everyone who rushed forward during this period was shot dead on the spot. God! Who said that handguns only had 7 bullets, or even less than 7 bullets? This fucking magazine is almost as good as a rifle. After the gunfire stopped, 15 residents were killed on the spot, and the remaining 7 residents, including Ding Qingqing, luckily escaped. Su Ling, however, stood rooted to the spot, not moving. Luo Tian didn't bother to shoot the remaining residents who had fled. He had plenty of time to play with them later, anyway. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Luo Tian blew the white smoke from the muzzle of his gun. Looking at Su Ling, who was still standing rooted to the spot, he asked with a smile. Heh, lick your stinky jiao? Are you kidding? Even Bai Ye and Yan Shu's little fragrant jiao, I haven't tasted it yet. Only other people's mouths are mine. There's no way I'm biting someone else's. You, how could you fire so many shots? Isn't there only 7 or 8 bullets in a pistol? Su Ling's body kept shaking. At this moment, the residents had all run away, and the only thing left in the hallway was a pile of dead bodies. This was completely different from what she had expected. Ugh! Seeing so many living people being killed in front of her even made Su Ling unable to suppress the gagging in her throat, and she began to bend over and vomit sour water. At the same time, her heart was also filled with disbelief. Luo Tian was completely different from a month ago. What was the reason for such a big change in the other person's personality? From an ordinary person, he had directly transformed into a cold-blooded executioner. He has suffered from a lack of education. Luo Tian couldn't help but shake his head and say, a bunch of uneducated, no, military idiots. There's not just one type of handgun. Some pistols with multiple magazines can even hold more than 20 rounds. Okay, enough chit-chat. Luo Tian said lightly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Ling and said, for the sake of our old acquaintance, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to die? Chapter 133, Debt Collectors Intervene. At this moment, the residents on the upper floors of the surrounding apartment buildings, who were standing behind the windows watching the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in a group chat in shock. Holy shit, I heard that the guy down there is Luo Tian, who lives in Building 9, and he's really something. It turns out that Luo Tian really does have a gun in his hand. I always thought that those rumors were just made up by the owners in private. What? Someone fired a gun, I thought it was firecrackers going off outside. The residents of both Building 10 and Building 11 were shocked by the domineering scene of Luo Tian firing his gun. And it wasn't just them. The male residents of Building 9 who hadn't followed Su Ling's lead also turned pale, gasping for breath and beaming with relief. It was as if they had just narrowly escaped death. Luckily they had been cautious. Otherwise, they would have become the same as those people below, dead souls who had died at the muzzle of a gun. The crisp sound of the gunshot resounded above the residential area, and the cold air made everyone involuntarily shiver. Although there was a line of sight problem, the owners were unable to see what was happening in the corridor. But according to the explanation of the residents living on the lower floors, they suddenly understood that someone had ambushed Luo Tian in the corridor. And then he was killed by the other person with a gun. Luo Tian, why are you doing this to me? Su Ling asked with gritted teeth. Looking at him, she felt as if she was looking at a heartless man who had abandoned her. After all, last time, Su Ling lowered her head and lowered her attitude to go find Luo Tian, but the other party didn't care at all and ruthlessly humiliated her. Why? Luo Tian couldn't help but snort, too lazy to say more to the other party. He would not tell Su Ling what had happened in his previous life, and how he had been killed by the other party after being tricked into opening the door. However, before dying in his previous life, the hatred that had been deeply rooted in his heart was something that Luo Tian would never forget. Now that he had let Su Ling struggle in the end times for so long, it was also time to send the other party to hell. Brother Luo Tian, do you really not have any feelings for me anymore? Su Ling bit her lip and said pitifully. I don't know what you're thinking. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but look at Su Ling strangely. I don't know how long it's been since she last took a bath, but Su Ling looked a bit shabby. Without the makeup, her appearance didn't even reach 60 points, and her face was even pitted with acne marks from using poor quality cosmetics. Compared to the cold and beautiful long-legged policewoman standing next to him, Yan Shu, there was a chasm-like difference. There was no room for comparison at all. Don't say that, I'm disgusted. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said. His tone was full of disdain. I don't know if I got water in my head in my past life, but I would actually die at the hands of someone like Su Ling, who everyone can get on the bus with. Now think about it. Luo Tian even wants to slap himself twice. It's so embarrassing. Luo Tian, do you think you've won? Su Ling suddenly said coldly. In response, Luo Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, What, could you still use your mouth to persuade me off? In fact, I never placed any hope in those residents from the start. They are just cannon fodder. Su Ling said coldly. Her gaze looked behind Luo Tian, not far from the location of the underground parking lot. She saw a steady stream of men with sneering faces and machetes coming from inside. A mighty force of 70 or 80 people directly surrounded Luo Tian and Yan Shu from a distance of 10 meters. They looked at the two of them with a predatory gaze, teasingly weighing up the machetes in their hands. Even one of the younger men, carried away by his arrogance, forgot that the temperature was currently 60 degrees Celsius in the extreme cold, and died tragically by licking the blade with his tongue. As a result, he was tragically carried away. At that moment, a man with a scar at the corner of his eye stood at the front of the crowd, looking at him with a cold and stern expression. Are these the debt collectors from last time? Luo Tian frowned. He noticed that the little guy who kept nodding and bowing next to the leader of these people looked familiar. It was the same person as Shinkai's group from last time. Strange. How did Su Ling hook up with these people? Hey, look! A lot of people have suddenly appeared below and surrounded Luo Tian. Shit, Luo Tian has pissed off Boss Ming of Building 13. He's almost one of the most powerful people in our community. Luo Tian is dead for sure, and I don't think we'll even be able to find a complete corpse later. The residents of the surrounding high-rises said in horror. While they were sending messages in the group chat, they couldn't help but lower their bodies, for fear that the huge crowd below would discover that they were peeping. Despite Luo Tian's thoughts racing through his mind. But there was not the slightest change in his expression, as if he didn't care about these people at all. Luo Tian admitted. If this had happened before, with Yan Shu and him surrounded by so many people, it would indeed have been a tricky and headache-inducing situation. But now, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. I've just emptied the entire police station's armory, and these guys just showed up. It's really as if you don't know the way to heaven, but you do know the way to hell, because you're barging in. Just the amount of ammunition in the room is probably enough to shoot these guys back and forth 10,000 times. At this moment, Luo Tian's pensive expression looked to Su Ling like he was scared silly. Ha ha ha. Su Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing, giggling and saying to him, Brother Luo Tian, the bullets are all gone, so what are you going to do now? She said. She couldn't help but lick her lips and said, What I said before still counts. As long as you are willing to be my pet, I can beg Boss Ming to let you off the hook. Su Ling had made up her mind. As long as Luo Tian gave in, she would definitely torture the other person well, so that Luo Tian could also feel the pain and suffering she had endured these days. And then she would happily kill the other person. In fact, Su Ling had long ago become the eyes and ears of Building 13 planted in Building 9. Even before Zhuo Wentao and his group from Building 10 asked for news of Luo Tian, Su Ling had already diligently revealed all the information to them. Master, do you want? Yan Shu leaned over warily and said with a faint fragrance of orchid. She had unloaded her backpack and held it against her chest. Luo Tian's bag was full of frozen vegetables and leaves, as well as frozen foods such as zombie meat, in order to cover up his spatial ability. But her backpack was different. Don't worry, Luo Tian said indifferently. His gaze fell on the group of people led by Boss Ming, who was sitting comfortably, and then he looked at Su Ling, who was smugly standing in the hallway. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Great show. It's about to start. Chapter 134, I Wanna Hit 100. Luo Tian, right? This is the first time we've met. Boss Ming spoke slowly, surrounded by a crowd of people. Compared to most of his subordinates, who hadn't bathed for days and were dressed in shabby clothes, Boss Ming was quite well groomed. Not only was he wearing a thick, warm military overcoat, but his beard and hair were cleanly groomed, and he even had a pompadour. All that could be said was, no wonder he is the boss, his quality of life is high. I am. Boss Ming, the arrogant man continued. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luo Tian. Stop, I'm not interested in your self-introduction. In front of 100 or so subordinates, Boss Ming's face could not help but darken as his words were interrupted. Luo Tian said indifferently, you collect debts, right? Please, you can ask the King of Hell for the debt later. I have sent quite a few customers to him recently, so I am sure he will give me some face. Upon hearing this, Boss Ming's face turned even more terrifyingly black. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Even the group of small fries behind him could no longer hold back, and they cursed loudly, Lu Tian, are you fucking looking for death? You're still so arrogant even after running out of bullets. I think this little brat must really be tired of living. Damn it, brothers, let's each give him a stab later, and chop him up into mincemeat so we can eat dumplings tonight. Boss Ming waved his hand impatiently. The little brothers, who had been shouting and swearing, could not help but instantly fall silent. Boss Ming's deep-rooted ruling power did not rely on his personal strength, but on the more than 30 debt collectors who had been by his side for many years and were agile and strong. Together with the 60 or 70 new male owners, his strength now ranked among the top 3 in the community. Therefore, despite Luo Tian's cold and arrogant attitude, Boss Ming still didn't take him seriously. After all, in everyone's opinion, Luo Tian, who had emptied his magazine, was now unarmed, and a few random people could kill him with a knife. With a mind like a cat playing with a mouse. Boss Ming sneered, and wanted to say something to calm the situation, but then he noticed that Luo Tian had pulled out another magazine from nowhere. With a click, he replaced it with the pistol. Shit, how does Luo Tian have another magazine? Where did he get it? The younger brother who just cursed the most was scared by Luo Tian's glance and sat down directly on the ground. Not only him. Even the younger brothers around him took a few steps back in fear. With the cannon fodder from Building 9 as an example, they were afraid to act rashly and rush up to give their heads. Su Ling was even more scared and crouched with her head in her hands under the corridor window. Shit, this is going to be tough. Boss Ming hid behind his subordinates and said with a difficult expression on his face. He never expected that Luo Tian would have a spare magazine. Now it was impossible to kill the other party without casualties. At this moment, Luo Tian, who scared away many subordinates, did something that made everyone's jaw drop. Pop. He threw his hand, and the pistol was directly thrown behind him, 5 or 6 meters into the snow. Everyone was shocked. While thinking about whether Luo Tian had gone crazy, Luo Tian walked a few steps forward and said indifferently, you all want to kill me, don't say you haven't been given a chance. Come on, I don't need a pistol. He charged at the group of people in front of him, Boss Ming and the others, and provocatively hooked his fingers, saying, and I'm going to beat you all 100 times. The clear, cold voice lingered in the air above the community. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but shiver violently. Are you crazy? Not only did Su Ling, who had just stood up from the window, think this, but so did the group of thugs behind Boss Ming, who was holding a machete. Throw away the pistol. Fight us with your bare hands? Even Master Yi would be ashamed to fight us if he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Su Ling stood up and couldn't help but sneer, Luo Tian, you really want to die. At this moment, Boss Ming also came back to his senses and sneered, it turns out that he is a lunatic. Never mind, you go and get him for me, he said, waving his hand, ordering the younger brothers present. No one knew. Boss Ming's hand, which was tucked under his thick overcoat, was actually shaking slightly. Go on, brothers, kill him together. Luo Tian, since you are actively seeking death, then don't blame us. Damn you, I want to see how you can beat us all. The younger brothers sneered and said. Nearly 100 people, holding machetes and baseball bats in their hands, rushed towards Luo Tian, who was standing in front of the crowd. For a moment, the roar of the eruption shocked the entire community, and it scared the hell out of countless residents who were peeking behind the windows. It's over. Luo Tian won't even be able to find a complete corpse, and it's estimated that he will be turned into mincemeat. I thought Luo Tian was awesome, but now it seems like he's just a crazy person. Fighting 100 people by himself, does he think he's the reincarnation of the god of war? I don't even want to watch, I'm afraid the scene is going to be very bloody. Wait. What did I just see? How is this possible? The residents living on the upper floors sighed in the group chat. Many owners who couldn't bear to continue watching were suddenly attracted by the last message, and they were curious to ask what the other person had seen. There was a continuous gunfire outside. Oh my god. How did he do that? Is he a magician? No. It must be that insidious Luo Tian, who hid the guns on his back in advance and covered them with his clothes. Die. Although the voice was very quiet, Luo Tian's mouth shape was clearly seen by the brothers. Along with the sound of intense firing, 2 fire snakes emerged from the muzzles of the guns, like the sides of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the charging brothers. The people in front of them fell in droves. Shit, run! Help! The brothers in the back who noticed something wrong could not help but drop their weapons in horror and try to escape into the underground parking lot. But how can human legs be faster than bullets? Bang! A brother was shot in the head. The other brother next to him, just as the thought of being grateful came to his mind, his whole body went dark and he fell to the ground. Facts have proven that carbon-based organisms are as fragile as paper in the face of heat weapons. How can flesh and blood possibly withstand a bullet? This is impossible, right? Boss Ming stood there with a blank expression. He watched helplessly as his trusted subordinates were easily killed by the submachine gun in a panic. There were 100 of them. The entire combat strength of an entire building. But at this moment, in front of Luo Tian, it was almost like hitting a rock with an egg, collapsing at the first touch, and there was no resistance at all. The muzzle of the roaring gun. It seemed that the bullets were endless. Under the hiss of those 2 fire snakes, no one on the scene could survive. Nearly 100 bodies were strewn all over the ground. The bright red blood stained the entire snow-covered ground. Then it was frozen into ice crystals. Chapter 135, Leave when the matter is over. At such a close distance. After enduring a terrifying metal storm. At this time, the pile of corpses on the ground also had hideous faces, and the deaths were extremely miserable and terrifying. Almost every corpse had multiple deep blood holes. Especially the person at the front, who was shot to pieces. Were the first to be shot, and the hot blood inside them splattered several meters high, before being frozen into bright red ice cones by the sub-zero temperatures of more than 60 degrees below zero. The arrogant Boss Ming and his gang of minions were all silenced, all dead under the hail of bullets. A distance of more than 10 meters. No one could escape unharmed. Oh, my god. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The devil. He is the devil. Seeing the power of modern thermal weapons. Those residents who peeked from the upper floors suddenly screamed in horror. At this moment, from a bird's eye view, the blood painted the snow into a picture of death. It seemed like a purgatory. Su Ling was so scared that she couldn't even speak properly. Even her legs suddenly became wet. She had been the closest, and the other residents hadn't noticed anything wrong, but she had seen it clearly. Luo Tian's submachine gun was literally plucked from the air. This is highly unscientific. It's practically a superpower. See? Luo Tian's mouth curled up in a smile. But it's okay, she won't have the chance to reveal this secret. No, don't. Please don't kill me. I won't say anything. Master, Ling Ling knows she's wrong, let Ling Ling be your star fury. Su Ling felt the pressure of death and fell to her knees with a thud. She kept on kowtowing and begging for mercy. Hey, don't kill you? Luo Tian surveyed her in a miserable state and could not help but sneer. In the previous life, it was this green tea that tricked him into opening the door, and then united with the neighbors to kill him. Now, Su Ling was kneeling on the ground in terror, begging for mercy, and almost all of the neighbors in Building 9 had also been killed. It can be said that the great revenge can be said to be about to be avenged. Crack! Luo Tian took the pistol that Yan Shu had picked up from the snow and dropped. He disarmed it. Hearing the sound of the pistol being loaded, Su Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled even more violently and her face turned pale. Luo Ge, we know we were wrong, please let us go. We will never dare to do it again. Spare our lives, Luo Ge. Just as Luo Tian was about to execute the other party, the residents who had just fled returned. They knelt in a line, terrified, begging for mercy. There was no choice. The moment they saw Luo Tian with his submachine gun, and the power he had to massacre the entire building single-handedly, the fleeing residents' faces turned ashen. Even if they hid in their homes, they would eventually die. Seeing this, Luo Tian looked at them, then at Su Ling kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but smile. You, go and take turns with the two of them. Luo Tian pointed with his pistol. The 6 male tenants kneeling on the ground looked up at Luo Tian in horror, and after looking around at Ding Qingqing and Su Ling kneeling nearby, they were dumbfounded. This? How dare they? What, do you want to eat bullets? Luo Tian saw that no one moved, and his tone turned cold. No, we don't want to. Don't kill us, we'll do it right now. The tenants were almost scared to pee when they were pointed at with a gun, for fear that Luo Tian would shoot them if he didn't like what he heard. The 6 people quickly got up from the ground and pounced on Su Ling and Ding Qingqing with hideous faces, constantly tearing at their clothes. Seeing this, Yan Shu on the side also shrugged her head and stopped looking. Ah! Help! What are you doing? Get out of here! Get out of here, all of you! Su Ling and Ding Qingqing struggled in terror. Unfortunately, their resistance was useless. They were beaten up by the 6 angry men, and their clothes were finally torn to shreds. It was minus 60 degrees Celsius. So, no matter how hard they tried, the 6 men failed. Sigh, giving you a chance is useless. Luo Tian sighed in disappointment. Then he raised his pistol and decisively sent the 6 people to hell. It's so cold, so cold. I'm going to die of cold. Su Ling and Ding Qingqing said with pale faces. The 2 people, who had lost their clothes, leaned against each other and kept shivering, even their lips had turned purple from the low temperature. They even kept tugging at the torn clothes, in the vain hope of getting a little more warmth. But when a person's body temperature is out of balance to a certain extent, they will no longer feel cold. They will also feel very hot. As a result, Su Ling and Ding Qingqing soon became separated, shouting that they were hot while stripping off the only remaining damaged clothing they had. Finally, Su Ling and Ding Qingqing, in the midst of the extreme euphoric hallucinations produced by their brains, smiled and died. 2 more bodies were found in the corridor at minus 60 degrees Celsius. Looking at the enemy who had killed him in a previous life, dying in front of him, Luo Tian's heart was surprisingly not stirred. His heart was calm as water. He got what he deserved. Luo Tian said indifferently, averting his gaze. At that moment, he swept a cold gaze around the upper floors. Behind the windows on every floor, there was not a single figure to be seen. The residents were all hiding under the windows in fear. They did not have the courage to look him in the eye. Let's go home. Luo Tian said indifferently. He climbed through the window into the corridor, picked up his backpack on the ground and patted it, then walked towards the stairs. Yan Shu obediently followed behind him. After a while, some residents climbed up shakily and looked carefully downwards. They saw, on the snow below, apart from the corpses and the blood-stained snow, in the safe house, the host, I was so worried about you just now. As Luo Tian just closed the safe door, Baya flung her golden ponytail and threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft body in his arms and the slight sobbing sound of her continuous shaking, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh and embrace her, saying, It's okay, it's already over. Behind him, and Yu Yan and Li Ro were also biting their rosy lips, with expressions of joy on their faces. Officer Yen, our host. Welcome back. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The gunshots downstairs in the apartment building had, of course, attracted the attention of the women. When they saw Luo Tian and Yan Shu surrounded by more than 100 people, they couldn't help but be scared. Fortunately, Luo Tian had solved everything. Chapter 136, Do you know you were wrong? In the living room. The fireplace was burning wood, making a crackling sound. It's still warm at home, Luo Tian said with emotion as he sat on the sofa. Although when moving around with Yan Shu, the two of them were wearing high-tech polar anti-cold clothing, their bodies could barely feel the cold. But it was still not as comfortable as being inside a warm room. Not only was it comfortable, there was also a group of beautiful women dressed in light clothing to keep you company, and it was a day that no immortal could exchange for. Luo Tian glanced over to the side. And Yu Yan was wearing only a loose-fitting shirt, curled up on the sofa hugging an English book and reading. Because she was wearing shorts, her pair of fair, beautiful legs were also very eye-catching. Her bean-like toes were also cute and buttoned together. She quietly flipped through the book. From time to time, she used her slender fingers to push the frame back up onto her nose. She looked very intellectual and elegant, and it was clear that she was a medical doctor who had read many books. Even in the end times, she would not let go of the opportunity to learn and improve herself. Baya and Yan Shu were on the table and chairs in the living room, lying together and whispering something. I don't know what they were talking about, but Yan Shu was so embarrassed that she gritted her teeth. She angrily pinched the soft flesh on Baya's body. The energetic Baya, with her beautiful eyes full of a smile, dodged the attack, and her golden ponytail, tied up high, swung happily in the air. Li Ro, on the other hand, was probably at the gym again, and her figure was not visible from the living room. He shook his head. Luo Tian withdrew his gaze and immersed himself in the space. This time, the harvest was not bad. In the infinite space, he looked at the dozens of different types of submachine guns and rifles and said with satisfaction. Next to the guns, there was a small mountain of ammunition boxes. They contained bullets for pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, and even sniper rifles. There were simply too many to count. Such a large stockpile. Even if you wanted to fight a war against the entire community, there would be more than enough. In a nearby area were all the supplies he had scavenged from the basement of the shopping mall during his trip. They were all separated into different categories: frozen foods, snacks and drinks, fruits and vegetables, and daily necessities. Because these supplies were in an environment of minus dozens of degrees, they were frozen for up to a month, so both the appearance and quality are much worse. Therefore, Luo Tian is not going to eat them himself. If there is a chance, trade these supplies with other people or offer a reward. He couldn't help but think to himself. This also saves wasting the perfectly good quality supplies that he had hoarded before the end of the world. The best things must of course be reserved for his own people. Crack! Luo Tian took out a submachine gun with an empty magazine and took out another magazine from space and replaced it. When he was shooting down Boss Ming and his subordinates below, Luo Tian actually replaced many submachine guns and almost used all the dozens of guns in space. After all, submachine guns are firearms with extremely fast firing rates. You can empty a magazine in a second. Of course, you have to reload it. Anyway, I'm afraid there aren't many survivors left in the building, Luo Tian thought to himself as he replaced the magazines in the submachine gun. Last time, when the reward was announced for Building 10, there were quite a few casualties among the residents, and only about 40 people were left. This time, while he was out, Su Ling recruited another 20 people, and they all died at the hands of his gun. So, there are probably only a dozen male residents left in the apartment building. The rest are all women. Gee, the yin is flourishing and the yang is declining, Luo Tian couldn't help but say with a smile. However, since those troublemakers and dishonest guys have all been dealt with, the apartment building is now relatively safe. They can hardly pose any threat to themselves anymore. Wow! Master, can I try it too? And Yu Yan had lost her books at some point and climbed over from the other end of the sofa, her eyes shining as she said. The dark, murderous submachine guns. It instantly captured her attention. As a primary physician who often deals with patients in peacetime, of course there is no opportunity to come into contact with these hot weapons. At this time, when she saw these firearms off screen, and Yu Yan's heart couldn't help but be impatient. I really want to feel it. What's so special about guns? You've touched them before. Luo Tian glanced at her and said indifferently. This time, instantly made the other person blush. That doesn't count. And Yu Yan's intellectual and elegant face was full of shame. Of course, she also understood Luo Tian's meaning in seconds. Master, she said, biting her cherry lips and pouting. The experience on Christmas night was really embarrassing. What Christmas short skirts and Christmas hats, she was showing them to someone for the first time. Here, this one is unloaded. Luo Tian said indifferently, and took out another submachine gun from the space and threw it over. Of course, he could still satisfy the small request of an Yu Yan's. However, of course, he couldn't give her one with a magazine. Wow, this is a gun! And Yu Yan exclaimed excitedly, hugging the cold firearm in her arms. She curiously observed the structure of the firearm as a whole, feeling its weight. Unexpectedly, she actually had the opportunity to touch a gun. However, soon Luo Tian's face turned dark. Because Yu Yan was so busy playing with the gun that her fingers were on the trigger, which was fine, but the key was that the muzzle of the submachine gun was accidentally pointing at him. Yeah. And Yu Yan felt her whole body lighten, and she fell face first onto the sofa. What's wrong, master? She said in alarm. I don't understand what happened. Don't you know that the muzzle of a gun can't be pointed at people? Luo Tian said with a dark line on his face. He couldn't help but raise his hand and tap the other person's smooth forehead twice. Bad habit. Must be corrected in time. Yes, I'm sorry, master. I didn't know. She said with tears in her eyes as she covered her forehead. Let me off. Let you off? That's not possible. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. As for how you're punished, of course there are many ways. Wah. And Yu Yan also had a look of grievance on her face. How was she supposed to know this rule? She thought that if the gun wasn't loaded, nothing would happen. Do you know what you've done wrong? Luo Tian's mouth curled up. I know, Yu Yan knows what she's done wrong. Under the frame of her glasses, and Yu Yan's eyes misted up. Her slender waist was supported by two long, white, slender legs, which were curled up together involuntarily. And Yu Yan decided that from now on, she would never touch a gun again. Air. Of course, I'm referring to the guns on the coffee table. Chapter 137, Can't Concentrate on Cooking Anymore. Yan Shu, be honest. Bai Yajiao smiled, sniffing Yan Shu lightly. You have the scent of your master on you. Did you guys have sex outside? Hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but get angry. Bai Yajiao, are you a dog, with such a sensitive nose? We've been running around in the snow all afternoon. Logically, the scent should have disappeared a long time ago. Well, that's great. Baya looked envious, and then said with some surprise, Sister Yan, I can't believe you're so bold. Is it some kind of uniform play? Or is there a deer in the wild? Baya, shut up. Yan Shu covered her mouth with one hand, blushing prettily as she said. Is this something you can talk about? Don't let Li Ro or Yu Yan hear it. It's so embarrassing. Sister Yan, how is the view outside? Isn't it beautiful? Baya asked hopefully. Seeing that the other person had stopped talking about that, Yan Shu also let out a sigh of relief and said, It's quite beautiful. You can't see the end of it. The buildings are all covered in snow. Hearing this, Baya also said with longing, That's great. I'd also like to go out with my master. Well, you didn't encounter any danger, did you? Yan Shu shook her head with a smile and said, There were some troublemakers, but they were dealt with by the owner. That's fine, I was going to ask the owner to take me out for a trip. If there's danger, forget it, I don't want to be a burden. Baya quickly patted her plump chest. She said with some regret. Building 11. A resplendent room. Zhou Jin spat out his saliva and cursed with his gold teeth showing, Damn it, have you guys investigated what's going on clearly? Just half an hour ago. He was in bed, hugging someone else's beautiful young wife, doing something unspeakable together. But suddenly, he was almost scared to death by a burst of intense gunfire outside. Investigated clearly, brother Zhou. A young subordinate panted. Under his explanation, Zhou Jin also understood that the group of people in Building 13, who had always been his sworn enemies, had been completely annihilated by a guy named Luo Tian. And in the other person's hands was actually armed with a submachine gun, a lethal weapon. Zhou Jin was shocked and asked, Damn, where did this awesome guy come from? Could it be that the other party is a killer, or is he the king of urban soldiers? With just one person, he uprooted the entire influence of Building 13. Doesn't this mean that although you are the boss of Building 11 and appear to be extremely powerful, if you mess with that terrifying guy, you will end up dead? Hearing this, the younger brother could not help but blush with shame, thinking that Brother Zoe really loves reading novels. What kind of killer is this? The urban soldier king has come out. He hurriedly explained, Brother Zoe, that person's name is Luo Tian, a resident of Building 9. It seems that the other party took advantage of the fact that the snowstorm had stopped and immediately went out to loot supplies. He got a submachine gun from somewhere, and then Boss Ming and his gang just happened to run into them. And heard the news. Zhou Jin couldn't help but wonder, get a gun? Where could he get a gun? No, the police station. As he said this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't help but gasp in awe, good boy, what a talent. As soon as the snowstorm stopped, he went straight to the police station. Damn it. How could you idiots not think of this? Now. With the extreme cold and snow blanketing the sky, and the temperature at -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, the police station is absolutely deserted. I can't help but look aggrieved and say, Brother Zoe, it's not that we don't want to, but the snow has flooded the lower 4 floors, and it's impossible to walk outside at all. Luo Tian was able to run out and loot supplies because he has a superb snowmobile. It can walk on the snow as if it were on flat ground. He said, unable to help but correct himself. Is there such a good thing? Zhou Jin felt his pot belly and a greedy look came into his eyes. If he had one, wouldn't he be able to send people to loot supplies at will? At this moment, the younger brother looked at the expression on his boss's face and couldn't help but ask cautiously, Brother Zoe, why don't we go to Luo Tian? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Jin's face changed, and he slapped him and said, I'll be damned, if you want me to die, just say so. The other party has a submachine gun in his hands, so you remember this well, and tell the others not to mess with Luo Tian. Do you hear me? And took a slap. The younger brother also nodded repeatedly, aggrieved, and said, I heard you, brother. I heard you. Provoke Luo Tian? How is that possible? Who would dare? What he actually wanted to say was, go get supplies and borrow a car from the other person. At this time, not only in Building 11, but also in other apartment buildings, the messages in the group chat were flashing like crazy. It was shocking, just so shocking. Luo Tian really did the people a favor. I was worried every day that I would be robbed by Boss Ming's gang, but they all died off, haha. Alas, where did you say Luo Tian pulled out the submachine gun from? It was too far away to see clearly. I know, he pulled it out of thin air by plucking a hair. You're joking upstairs, why don't you say that Luo Tian just snapped his fingers and wiped out Boss Ming's gang? Silly, didn't you see Luo Tian pull a gun out of his back at the time? Of course he hid the gun under his clothes on his back. +1. That's what I was thinking. +2. Plus 10,086. Master, what shall we eat for dinner? Li Ro said gently, putting an apron around her slender waist. Under her wrapped skirt, a pair of round and slender black silk legs stood elegantly. It was already dark outside. It was time to prepare dinner. Just make it a little fancy, not too much. Luo Tian unscrewed a bottle of SAE mineral water and took a couple of sips. He had scavenged it from the supermarket shelves. It was called the purest mineral water in the world and sold for more than 600 renminbi. But it just tasted so-so. Then I'll use the ingredients in the fridge to prepare dinner. Li Ro said softly. Speaking of which, she went over to the fridge, reached in and started selecting ingredients. When Luo Tian and Yan Shu left, they left quite a bit of food in the fridge for the girls in advance to avoid any accidents and delays on the way back. After selecting the ingredients, she also prepared them and started pouring oil into the pan to start cooking. Cough, let me help too. Luo Tian suddenly became interested. However, although the kitchen was quite spacious, it still felt a little cramped if it was to accommodate 2 people. The hostess. Li Ro suddenly blushed as she pouted. In this state, she was completely unable to concentrate on preparing dinner. Chapter 138 in Yu Yan's Little Request. After a period of busyness, dinner was finally served on the table in plates, exuding a tempting aroma. Hey, Roa Jia, why are you so red? Yan Shu asked curiously as she sat down at the table. She saw Li Ro with a flushed face, a slightly messy short skirt, and an extra touch of charm under the soft lighting in the living room. Hearing this, Bai Ye and In Yuyan both also looked at the somewhat flustered Li Ro with a puzzled look, which immediately made the other person even more nervous. Ah, is that so? Li Ro's beautiful eyes were panicked, and she fanned the air unnaturally with her hand. It's probably because it's so hot in the kitchen, she said. She also shyly glanced at someone who was responsible for this. Cough, eat your food. Luo Tian knocked on the table to stop the conversation. Seeing this, the women obediently shut up and quietly enjoyed their dinner. Since the end of the meal, Luo Tian noticed that In Yuyan had been a little distracted, and every now and then she would sneak a glance at him with a guilty expression. I know I'm very handsome, but you don't need to keep peeking at me like that. He couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, In Yuyan, who had been discovered, couldn't help but blush, and then said with a slight hint of embarrassment, Master. Actually, there are still some documents and personal items in my previous room that I haven't brought here. She bit her cherry lips and said a little embarrassed. If there is a chance, can you help me carry them for a while? As a hospital attending physician, In Yuyan of course also has a whole bookshelf of books and documents, in addition to many personal items and the like. Because she was saved by a drone last time she jumped off a building, the English books she usually read a lot of were also left in her room. Among them are some of the latest research breakthroughs published by some foreign medical experts, which are new arguments about human body research. Well, Luo Tian couldn't help but stroke his chin. Given the other person's identity as a doctor, the literature in their home was also considered somewhat valuable. After all, although there was a huge amount of supplies in his own space, and an unknown number of tons of books, the information that the other person needed might not be complete. In the future, In Yuyan's identity as a doctor would still play a significant role. Please, Master. In Yuyan came over and cuddled up to one of his arms, cooing. This is also today. Luo Tian relied on his own strength to destroy all the forces in Building 13, and also went out with Yan Shu for the first time, which is why she hesitated to make a request. Otherwise, In Yuyan definitely would not have said anything. Feeling the warmth from his arm, Luo Tian looked at the other person's delicate and pretty face and said, I can agree to this request. But he gave a small smile and pinched the white, beautiful leg. Come to my room tonight, my shoulders are a little sore, give me a good massage. I've been out. I've traveled a lot, and when I got back, I had a duel with Boss Ming and his group. Don't say it, I am really a little tired. Hearing this, In Yuyan's pretty face also turned red, and she nodded and said, Yes, my master, I know. As an attending physician, of course she also knows some unique massage techniques. Let's go then. Luo Tian stood up from the sofa and said. He took out a polar anti-cold suit from the space and threw it to In Yuyan. It was already dark. As usual, Luo Tian would definitely not choose to go out. However, after the space had sufficient firepower, he was also much more confident. As for the other residents, after seeing the unilateral massacre in the afternoon, they definitely didn't have the guts to come forward and look for death. After all, Building 10 was right next to it. Now that he was going out for a while, he would be back in the evening, just in time for the two of them to bond in their room together. Oh, my, the owner is so biased. Bai Ye held her chin in dissatisfaction. Her two slender and delicate legs were also mischievously slapping the sofa. She didn't expect it. In addition to Yan Shu, In Yuyan was actually the second person that Luo Tian took out with him. She thought it was herself. Seeing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but exchange glances with Li Ro, her eyes full of laughter. A big star before the end of the world. She really looks like a jealous little girl at this moment. It was already dark. The soft snow made walking difficult. And Yuyan also held Luo Tian's hand tightly, and even leaned half of her body on him. Because of his spatial awareness, Luo Tian walked at a leisurely pace without any worries. At this moment, as long as he thought about it slightly, the area within 11 meters around him was clearly presented in his mind like a three-dimensional 3D map. Crunch crunch. In the silent community, the only sound was that of the snow being trodden. Looking at the dark surrounding apartment buildings, and Yuyan's mood was also somewhat complicated. Compared to before the end of the world, the community is really lifeless now. Because the official power supply is only half an hour in the morning and evening every day. So as soon as it gets dark, everyone stays at home, either shivering while looking at the dark ceiling, or just choosing to go to bed early. All entertainment activities are gone. Entering Building 10. The two of them also didn't stop, and walked all the way to the 11th floor. Who? Unexpectedly, as Yu Yan set foot on the 10th floor, a figure came towards her. The other party asked warily. Auntie Lin? And Yu Yan was taken aback and recognized the other party. She saw that Auntie Lin was carrying a plastic bucket in her hand, and it looked as if she wanted to go down and dig out the snow in advance for the official power supply tomorrow morning. After all, power supply is at its peak, and there are many people digging out snow. And, Dr. An? You're not dead already? The corridor was pitch dark. After just seeing Yu Yan's face, Lin Dama couldn't help but change color in fear. What did she see? Someone who had been dead for many days had suddenly appeared alive in front of her. How was this possible? After all, last time, Yu Yan jumped off their balcony. How could she be alive after such a fall? Could it be the 7th day after her death? Has Dr. An come back to take their lives? Ghost! Auntie Lin was so scared that she let out a loud scream, quickly dropped the plastic bucket in her hands, and turned to run towards the 11th floor. She was afraid that if she ran slowly, she would be caught by the fierce ghost in front of her. Ghost? Where is the ghost? And Yu Yan was also startled by the other person's sudden yell. She was about to explain. Because the corridor was dim and Lin couldn't see the way, she tripped over the step and slipped, falling backwards. There was a muffled sound. Lin rolled from the step. Possibly due to the impact on the back of her head, the other person also did not move, and fainted directly next to the two of them. Lin? Luo Tian's eyebrows rose. This unconscious guy was one of the masterminds behind the persecution of Yu Yan last time? It's good he's dead. He couldn't help but think to himself. Just as he was about to continue going upstairs, he suddenly noticed in the corner of his eye that Yu Yan was crouching next to Auntie Lin, as if she was checking her injuries. You're not thinking of saving her, are you? Luo Tian couldn't help but say in a speechless voice when he saw this. Could it be that the other person's professional syndrome had returned, and they subconsciously wanted to save someone they saw injured? Chapter 139, Turning Over the Sign. Master, I just want to make sure. Is she dead? And Yu Yan smiled sweetly. For this enemy who tricked her into her home and then teamed up with the bearded man and a few others, anticipating her evil intentions. How could Yu Yan be overflowing with compassion? After all, the despair in her heart at the time can be clearly recalled. Even during the time just after they entered the safe house, Yu Yan, who was sleeping, would sometimes wake up from nightmares, with cold sweat, hugging the quilt and staring blankly. But then Luo Tian healed her. I see, so she's dead. Luo Tian's brows relaxed and he asked softly. As long as she doesn't die, that's fine. Otherwise, he might have to spend a little effort to properly discipline her. After the last incident, I believe that at this time, Yu Yan will no longer be indiscriminately sympathetic. No, my lord. Yu Yan shook her head and said, but what Auntie Lin hit was the most vulnerable part of the back of the head, so I estimate that it is at least a moderate concussion. In the corridor at dozens of degrees below zero, in a little while she will die from severe hypothermia. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded and said, it seems that she won't wake up for a while, so let her stay here and slowly die. I guess it will be early tomorrow morning. Auntie Lin's stiff body will be discovered by the other residents. Very soon. The two arrived at the door of Yu Yan's room. Master, the room may be a bit messy, please don't mind. Yu Yan opened the door a little shyly. To be honest, this is the first time she has let the opposite sex into her home. Oh no. Her home is now in Building 9, this is already in the past. I won't mind. Luo Tian shook his head. Since the room was dark and there was no electricity, the main source of light had to be a powerful flashlight. Under the glare of the powerful flashlight, half the room was brightly illuminated. Yu Yan entered the bedroom and looked at the familiar yet strange room. A feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. This might be the last time I come back, she thought to herself. Then, Yu Yan began to pack the things she needed to take with her from the room, probably some books and documents, and some personal items. There were relatively few books in the bedroom. Most of the reference documents were in the study in the other room. At this time, Luo Tian was looking at the furnishings in the room. It's quite simple. He looked around and thought to himself. And Yuyan's decoration is minimalist, not like some little girls who decorate their rooms in a red and pink color scheme. On the big bed, there were also a few cute animal dolls. Sniffing slightly with her nose, she could even smell the faint, sweet fragrance in the room that belonged to the other person. Master, I've finished tidying up the bedroom. Now what? And Yuyan turned back and found Luo Tian looking at her graduation certificate in the display case. Next to it was a photo of her graduation from PhD. Master, are you interested in my past life? She said with a little smile. No. I just. Luo Tian replied lightly, then added, now I want to check your education background. Hearing this, and Yuyan was puzzled. Education background? What's there to check about her education background? Isn't it all written on her diploma? However, when she thought about these words again and repeated them to herself a few times, her pretty face flushed. So that's what the master meant. And Yuyan blushed shyly. But this was a novel experience in her room. It could also bring a different feeling. Yes, master, she said coyly. More than an hour later, Luo Tiankai and Yuyan returned to the safe house. They closed the heavy security door. The two took off their polar cold-resistant suits and hung them on the nearby hangers. Master, you went with Sister Ren for a long time. Baya, dressed in a black and white maid's uniform, with a high, golden ponytail and her arms folded, said curiously. I was just getting something. Did it take that long? Besides, Sister Ren looked really strange. Not only was her face flushed, but her legs seemed to be weak when she walked. Well, the road was bad at night, so it was delayed. Luo Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the position of the French windows. Since the sun had lost most of its light and heat, the night was always much darker than usual. If there was no means of lighting, the night could be described as pitch dark. Okay, Yuyan, come to my room after you've finished washing up. Luo Tian said with a smile. Don't mention it. The situation at this time really gave the feeling of an ancient emperor flipping cards at night. It was a long night. The next day, Luo Tian didn't get up until 9 o'clock, while Inyushian was still sound asleep. Master, breakfast is ready, Li Roro said softly. Today, she was still dressed like an OL at work, with a pair of black silk legs and high heels under her hip-hugging skirt, round and slender, which attracted people's attention. Every day for breakfast, she would prepare it in advance, doing her best as a cook. What's the buzz in the group chat? It sounds like it's getting pretty lively. Luo Tian enjoys his breakfast. He notices that his phone is vibrating with messages, so he opens the group chat to check it out. At everyone, do you all know yet? It seems that Zhou Jin, the contractor for Building 11, is preparing to move on to Building 13. The boss Ming and his men are dead, but the women are still alive and well. It can be said that Building 13 is now a land of women. Damn, it's even worse than our building. The residents were chatting heatedly. However, due to the sudden decrease in the number of survivors in Building 9, the group chat messages were not constantly being refreshed like before. It took a few seconds before the next message appeared. Zhou Jin, the contractor? It seems like he is the leader of Building 11. Luo Tian took a sip of hot tea. However, this has nothing to do with him. As long as the other party doesn't jump on his head, he doesn't care which building these people want to attack. It's the end of the world in extreme cold. Fighting over supplies and women is really too common. Chapter 140, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. After reading the messages in the group, Luo Tian put down his phone and found In Yuyan rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked out of the master bedroom in a daze. Up already? The breakfast in the kitchen is still warm and ready to eat. Li Ro smiled gently. Thanks. And Yuyan yawned and said with some embarrassment. Then I'll go have breakfast first, I'm starving. And Yuyan said with a smile. She was wearing a long, white, thin knit sweater at the moment, with the 2 sides hanging down to her shoulders, revealing a smooth pair of shoulders. When she looked over, she noticed Luo Tian sitting on the sofa, giving her a leering glance. It was probably because she had thought of something, and In Yuyan's pretty face turned red. Hurry up and escape, she thought, and ran like a bat out of hell towards the kitchen, stepping in her slippers. Since the sweater only covered to the base of her thighs, her pair of white, jade-like legs were also eye-catching. Ha! Luo Tian couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Don't say it. No matter how Yu Yan dresses, she naturally carries a pure and lustful air that is exceptionally arousing. This intellectual and elegant doctor. When she first entered the safe house, she still acted very strange and guarded. But after spending some time together, now Luo Tian can check the other person's education while making her yell certain obscenities. Of course. It is also limited to when the two are alone together. And Yu Yan's face is also very thin. Sure enough. A famous saying is very true: the fastest way to get into a woman's heart is to first enter her. Yawn. Baya yawned and walked out of the room one after the other with Yen Shu. Because she hadn't washed up yet, her soft blonde hair was now a little curly, and there was even a touch of flop. Yen Shu was wearing simple pajamas and shorts, and her long, straight legs were also in slippers, revealing small, bean-like toes. Good morning, host. Baya said with a smile. She has returned to her usual energetic self. It's still early, look at the time. Luo Tian said speechlessly. I thought the other person had already got up, but I didn't expect to find them sleeping in their room. If it weren't for the sun, it would be shining on their buttocks. Hee master, I won't dare to do it again next time. Baya's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke, and she apologetically stuck out her tongue. Because she had been chatting with Yen Shu about some unspeakable topics at night, she had accidentally fallen asleep late. Baya also quickly tugged Yen Shu's arm and they went to the bathroom together to wash up. It wasn't her fault. It was just that the safe house was so warm and comfortable. Anyway, it seems like there aren't enough rooms. Luo Tian watched the two of them as they walked away and thought to himself. Due to the limited number of rooms, apart from Luo Tian himself, who lived in the master bedroom, the other women had all chosen to share a room. In addition, the remaining 2 rooms, one has been converted into a gym, and the other is vacant. If a few more goddesses are admitted in the future, then at most there can only be room for 2 more. Unless the double beds in their rooms are replaced with triple ones. What's the point of thinking about it so much? Luo Tian couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Clearly, there are no other goddesses yet, and he is already thinking about so much. It seems that there is still some spare energy. In front of Building 13. Ai Yalong, you flirtatious little slut, don't even think about resisting. Surrender obediently, and I'll be gentle with you when I take you later. Zhou Jin said with a big belly and a smug expression. Behind him, dozens of workers armed with sharp weapons were also smiling lewdly and whistling. According to the news from the spy, the leader of Building 12, Iron, is currently leading a group of her henchmen to Building 13, hoping to get to the remaining survivors in the apartment building before them and recruit them. Who can stand this? Zhou Jin is the first to stand up and disagree. Boss Ming left all his assets behind, and they are all mine. No one else can touch them. Zhou Jin grinned. Several large gold teeth gleamed in the air. His subordinates were all rough and tough men with blood in their veins, and all they could think about was food and supplies, except for the yellow waste. However, in the building he ruled, Building 11, the residents were almost all single men. There were very few women. With all that pent-up energy, most of his subordinates were a bit grumpy, and they were almost starting to get gay. It was a good thing Boss Ming had died. The women in Building 13, which the other side had left behind, had become the target of Zhou Jin and his men. They must be taken over and used as tools to satisfy their lust. In this way, not only can the problem of the Yang being too strong and the Yin too weak in Building 11 be solved, the needs of his subordinates can also be satisfied, and his position as boss can be consolidated. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If he doesn't get some women over here, I'm afraid that these guys are going to plot a coup. Zhou Jin's face was smiling. But inside, he was thinking gloomily. But it doesn't matter. As long as I annex the 13th floor and let them vent their anger on those women, I can control the lives of my subordinates and solve all problems. And that bitch, Ayang, won't be able to escape. Zhou Jin pinches the Buddhist beads in his hands. A greedy look appears on his oily, fat face. At this moment, inside Building 12. Yarong, don't worry. As long as I'm here, those guys outside won't dare to hurt a hair on your head. Chang Yingwei patted his muscular chest and promised. He was a personal trainer at a gym, but at this moment in front of the woman he admired, he was also doing his best to prove his loyalty. Young man, is Yarong someone you can just call? I advise you to recognize your own identity and not always fantasize about things that don't exist. Shi Guohui said in a condescending tone, looking old and wise. You're fighting over a woman with him, the vice president of a certain media company. Are you worthy? President Xi is right. You don't even look at it with your salary. Can Rong Jia look at you? The few lackeys beside him also tried their best to agree with him. Damn it, do you want to die? Chang Yingwei angrily raised his fist. Before the end of the world, it was dominated by money. Facing Qi Huigua, the vice president of a company, he might still be intimidated, but now it's the end of the world. Fists are the boss. Seeing the two start arguing again, the dozens of thugs nearby, armed with machetes, looked at each other helplessly. It's all because of their sister Rong's charm. The two second-in-commands argue about this every day. Okay, stop arguing. Ayarong said in a sweet, high-pitched voice. Despite the current hostile environment, she had light pink rose lipstick on her lips, and a teasing smile revealed between her brows. Watching the two men in front of her fighting over her, she was ostensibly trying to stop the fight. But deep down, she was very pleased. After all, as the personal secretary of the president of a well-known state-owned enterprise, she was best at playing with men's hearts. Chapter 141 Plan. Outside, Zhou Jin and his group were still shouting. However, Ayarong and her subordinates did not panic. After all, the combat effectiveness of Building 12 was not comparable to that of Zhou Jin and his group of reckless men. However, both sides clearly understood that the main goal this time was the ownership of Building 13. It was not a fight between the two groups. Even if Zhou Jin successfully defeated Ai Yaru's side by relying on the advantages of numbers and combat effectiveness, it would undoubtedly be an act of inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while losing 800 of one's own. Therefore, when reinforcements from the other half of Building 12 arrived and successfully rescued Ai Yaru and the others, this tense conflict came to an end. On the way back, Ai Yaru could not help but sigh in her heart. Zhou Jin, the contractor, moved too quickly. I haven't even met the survivors of Building 12 before he forced a stop to it. If Building 13 is taken over by Zhou Jin, then the next target for the other side will definitely be Building 12. Because there are only 13 buildings in this housing estate, and Boss Ming is dead, the balance of power between the three of them has been broken. But how can we defeat Zhou Jin's group of people? Ai Yalong couldn't help but frown. She was addicted to power and absolutely didn't want to lose the status she currently had and become the plaything of Zhou Jin, that fat contractor. But in terms of strength, physical strength, and blood, the people in Building 12 simply couldn't compare to the group of reckless men under Zhou Jin's command. In that case, if they didn't want to be swallowed up by the other party, it seemed that there was only one way to go. Get outside help. Luo Tian. Ayarong suddenly thought of a name. Yesterday, Luo Tian had caused a bloody storm in the community, and as the leader of Building 12, she was of course well aware of it. With just one person, he had destroyed Boss Ming's entire building. With a submachine gun, a powerful weapon, he could ignore almost everything and walk around the community with impunity. If she could win Luo Tian over, Ayarong's eyes could not help but fill with a fiery light. Wouldn't that be great? She could then rule the entire residential area. Besides, CPU men are also Ayarong's forte, so she could surely find a chance to get in touch with Luo Tian in the future. Then she could make him fall at her feet. In front of the French windows, Luo Tian gazed out at the snowy scene outside, quietly pondering. Although the snow has stopped for now, I can't let my guard down, he thought to himself. At this time, it can be said that it is a great opportunity to go out and scavenge supplies. After all, if the heavy snow starts again at any time, there will be no way to go out. That's good. When he went out yesterday, he also managed to increase his spatial ability a little. This is a major discovery. I think I can find another large shopping mall, or a gas station or something like that, to scavenge for a while. This will help me understand the specific requirements for upgrading spatial ability. Luo Tian pondered, rubbing his chin. Because he discovered that if you want to upgrade spatial ability, you can't just shove things into it. At least, collecting snow outside is useless. On the way back from the mall, Luo Tian tried to collect a lot of snow. But there was no reaction from his spatial ability at all. Does it have to be man-made, or are there any other requirements? Luo Tian thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. So he just gave up. Instead of thinking about it here, it's better to take some time to go out. Butler, bring up the map of Qingshui city center, he said lightly. Yes, my lord. The butler replied. Very quickly, the offline map was displayed in its entirety on the large screen in the living room. If the community is the center, the nearest large supermarket is Yonghui? Lu Tian's eyebrows shot up. He had also been to this large supermarket several times before the end of the world, and the supplies there were very abundant, especially in terms of fresh fruits and vegetables. It can be said that it is not at all inferior to the other large supermarkets. Incidentally, my alma mater is also nearby. Luo Tian looked at the map and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After graduation, it seems that he has never returned. I don't know how the school is doing. After the extreme cold apocalypse, it seems that the university is still in session. Luo Tian thought to himself. Why not? After scavenging for supplies, go take a look? Just as he was pondering, Baya, who was holding a sandwich, came over curiously and looked at the large screen in the living room. When she saw that the screen displayed a map of Qinshui City, Baya couldn't help but narrow her beautiful eyes, and then a trace of joy appeared on her pretty face. After all, Luo Tian wouldn't be looking at a map for no reason, right? Knowing her master as well as she did, Baya was certain in her heart. Since he had opened this thing, it meant that he was already planning his next outing. Not to mention, the center point of the map still showed Yonghui Supermarket. It seems that the owner wants to go to the supermarket to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables. Baya couldn't help smiling as she thought. At the same time, she couldn't help but do some small calculations in her heart. Last time, Luo Tian took Yen Shu out, which was also very normal. After all, he didn't know the situation outside very well. Being careful and cautious would not cause him to fall into trouble. The second time, he took An Yuyan out, although they only went to Building 10 to pick up something, but overall, they also went out. This time it should be my turn. Baya thought with a smug smile, nibbling on her sandwich. After all, Luo Tian's strength had taken a qualitative leap since his trip to the police station. With hundreds of firearms of all kinds, from handguns and rifles to sniper rifles, in the space, almost no one could threaten him. In that case, there was no pressure at all to bring her along when going out. What the outside world looked like. A beautiful, snow-covered world. Baya had longed to go out and take a look. And to do so with her favorite master, it was just too romantic. Moreover, she wanted to, like yin yang, show off her charm in the right place at the right time. Then it was a field trip. Just thinking about it was exciting. Baya's eyes were full of anticipation as she said, Master, are you going out again? Can't you take me with you this time? No. Luo Tian refused without even thinking. Why would I want to go to my alma mater? Isn't it just to see the fresh-faced schoolgirls? No, to reminisce about the good old days on campus. If I take Baya with me, won't that prevent me from seeing the pretty girls? No, won't that prevent me from enjoying the campus customs? Therefore, this time, he is not going to bring anyone with him. Yen Shu will stay at the safe house to guard the house, and leave behind a few firearms just in case there is another incident like Su Ling's escape this time. Chapter 142 Yonghui Supermarket. What? The master is going out again? Hearing Luo Tian say that he was going out, Li Ro and the other women could not help but gasp in shock. It seemed like only a day had passed since they last went to the police station to loot guns, so why was he in such a hurry to go out again? Why not just stay in the safe house for a few days and rest up? After all, it was currently minus 60 to 70 degrees outside. The supplies are stored in shopping malls or warehouses, sealed by the snow, so there is no need to worry about being outdone by others. However, this is not what surprised them the most. The main thing is that Luo Tian is actually going out alone this time, and he is not even taking Yen Shu with him. After all, although there are quite a lot of supplies in my space, if there are more people in the future, the demand will definitely increase accordingly. Luo Tian looked at the widened beautiful eyes of the women and explained with a smile. If there are more people, not only do people have different tastes and preferences, but you can't keep eating the same thing over and over again. It's best to stuff the space with different types of food. The quality of life has to be guaranteed, and the standard has to go up. Moreover, large supermarkets like Yonghui and Walmart are also Luo Tian's favorite places to scavenge. Their supply areas are accurately divided into fruit and vegetable areas, baking areas, delicatessen areas, and beverage areas. So that you don't have to sort them yourself when you throw them into the space. In the future? If there are a lot of people? Upon hearing this, The cherry lips of the women could not help but open wide. What did this mean? Did it mean that Luo Tian was not satisfied with just them and would continue to recruit more sisters in the future? Although the women were prepared for this, hearing it from Luo Tian's mouth made them feel jealous. If there were more women, the love Luo Tian poured out on them would be divided equally. Master, I think it would be better if I went out with you. Yan Shu pursed her cherry lips and said. No matter what. As long as you go out, you will inevitably have to deal with other survivors. The more people there are, the lower the risk. And if she moves together, there will be another advantage. That is, when Luo Tian has a need, she can be the first to solve it for the other person. No matter how the women pleaded, Luo Tian was very firm. He was enough on his own. There were so many firearms in the space, and they were no toys. Even if there were more survivors in general, they would never be able to pose a threat to him. Seeing this, the women were also a little discouraged. However, they could not disobey Luo Tian's words, so they did not say anything more. Take this submachine gun, and I'll leave you 5 more magazines. Remember to keep them safe, and don't let Baya or the others find them, especially in Yuyan. Luo Tian instructed. Saying this, he took out a few more magazines from his space and handed them all to Yin Shu. He could only feel at ease if the other party kept them safe. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I guess the gun might go off accidentally. Before leaving, Luo Tian also spent some time making out with the women. Then, in the reluctant eyes of the women, he opened the security door and walked out. Phew! Luo Tian descended the stairs, feeling a little weak in the legs. I don't know why. The women worked incredibly hard this time, using every trick in the book, almost leaving him behind in the safe house. After leaving the apartment building, he also found an unoccupied corner, released the snowmobile from the space, and then drove directly towards the community gate. During this time, naturally, he was spotted by the residents of the surrounding buildings. Look, Luo Tian is going out again. Is that a snowmobile? How cool! We envy Luo Tian so much, he can move around freely, and he can just take whatever supplies he wants. The residents couldn't help but discuss with envy. If they had such a magical snowmobile, they would probably never have to worry about food again. Building 11. Zhou Jin, behind the glass, of course, also saw this scene. His 2 small eyes narrowed together, and his greedy gaze kept fixed on Luo Tian's back, not returning for a long time. It would be false to say that he didn't covet the snowmobile. However, due to Luo Tian's strength, Zhou Jin dared only to hide far away in the apartment building and watch, not daring to make any small moves. Robbing someone? You'd be crazy to do that. Even if there were 100 people to surround the other party, in the face of heat weapons and bullets, they would be nothing more than sitting ducks. He ignored the stares of the residents. After Luo Tian got on the snowmobile, he sped all the way towards Yonghui supermarket. Although the snow was 10 meters deep, some buildings, vehicles and shops were completely submerged in the snow, but with the memories that came back to his mind, and the landmark-like buildings in the high rises, Luo Tian also avoided the risk of getting lost. In fact, he didn't even need to look at the map. Plus, it was all white outside, and it seemed like there was nothing else to see. Naturally, there was no need to worry about traffic jams. With a roar, the snowmobile roared forward. Luo Tian turned the throttle all the way to the max, and had a blast speeding along. And there was no need to worry about getting a speeding ticket, anyway. Soon, Yonghui supermarket came into view. However, due to the deep snow, the large green sign was also covered in snow. Luo Tian did not go in through the front door, but smashed the glass and entered from the upper level. Entering the supermarket, what caught his eye were the piles of fruits and vegetables, filling up a large area of the shelves. It can only be said that Yonghui is worthy of its reputation as a fresh food store. At this time, in the low temperature of minus several tens of degrees, most of the fruits and vegetables looked okay on the outside and had not rotted. They were quite fresh. Luo Tian was very satisfied with this. Without saying a word, he activated his spatial awareness and began to sweep through the area. Any shelves within 11 meters of him, along with the fruits and vegetables on them, were all collected into his space. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As he walked, Luo Tian suddenly stopped, because he noticed that there was a man at the corner in front of him, enjoying the fruits on the shelves. It's fine if he eats them. But no matter if it was an apple, a banana, or a dragon fruit. He would take a few bites, then throw it on the ground, and go get the next one. The floor was covered in wasted fruit. What a waste! Luo Tian couldn't help but be shocked on the spot. Even though I have infinite space and store food that I can't eat in 100 lifetimes, I don't waste it like this guy. He throws away an apple after taking a small bite. I'm afraid that even if Steve Jobs came here, he would have to praise him for being just like the product logo of Apple, with a similarity rate of 99.99%. Do you know what people outside are fighting like crazy for just a few bites to eat? They are even risking their lives. Sure enough, Luo Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Before the end of the world, the competition was about the point of birth. If you were born into a good family, then birth was the end. But after the end of the world, everyone is fighting for a stronghold. Trapped in a place like Yonghui Supermarket, there is no need to worry about food and drink, and you will directly surpass 99% of the people. Chapter 143, Spatial Perception Upgrade. Fuck, who the hell are you? How come I've never seen you in the supermarket before? Liang Jie said in shock. He was originally hungry and wanted to find a quiet corner to show off some fruit to eat, but for some reason, suddenly someone was talking behind him. The key is this person he has never seen before. Just as Liang Jie was puzzled, he looked behind Luo Tian, and his eyes suddenly widened even more. Holy shit! Where are the fruits? Where are the vegetables? Where is the entire row of shelves? How did they all disappear? Half of the supplies in the supermarket have disappeared. Did you do this? Liang Jie said in horror. He quickly got up from the ground and picked up a crowbar nearby. When he discovered that Luo Tian was alone and unarmed, his expression suddenly became ferocious. Damn it, tell me, where did you take our supplies? Or else I'll kill you. Your supplies? Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer and said, wrong, these are my supplies. At this time, he was a little surprised. He thought that the supermarket would be as empty as the last shopping mall, but he didn't expect there to be someone there. And a lot of food has been wasted. In just a little while, there was fruit all over the floor, and for a whole month, how much more will be wasted? Just thinking about it, Luo Tian couldn't stand it anymore. After all, sooner or later, all of these supplies will enter his space, and this guy's behavior of wasting food is, in other words, a waste of his supplies. You have 1 minute to eat everything on the floor. Luo Tian sneered. He took out a pistol from his space, cocked it with a click, and aimed it at his head. Seeing this, Liang Jie almost urinated himself. Gun, gun, gun? Although he didn't know where Luo Tian had pulled the gun out from, it didn't stop him from immediately begging for mercy. Hero, spare my life. Liang Jie dropped the crowbar and raised his hands high in the air. He begged for mercy with a terrified look on his face. Confronting a gun with a crowbar? Are you crazy? At this point, he even doubted in his heart whether Luo Tian was a cop. After all, guns are not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. Don't understand what I'm saying? Luo Tian said coldly. It was a choice between eating the peanuts and eating the fruit on the ground. Liang Jie decisively chose the second one. I'll eat it, he said with a terrified face, and then quickly picked up the fruit that had been discarded on the ground, those that had been bitten a few times, and desperately stuffed it into his mouth. You have 30 seconds left, Luo Tian said indifferently. Seeing this, Liang Jie was even more terrified. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, in the end he was unable to finish eating the fruit on the floor within 1 minute. As a result, he also died with a grudge. Until the bullet exploded his head, Liang Jie's last thought was still unbelievable. Is he really dead? And he died because of wasting food? He forgot to ask how many people were still in the supermarket. Luo Tian suddenly remembered this after finishing off the person. From the other person's words just now, he also got the news that there was more than just the other person in the supermarket. Never mind. For himself, it doesn't matter how many people there are. It took less than 10 minutes. Luo Tian also successfully circled the supermarket once, and collected all the supplies from several other areas into the space. In response, there was a large amount of food in the space. His space perception had increased by 2 meters. Luo Tian said happily. After putting all the goods on the shelves of Yonghui Supermarket into the space, he discovered that his spatial perception ability had changed again. However, that was about it, and there was nothing else different. Strange, there was quite a loud gunshot just now, but I didn't see anyone come, he said with some confusion. He had wanted to wait for the people in the supermarket to come to him on their own initiative, and then solve the problem by gathering them together. But he didn't expect. I don't know if the others were scared by the gunshots and fled directly, or if they didn't hear it at all. Luo Tian couldn't help but reconfirm the security cameras in the supermarket. Well, they were not turned on. So he didn't have to worry about his abilities being recorded by the cameras. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to leave, a faint lewd sound suddenly came from the ear, which made him stop in his tracks. With a curious heart, Luo Tian also followed the sound to the back of the supermarket, pushing open the door to a room. Ah! Oh! Inside the room, a group of people were naked and honest, indulging in drunken behavior, heated by a generator and electric fan. The men and women had rosy faces and were in a daze. On the table next to them, there was even a table full of wine bottles that had fallen over. The scene. If you didn't know any better, you'd probably think it was a group of pot-smoking hippies. This is a pretty good life, with not only dry goods, but also alcohol to drink. Luo Tian looked amused. However, he soon found that he had spoken too soon. Because the situation in the room was a bit different at this time. It turned out to be a group of men with men and a group of women with women. There were no men with women at all. In fact, at first, this group of people was indeed engaged in the business of men and women. But no matter how intoxicating it was, doing it every day would be unbearable. So the bored crowd, in search of excitement, began to go after each other's rear ends. At this time, one of the women suddenly discovered Luo Tian, who had barged in. But she didn't panic, but walked over naked, surprised to feel his brother. Hey, where did this handsome guy come from? Do you want to accompany your sister and be comfortable together? Just looking at the other person's two headlights, the scale is still not small. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested. Get lost. Luo Tian coldly spat out a single word. What happened here quickly attracted the attention of those men. After discovering an intruder, they also picked up the crowbar next to them with a hideous look on their faces and surrounded him. Don't say it. The scene at this time was really too hot for the eyes. It's not a big deal that 7 or 8 men surrounded you, the point is that they were all naked. This is very scary. Bang. Bang. Luo Tian didn't save his bullets. He decisively sent all of them to hell. Not only the men, but also the women next to them, were rewarded with a bullet each, causing them to close their eyes forever. Disgusting. Luo Tian shook his head and didn't look at the room again. Instead, he went to the storage area of the supermarket. There were still quite a lot of ingredients and frozen meat stored on the shelves and in the refrigerators here, and these could not be wasted. Even in the water tanks that had already frozen into large ice cubes, he also found a lot of seafood such as sea bass, hairy crabs, and bullfrogs. Of course, he was not polite about this either, and he also collected them into the space. Well, the collection of supplies is almost complete, Luo Tian said with satisfaction as he clapped his hands. After a thorough search, the Yonghui supermarket warehouse was also completely ransacked. And the spatial perception was also successfully increased to a range of 15 meters. Within this distance, he can directly incorporate any individual object into space with a single thought. At this point, there is no longer any need for him to stay at Yonghui supermarket. Chapter 144, Taking a School Beauty as Wife. After increasing his spatial awareness to 15 meters, perhaps it has also improved his physical constitution. Luo Tian feels like he has endless strength, and can carry a bag of rice to the 5th floor without any difficulty. He makes a fist, and it is full of strength. I never thought that there would be such a benefit after upgrading my spatial awareness. Luo Tian moved around a bit, and a smile appeared on his face. This is amazing. There's nothing more joyful than becoming stronger. However, soon, Luo Tian's expression became a bit strange. After strengthening his physique, his desire in that area also increased, right? Why do I suddenly feel an urge to roll in the sheets? Even my own brothers have risen up in rebellion. Suddenly, a thought came to mind. The young ladies in that room just now should still be warm, maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Stop, what kind of nonsense is this? Luo Tian shook his head quickly to dispel this rebellious thought. One cannot. At least one shouldn't. He doesn't have some messy, hardcore XP. In order to suppress the impulse in his heart, Luo Tian also went outside the supermarket and took out the snowmobile from the space. Humming. Sitting on it, the throttle was pulled full. The snowmobile immediately sped off like an arrow. Phew. Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Being blown by the cold wind, the impulse in his heart also dissipated quite a bit. The supplies from Yonghui supermarket have all been scavenged, and the next destination is the university campus. There should be quite a few pretty schoolgirls on campus. Luo Tian couldn't help but think in his heart. That's even better. Maybe I can even find a school flower to help me satisfy my needs. Since I'm here, I might as well pick up a campus beauty before I leave. He couldn't help but light up. In fact, in his previous life, when Luo Tian was still in college, he was jealous of some campus beauties and department flowers at the time. However, because Luo Tian was not a local tyrant, like everyone else, he did not have the courage to pursue them. He could only watch the arrogant campus beauties enter the luxury cars with those rich second generation. He could only silently envy the male students around him. But now it's different. With infinite space at his disposal, and with hundreds of billions of supplies in it, wouldn't it be a breeze for him to seduce a school beauty? Maybe if he just offered to bring some food, the other person would be so eager to go to bed with him. This would also be a way to fulfill his wish to seduce a school beauty in his past life. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Just before the end of the world, I still heard a lot of gossip among my classmates. The girls in the later years were more beautiful than the previous ones. And there seems to be a very famous iceberg school beauty in this year's class, who is even more beautiful than a fallen fish, and is worshipped by countless people as their dream goddess. The speed of the snowmobile increased by another notch. Among the tall buildings, the figures of some survivors appeared behind the glass. They were of course attracted by the noise made by the snowmobiles speeding below. But before they could do anything, Luo Tian's figure disappeared from view. Qingshui Jiaotong University. Outside the campus, Luo Tian had already stored the snowmobile in space and was standing in the snow with a puzzled look on his face. If I remember correctly, this should be the university gate, right? The snow is so thick that the fence is buried underneath, he said, speechless. If it wasn't for the memory in his mind, Luo Tian would even have a little trouble recognizing his alma mater. The gates, walls, and even the security office of the past have all disappeared from view. The white snow extends all the way to the front of the teaching building. The floors below the third floor are also completely covered in snow. From a distance, it looks desolate, and there seems to be only snow and buildings on the campus. But Luo Tian knew in his heart that in the extreme cold of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, of course no one would be running around outside. The survivors were probably all hiding in the buildings. Plop 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 plop. Every step he took, his knees were buried. It took Luo Tian a long time to barely reach the front of the teaching building. Fortunately, he had a high-tech polar cold-resistant suit, so he didn't have to worry about the extreme cold. Stop! Who are you? A shout sounded. Luo Tian looked forward and saw 5 guys wearing thick down jackets climb out of the third-floor windows of the teaching building. 3 of them were holding baseball bats and looked like they were hanging out with punks. The other 2 standing behind them looked like college students. They weren't holding baseball bats, but a bow and arrow in their hands, and an arrow quiver on their backs. Luo Tian couldn't help but narrow his eyes and secretly alert himself. Although before setting off, he had already worn a bulletproof vest that he had scavenged from the police station's gun vault. But if an arrow hit his head or limbs, that would be bad. Me? I'm just a passing traveler. Luo Tian couldn't help but shrug. Obviously. These words did not convince the guys in front of him. Traveler? Bullshit. An angry look appeared on their faces, as if they were convinced that Luo Tian was making fun of them. Don't look at the current situation. This is a frigid end of the world with temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. People are frozen like popsicles, and you're still traveling. This is the area of Qingshui Jiaotong University. We don't welcome strangers. Please leave. One of the men holding a bow and arrow said. Su Yuan, why are you being polite to this guy? A man holding a baseball bat cursed and said. Hey, get the hell out of here right now. Or don't blame us for being rude. By the way, leave your backpack behind before you go. The man greedily looked at the backpack behind him and said. This backpack looks bulging. It must be full of delicious food. Oh, you want my backpack? Luo Tian couldn't help sneering. The backpack behind him was prepared to conceal his spatial abilities on certain occasions. There wasn't much in it, just a few bottles of water and some bread. Facing the threat, he looked at the other man disdainfully and spoke mockingly. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm not going to give up my backpack, and I'm going in. The thug flew into a rage. Fuck you, 1 against 5, and you still dare to be so arrogant. I'll break your legs so you can crawl out of here. He picked up a baseball bat and walked over menacingly. But halfway there, he saw Luo Tian still standing in the same place with a mocking expression on his face, not moving a muscle. The thug suddenly lost his nerve. Hey, what are you guys doing just standing there, come on. Chapter 145, Spatial Domain. Let's go up too. Kill this guy. The other 2 men, armed with baseball bats, also came to help immediately after a moment of hesitation. The 3 of them formed a circle, smirking as they weighed the hard baseball bats in their hands, and surrounded Luo Tian. Ha! The first male thug yelled and raised his baseball bat. Trivial skill. Luo Tian said indifferently. At the moment the baseball bat came crashing down, he lightly sidestepped and avoided it. In his opinion, the other person's movements were really too slow. He seized the opportunity and struck decisively. Luo Tian grabbed the other person's wrist and twisted it hard. He heard a crack, and the crisp sound of a bone breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Ah! The male thug was full of pain, looking at the broken wrist, where the exposed white bone almost made him faint. Luo Tian didn't give him the chance to continue yelling. He directly snatched the baseball bat and slammed it directly into the other person's face. The tremendous force smashed the man's face, causing half of it to cave in. Brother Nyozi. The other 2 people were shocked and immediately had the urge to retreat. Bang! While they were in a daze, Luo Tian was not idle. He suddenly pulled close, then slammed a baseball bat heavily onto one of their faces. He sent him to hell with bull. The remaining person dropped the baseball bat and tried to run, but the strength of the enemy was really terrifying, and he simply didn't have the courage to resist. With a thud, he rolled his eyes and fell in the snow. Hiss, my current strength has at least doubled compared to before. Luo Tian gasped in shock. Then he threw the blood-stained and slightly deformed baseball bat in the snow. This result was indeed a bit unexpected. Who the hell are you? The remaining 2 boys with bows and arrows in their hands trembled with fear. In just half a minute, the 3 companions with baseball bats were easily eliminated by the unarmed Luo Tian. How could they not be scared? Shoot him with arrows. Yes, with our bows and arrows, he can't get close. The 2 of them seemed to have reacted. They quickly drew an arrow from the quiver on their backs, drew their bows and aimed at Luo Tian's chest. If you get hit by an arrow like this, even if you are strong, you will die. The 2 men couldn't help but sneer. Swish swish. 2 sounds of air being torn came. The sharp arrow came straight at Luo Tian. Just use the blast shield to block it. Luo Tian's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he directly took an explosion-proof shield from the space and retrieved it from the police station's gun vault. Dong dong. The arrow was successfully blocked. It fell to the ground in the snow one after another. Shit, where did he pull out the police shield from? Superpower? The 2 of them said with disbelief. It seemed that they simply couldn't believe the scene before their eyes, which violated science. What about Su Yuan? This guy is no ordinary person, it seems he has superpowers. Shit, have we offended someone important? One of the boys said in horror. Shoot the fucker. Otherwise we'll die. Su Yuan said with gritted teeth. He pulled another arrow from behind his back, drew the bowstring and began to aim. He knew full well that Luo Tian would definitely not let them go. Since the opponent is protected by an explosion-proof shield, just shoot the opponent in the foot by surprise. If Luo Tian is injured, the 2 of them can escape. Just now, did I feel something strange? Luo Tian ignored the 2 of them and squinted his eyes as he thought. At the moment when the 2 arrows shot at him, An idea suddenly popped into Luo Tian's mind, and that was, it seemed like he could directly send the two arrows in motion into space. What a good opportunity! Shoot at his feet together. Su Yuan and the other two seized this opportunity and pulled back their bows together, aiming at Luo Tian's feet. The arrows left the bows. Looking at Luo Tian, who seemed to be in deep thought, a smug look of satisfaction could not help but appear on the faces of the two men. Dare to daydream now? You're finished. Whoosh. Whoosh. This is it, collect them for me. Luo Tian's pupils flashed with brilliance. He saw the two arrows shot at him, and in an instant, it seemed as if they had entered a different space, disappearing directly in front of the several people without a trace. It really works. Luo Tian said unexpectedly. He had only wanted to try it out, but he never expected that he could really absorb objects in motion into space. Damn it! This guy can not only pull out a shield out of thin air, but also make the arrows disappear. Su Yuan said in shock. Run away. His companion beside him said in horror, no longer having the courage to resist, they fled as far as they could. The two of them turned and fled towards the teaching building. Want to escape? Have you asked me? Luo Tian sneered. He directly took out a more powerful crossbow bolt from space and aimed it at the back of one of the men before pulling the trigger. With a puff, the opponent's heart was pierced by the crossbow bolt, and he convulsed a few times on the spot and then stopped moving. Looking at Su Yuan, who was still running for his life, Luo Tian couldn't help but have another thought pop into his mind. Since space can contain objects, can it also launch them? Let's try. With a thought, he aimed at Su Yuan's back and tentatively mobilized the power of space. Pop! Pop! The arrow, which had been sucked into the space, appeared out of thin air the next second. It pierced Su Yuan's body. Since the arrow was much weaker than a crossbow bolt, Su Yuan did not die immediately. Instead, he fell to the ground in the snow, his mouth wide open in pain, about to scream. Luo Tian did not want to alert the enemy. Who knew how many people in the university were actually accomplices of these people? So he also took out another crossbow bolt, instantly silencing the other party permanently. In fact, I could have used a gun. I forgot to find quite a few silencers from the gun vault. Luo Tian said with some shame. In order to cover up the bodies of the several people. He also mobilized the power of space to dig out a large hole 8 meters deep in the surrounding snow, allowing the several bodies to fall directly into it. Then he refilled the snow. Thus, Su Yuan and the others' death marks were perfectly concealed. No one would discover anything unusual without digging 3 feet into the ground. It's solved. Luo Tian clapped his hands. In fact, he had wanted to find out more information before the other person died. But it's fine if he dies, he'll just find someone to ask later. But at this time, what surprised Luo Tian the most was the breakthrough in the application of his spatial ability. Now he can not only directly store arrows perceived in space into space, but also fire them back out again. This is too powerful. Luo Tian was originally worried about what to do when he encounters people with bows and even guns in the future. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. If arrows can be stored, then bullets should be fine too. Even if he encounters a group of enemies armed with guns, he won't have to be afraid. Once I activate my space domain, I will be invincible, right? Luo Tian mused, and incidentally came up with a name for his new move. Space domain. After storing the bullet in space, it can even be returned to the opponent. Very apt. It's simply invincible in attack and defense. In the future, when his spatial abilities continue to improve, there might even be more moves. Luo Tian couldn't help but think. Grab the window frame. A somersault directly entered the teaching building. Chapter 146, It's better to enjoy alone than together. After entering the teaching building, the first thing that came into view were the classrooms and desks and chairs. Looking at this familiar scene, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile slightly, and some emotions arose in his heart. What impressed me most about the university was not the daily studies, nor the blackouts in the dormitory. It was the beautiful young ladies on the road, wearing black and white silk, or even bare thighs. He couldn't help but sigh. That was really a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, you can't see it anymore. With temperatures as low as -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, not to mention showing their thighs, the girls would rather wrap themselves up like a zongzi. Luo Tian wanted to find a few lone survivors to ask what the current situation in the university was and what news there was about the rumored stunningly beautiful school flower. Unfortunately, after wandering around for a while, he didn't see a single figure. It seemed that apart from those guys earlier, there was no one else in the current teaching building. The teaching building was not small. If you have to walk around looking for people, it's just not efficient. Luo Tian couldn't help but think of a solution. Maybe I can try using my spatial awareness. You have to know that my spatial awareness has now increased to a range of 15 meters. It's like radar. Within this range, if there are any survivors, they simply won't be able to escape Luo Tian's awareness. There's no one up there, and there's no one on this floor either. Luo Tian suddenly paused. Wait, there seems to be someone in the classroom on the first floor. That's strange. The heavy snow has completely covered the area below the third floor of the building. Logically, the classroom on the first floor should be pitch dark. So what are these two people doing down here? One good, don't be so impatient. I'll take off my clothes when the fire is burning more strongly, it's so cold now. Said a girl with an acceptable appearance in a petulant tone. Her down jacket had been thrown aside, revealing the curvy figure underneath the black sweater. Du Xin was the flower of the media department. Under pressure from her boyfriend, she finally plucked up the courage to use a lot of hot water in the dormitory to wash herself clean. Then the two of them found this empty classroom and prepared for some excitement. After all, the classrooms on the first floor had already been snowed in, and there were quite a few tables and chairs to burn for warmth. The windows of the classroom were all sealed with snow, which also served as an insulation layer, similar in principle to a snow house. At this time, apart from being too dark, the temperature inside was surprisingly much higher than the classrooms on the upper floors. Shinshin, I can't wait any longer. Let's not waste any time, let's get moving to keep warm. Otherwise, Su Yuan and the others will be back soon. Wan Yungang couldn't wait any longer and started to unbutton his pants without a moment's hesitation. He had worked hard to get Su Yuan and the others to go away. What if they found out in the middle of it? Not to mention the fact that he had contributed a lot of food to get Du Xian's attention. Okay. Du Xian sighed. In fact, she was not at all satisfied with her boyfriend Wan Jungang. According to her requirements for a spouse, the other half should at least be a successful and handsome man. But now, everyone is in a harsh environment with extremely cold snowstorms, and they can't even fill their stomachs, let alone have so many requirements. Du Xian doesn't want to starve to death before the snowstorm recedes. The key point is that Wan Jungang in front of her works for Master Kong. Who is Master Kong? The boss of the strongest force in the university at the moment, someone who has more say than the leaders and teachers. He controls more than half of the supplies in the cafeteria. Not to mention that his family background is extremely deep, he is the son of the richest man in Qinshui City. Although everyone is trapped at school, the other party is followed by more than 20 highly capable bodyguards on standby. With the help of the bodyguards, Kong Chang has gathered several hundred people. They directly compete with the leaders who originally managed the school. Wan Yungang was the leader of Su Yuan's team. With his position, he was able to get a little extra food every day to share with Du Xian. It was for this reason that Du Xian was devoted to him. Be good, don't be nervous, I'll be gentle. Wan Yungang had no idea what was going on in the other person's mind. All he knew was that he could finally take the department flower's virginity. A week of hard work had finally paid off. Just then, the classroom door opened. In the stunned gaze of Du Xian and Du Xian, Luo Tian walked in with a smile on his face. Yo, busy? He casually closed the door, and his face was reflected in the flickering light. It's better to enjoy alone than to share with others. How about adding me? Luo Tian's gaze couldn't help but survey Du Xian, who was sitting on the desk with her clothes half undone. It has to be said that there is always a vitality called youth in college students. Looking at the other person's fair skin and long legs wrapped in black silk, Luo Tian felt that the impulse that had just been suppressed in his heart had resurfaced. Damn it, where did you come from, you bastard, and who is your boss? Wan Yungang said angrily. He was just about to get his gun and horse up to taste the taste of Du Xian, but he was interrupted halfway through. How could this not make him angry? Wan Yungang decided that as long as Luo Tian was not one of Kong Xiao's men, he would definitely have to waste the other party. I have no interest in being someone's little brother, Luo Tian said indifferently. It seems that his guess was not wrong. The survivors in the university have already divided up their own power groups. And the guy in front of him mentioned Su Yuan's name, so it seems that he is in the same group as the few people just now. How dare you, without a boss, come and ruin my good deed? You really are looking for death. Wan Yungang's face turned fierce at the first sound of his voice. The biggest advantage of being a little brother under Kong Xiao is that their status is superior to that of ordinary students. So they are unrestrained in everything they do. Beating people into a state of disability and forcing female classmates is commonplace. Wan Yungang did not force Du Xin, because he wanted to completely win the other person's heart. After all, before the snowstorm, he had already been infatuated with Du Xin. Kid, you're finished. I'm going to waste you today. Wan Yungang picked up a baseball bat and walked towards Luo Tian with a cold smile. In his eyes, Luo Tian was empty-handed, while he was not only a physical education student, but also had a weapon in his hand. The opponent was simply not his match. As long as he hit with one stick, he would be guaranteed unconscious. Click. Luo Tian took out his pistol and instantly loaded it. Then he pointed the black muzzle at him and said with a playful face, "Don't move, this gun is prone to misfire." He was being pointed at by the muzzle of a gun, and it was at such a close distance. Wan Yundong's baseball bat couldn't help but fall to the ground with a thud, and his whole body turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. This TM seems to be a real gun. Chapter 147, A Deal with the Flower Girl. Cold sweat instantly soaked Wan Yundong's back. In this situation where the identity of the enemy was unknown, and in a remote classroom buried in snow, he didn't want to test the authenticity of the gun with his life. "Big brother, spare my life," he begged in a trembling voice, the first time in his life he had been pointed at by a gun. Under the light of the burning fire in the classroom, Luo Tian's face added a touch of coldness, as if he were a killer from a movie. You have to know that after a person has killed someone, a kind of murderous aura will appear around them. Luo Tian, in particular, has slaughtered the occupants of several buildings, and his hands are stained with hundreds of deaths. With just a single glance from those cold eyes, the two of them felt as if they were being targeted by death itself. The atmosphere in the dim classroom dropped to freezing point. Even Du Xian, who was sitting on the table, had taken off her down jacket and was now sitting with her legs wrapped in a single layer of black silk, seemed to have forgotten the cold. Instead, a deep fear welled up in her. This classmate, you calm down," Du Xinxia said shakily. "I don't know if I'm freezing, or scared, or both. Next, I'll ask, and you'll answer." Luo Tian waved the muzzle at the other person, and Wan Yungang immediately knelt down without daring to lift his head. He didn't dare to joke with his own life. "You don't need to move, just sit there." Luo Tian glanced at Du Xian, who was trying to get up from the table, and said indifferently, Oh, okay." Although Du Xian didn't understand why the other person didn't want her to kneel down as well, she obediently did as she was told. The table was much warmer than the ground. What she didn't know was that due to the angle, the view under her skirt was just right. Although the firelight wasn't that bright, it was also quite beautiful. "Do you know that guy Su Yuan outside? What's the situation on campus right now?" Luo Tian held up his pistol and looked down at Wan Yungang, who was kneeling on the ground. "Yes, I know him. I'm their team leader." Wan Yungang didn't dare hide anything. After looking up at Luo Tian carefully, he looked at the dark muzzle of the gun and immediately lowered his head again, scared. His trembling intensified. Although he didn't understand why Luo Tian was asking about the situation on campus, could it be that the other party had come in from the outside? But because of his own situation, Wan Yungang dared not speak out. The current situation on campus is as follows. Wan Yungang obediently began to answer. After listening to the other party's explanation, Luo Tiankai understood that since the end of the extreme cold apocalypse, the number of people on campus had basically died by more than half. Only a small portion of those dead classmates died of cold, and most of them died because of colds and high fevers. The school hospital was also severely lacking in medicine, and in the end, their physical condition declined and they could not hold on and died. In a university dormitory, if one person has a cold, no one else can leave, so it had a direct knock-on effect. In the midst of the extreme cold and snowstorm, the number of survivors on campus plummeted. Then the university president and vice president also mobilized the staff in the fastest time possible, and unified all the supplies in several canteens, distributing them to everyone every day according to their rations. Because of the problem of colds and high fevers, more than half of the people on campus had died, so the remaining supplies were enough for them to last for a while if they ate sparingly. But no one could have imagined it. The two principals suddenly and inexplicably committed suicide not long after, and the cause of death announced was that their hearts had been stabbed 12 times in quick succession. Who would commit suicide by stabbing themselves in the heart? 12 times. Although no one believed it, the management of the university immediately changed. The remaining teachers and professors and some students shared management power equally with a team established by the son of a wealthy man from Chinchue City, Master Kong. From that day on, the daily food rations for the survivors on campus plummeted, and the number of meals per day was reduced from 2 to 1. Su Yuan and Wan Jungang were among those who chose to join Kong Cheng's team. Everyone could see that the team led by the professors would be completely wiped out by the other side in no time. Gurgle. Duexayan's stomach suddenly grumbled, breaking Luo Tian's deep thoughts. Sorry, I didn't want to either. Duexayan, who was sitting at the table, blushed and stuttered, and immediately covered her stomach with one hand, for fear that Luo Tian would be angry. Although Wan Yungang had recently been giving extra food, the two of them were only allowed to eat 1 or 2 dry, hard, cold buns a day. Their stomachs simply could not be filled. The young Master Kong, who had appropriated the canteen supplies, and his bodyguards and their entourage ate well every day, but in the end, it was the lowly characters like them who suffered. Some students are even worse off, as they have to fight for even the small amount of food that is distributed every day. Hungry? Luo Tian couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and his gaze swept over the other person's pair of black silk thighs. Duexayan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she couldn't help but press her legs together tightly, and her little head bowed. Eat? With shocked looks on their faces, Luo Tian unstrapped his backpack, then took out a large, golden-colored roasted chicken from it, and placed it on the table. Surprisingly, the roast chicken was still steaming hot. This immediately made Duexayan and Wan Yungang's throats roll, their mouths salivating furiously, and their eyes almost glowing green. A big roast chicken? This is a delicacy that only their boss, the young Master Kong, is qualified to eat. In an environment where food is scarce and more precious than gold, the two of them couldn't help but look shocked, not knowing where Luo Tian had gotten it from. Meanwhile, Duexayan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why would Luo Tian bring her such a delicious meal that countless people in the school would kill for? Is this for me? Why? Duexayan swallowed and said. In the face of such a tempting delicacy, she simply couldn't resist the temptation. This was a whole roast chicken. When was the last time she ate meat? It seems. It was half a month ago. Aren't you hungry? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, but of course it's not free. He walked over and leaned over to whisper a few words in her ear, which immediately made Duexayan's eyes widen and her face turn as red as a fire. This isn't good. My boyfriend is still here. Duexayan looked at the unsightly Wan Yungang next to her and couldn't help shaking her head. But because the temptation of the big roasted chicken was too great, Duexayan didn't put a stop to it, and whispered in addition. Why don't we go to my dormitory and talk about it in detail later? Duexayan. Wan Yungang angrily shouted with a purple face. He heard all those words. How can you betray your body for this delicious, crispy, tasty, and hot big roasted chicken in front of you? He gritted his teeth and said, you bitch. Luo Tian couldn't help but glance at him, playfully saying, then this roast chicken is for you, so take it and get out of here. Really? Wan Yungang asked tentatively. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, just take it and go. Ha, okay, thank you brother. Wan Yungang said with shining eyes, as if afraid that he would change his mind. He picked up the big roast chicken on the table and slipped out. In his opinion, trading a big roast chicken for Duexayan's first time was a real bargain. After all, food was now more precious than gold. Without exaggeration, this big roast chicken could let him play with 10 different beautiful young schoolgirls. Besides, second-hand goods are not unusable. Maybe the ones that have been used and worn out are even more silky to use. What he failed to notice was that on the surface of the roast chicken were some colorless, odorless, transparent crystals that had dissolved into the meat. However, Wan Yungang's actions directly left Duexayan, who was still in the classroom, dumbfounded. Wan Yungang, you bastard. Give me back the roast chicken. She couldn't help but clench her fists and angrily yell. Can't you see that I was just pretending to be reserved? She didn't say she disagreed, so why did the roast chicken that was already in her hands just grow wings and fly away? In the previous week, the food Wan Yungang provided her was not even comparable to a single hair on this big roast chicken. How can this not make her heart ache? Don't worry, I have plenty of food, as long as you behave and promise not to starve. Luo Tian said with a crooked smile. One hand also rested on Du Xian's thigh wrapped in black silk, gently stroking it, feeling its silkiness and softness. Du Xian also understood what he meant. So, gently, gently. Chapter 148, The Young Family's Young Lady. An hour later. Du Xian's pupils were dilated, and she had no strength left. Damn, honey, you're amazing, you almost killed me. She didn't realize that Luo Tian was not only handsome, but also very strong in that area, giving her an unprecedented experience of pleasure. Luo Tian slowly dressed. The experience with Du Xian, the flower girl, was quite good, and it was also the other person's first time. He vented all the pent-up urges he had accumulated before. Although there were tables and chairs burning for warmth in the classroom, it was still unavoidable to feel a chill. It was like having the taste of ice and fire at the same time. By the way, I want to ask you something. Luo Tian, wearing his polar cold-resistant suit, surveyed the other person's large, pale skin with his eyes. What is it? Du Xian said lazily, not concealing anything at all. It is said that the reputation of that cold and aloof school beauty is very high. Do you know her name? Luo Tian looked into her eyes and asked, also, which dormitory building does she live in? Du Xian's face tensed up and her expression became ugly. Honey, what do you mean? We just finished and you're mentioning other women? Do you think that's appropriate? Luo Tian said strangely, you said it's over, so why are you asking if it's appropriate? His original goal was to come on to the school flower, and the relationship between him and the current little department flower was just a simple physical transaction. It's just that the other person got too deep into the role. Although Du Xian is still passable, she is quite a bit better than the average girl, but she can barely get a score of 80, and she is not even considered a goddess. You have to understand that there is a world of difference between an 80 and a 90. Even if she went to the hospital for surgery and used a lot of technology and worked hard to make up for her shortcomings, she still wouldn't be considered a goddess. This is for you. Luo Tian opened his backpack and took out a large roasted chicken, throwing it on the desk, which had already formed a thin layer of ice. This current behavior of his suddenly made him feel like the kind of scumbag who plays with a girl and then kicks her away. Du Xian's face was dark with anger. She never expected Luo Tian to be so cold and really just make a deal with her. She thought she had found a strong shoulder to lean on. However, soon, Du Xian put on a sweet smile, embraced Luo Tian's waist, and said with a grievance, "Oh dear, you are so heartless. But since you said so." She paused for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "Then I'll tell you, the school beauty you mentioned is named Yang Mengyu, and she is the daughter of the Yang Meng group." Yes, it's the famous Yang family. Oh, the Yang family? Yang Mengyu. Luo Tian's eyebrows shot up, and he was a little surprised by the news. Yang Meng Group is a multinational enterprise in China, involved in many fields such as electronics, finance, real estate, etc. Its market value is $150 billion. It is a veritable giant family. It is clear that the other party's base is not in Qingshui City, but the Yang family's daughter is here. That's really strange. The other party usually stays in the dormitory, but you can see her in the canteen during mealtimes. Honey, you have to think about it carefully. Yang Mengyu, the big school beauty, is Master Kong's target. Du Xian lifted her head and still had her arms around his waist as she said, usually someone is tailing the other person, and if you dare to think about her, you are going against Master Kong. Her aim in saying this was to dispel Luo Tian's unrealistic thoughts. No matter how powerful you are, even if you have a deadly weapon like a pistol, you will only end up dead if you face hundreds of thugs under Master Kong's command. Not to mention that the other person is also protected by bodyguards. Don't worry about that. Luo Tian said with a smile. Young Master Kong? His reputation is quite loud, but he is a man with infinite space, carrying a mobile arsenal at all times. No matter how many people the other party has. Can they survive in the rain of bullets from his gun? Anyway, when I was building a safe house for the Aegis Group, it seems that I heard Zhao Xiao say that they built a doomsday safe house worth $3 billion for a rich man a few years ago. And among Zhao Xiao's slip of the tongue, Luo Tian also heard the surname of that rich man Yang. Could there be some kind of connection between that rich man and Yang Mengyu? Luo Tian's expression became strange. But the way he was thinking made Du Xian feel that he had concerns. She couldn't help but smile and say, "What do you say, dear? Why don't you give up Yang, the school flower, and stay with me?" No matter what position you want to use, I will cooperate with you. Du Xin tightened her grip on his waist. Compared to Wan Yungang, Luo Tian was simply superior in every way, whether it was his appearance, his body, or his ability to be a pervert. Not only did Luo Tian have plenty of food, but he also had a pistol in his hand, which gave him a sense of security. She didn't want to miss such a high-quality man. Du Xin was also very confident in her own body. After all, she was also a department flower with many suitors. What she didn't know was that the bracelet in Luo Tian's space was only for goddesses. For her, a flower of the department, a simple transaction was fine, but talking about emotions was out of the question. After all, in the safe house, which of Yin Shu and Yu Yan, Li Ro, and Baya were not all top-level goddesses? If she knew this, Du Xin was afraid that she would be shocked out of her eyes. My mind is made up, you don't need to say anything more. Luo Tian said indifferently. Okay, in that case, I won't persuade you anymore. Du Xin sighed, and then suddenly thrust her right hand into his pocket. Before playing poker, she had seen Luo Tian put the gun in there with her own eyes. Ah, my dear, even you can be careless sometimes. Du Xin clutched the gun tightly, a smile of pleasure appearing on her face. Throw your backpack over here right now, or I'll shoot. You don't want to die at the hands of your own gun, do you? She said with a haughty expression. The pistol was taken so easily that Du Xin could not help but look contemptuous. She had thought that Luo Tian was such a formidable man, but it now seemed that he was just so-so. As long as she handed the other person over to Master Kong and then delivered the pistol along with him, Du Xin felt that Master Kong would definitely make use of her again. She might even become the other person's woman. Don't dawdle, just do as I say. Du Xin said coldly. In the face of the threat, Luo Tian looked calm, as if he didn't care about his own life at all. If you want to shoot, go ahead. He grinned. But hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Chapter 149, A Predestined Choice. Aren't you afraid of death? Du Xin said in shock. How can someone remain so calm when a gun is pointed at them? If this were a normal person, they would have already pissed themselves by now. Luo Tian's playful expression even made Du Xin a little panicked. Is there no bullet in the gun? Du Xian's hand holding the gun couldn't help but tremble slightly. No. She quickly reacted. Just now Luo Tian had threatened Wan Yungang with a gun. If there was no bullet, how would he dare to do so? So Luo Tian is not afraid, but is playing psychological warfare with her. After Du Xin figured it out, she couldn't help but reveal a smug look on her face. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Unfortunately, my dear, I want to experience your formidable abilities again. With that, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Large pieces of glittering paper scattered and flew through the air. What? Du Xian's eyes were glazed over, dumbfounded. Where's the bullet? Why did it shoot out a salute? This gun is fake. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, what do you call a TM surprise? As a cautious Go Wang, he would not give someone the opportunity to steal his gun without any precautions. As early as when he put the pistol in his pocket, Luo Tian took a toy gun from space to replace it. Even if Du Xin took the real gun, it didn't matter, he still had the space domain. All the bullets shot at him would be instantly collected into space the moment they entered the space domain, and turned into his means of attack. Why bother? Our deal is about to be over. Luo Tian sighed. He took out another pistol from his pocket and held it in his hands, playing with it. But this time it was real. Du Xin also realized that she had been tricked. Luo Tian had hidden the real gun. You won't understand. Du Xian's face was ashen. She said, school is so cruel nowadays. I've seen too many people die. The only way I can rest easy is to hand the gun over to Kong Xiao and get his protection. She sneered, although you are somewhat capable, Kong Xiao is 100 times stronger than you. Yang De, the school beauty queen, who is regarded as his forbidden fruit, I think you'd better give up as soon as possible, or you'll end up losing your life. Luo Tian snorted a few words through his nose. You'd better be concerned about your life. He looked at Du Xian, who was hanging her head in front of him, her clothes disheveled, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart what to do with the other person. The two of them had just finished exercising, and they had also had intimate contact. Killing the other person with one shot seemed too cold-blooded. After all, he wasn't some kind of villain. But if he let the other person go, Du Xian would definitely go and tell that Kong fellow about him. If his identity was revealed, it would affect his next move. Du Xian fell silent for a while, then said, "Are you going to kill me?" Luo Tian didn't say anything, but took out another steaming roast chicken from his backpack and placed it in front of the other person, saying, "Have you forgotten? Our deal is not over yet, and this is your payment." Du Xian's face showed disbelief. She didn't think that after she had done such a thing, Luo Tian would still keep his promise and pay her. Could it be that the other person really had enough food? Never mind, even if I die, I will be a glutton. Du Xian gritted her teeth and decided to first finish off the delicious big roast chicken in front of her. This is something she has earned with her purity. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Du Xian's mouth was full of oil, and while eating, she picked up the small bottle of salt next to her and sprinkled it evenly over the chicken. This is simply the most delicious food in the world. Du Xian was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Do you know how she has been living this whole time? Not to mention chicken, she couldn't even eat a basic vegetable dish once. Even though the canteen had plenty of food in stock, they were only given a hard, dry piece of bread every day. Not only was it small, but it tasted like chewing wax. This delicious roast chicken in front of her instantly reminded her of life before the end of the world. Those were truly heavenly days. At the time, she really was in a state of blissful ignorance. Ugh! Du Xian suddenly had her pupils dilate, and she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She suddenly felt very nauseous, and her head felt intensely dizzy. Her lips gradually turned purple, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. At this moment, Du Xian's face was as pale as a corpse. "What did you put in the chicken?" She gasped for breath, as if she were a person drowning, her eyes full of fear. Luo Tian looked at her with pity and said, "The little bottle you picked up doesn't contain salt at all, but a highly toxic compound." Du Xian fell to the ground. The loud ringing in her ears had already drowned out Luo Tian's words. At this point, she was already delirious, and even her vision was heavily blurred. You. Finally, she stopped moving. Luo Tian said indifferently, "This was your choice." After all, the deal between them only included the big roast chicken. The small bottle of highly toxic compound that looked like salt was not part of the deal. Therefore, this was a suicide. Luo Tian nodded, as if he believed this statement. If Du Xian could restrain herself from opening the bottle of highly toxic substance, then she might not die for the time being. Only after personally confirming that Du Xian, who had collapsed on the table, was not breathing, did Luo Tian pick up the other person's down jacket and cover the thinly dressed her with it. "Although our acquaintance was brief, I had a lot of fun exercising with you." Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He pushed open the classroom door and walked out. In the dark corridor, after he had walked a short distance, a corpse lying on the ground appeared in the bright flashlight. The corpse's face was pale, and his lips were purple. The manner of death was exactly the same as Du Xian in the classroom. That's right. This corpse was Wan Yungon's. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Luo Tian glanced down at the other person condescendingly, then calmly averted his gaze and continued walking past him as if he hadn't noticed. This guy was just like Su Yuan and the others who died at his hands, all under the employ of that Kong fellow. Of course Luo Tian couldn't just let the other person go. So, also by the power of space, he sprinkled a layer of transparent and odorless toxic compound on the big roasted chicken. Just one small bite and the person is guaranteed to die on the spot. Luo Tian just doesn't believe that the other person can resist the temptation of delicious food and not eat a single bite in the face of a steaming hot roast chicken in his arms. Anyway, it's almost lunchtime now, so he can go to the cafeteria and have a look. Luo Tian glanced at the time and his mouth curled up slightly. With any luck, he might just be able to see the Rayon de Flower. Chapter 150, Commotion in the Cafeteria. The path leading to the cafeteria was paved with tables and chairs on top of the snow. It was a lot easier to walk on. According to the memory in his mind, Luo Tian was walking on familiar ground and did not need to get lost because he could not find the way. It was noon. In addition to Luo Tian, many students were also hurrying towards the cafeteria, but unlike his glory, almost everyone around him looked emaciated due to a lack of nutrition. They looked haggard, and instead of their usual books, they carried lethal weapons in their hands. Baseball bats, machetes, iron bars. There was no longer harmony and friendliness between people, but instead they were extremely wary of each other and dared not expose their supplies. Compared to them, Luo Tian was much more indifferent. Because of his own spatial ability and the entire arsenal he carried with him, he could almost ignore all risks. Dare to hit on me? Ha, then you'd better be prepared to be shot to pieces. Come to think of it, it seems like I haven't been back since I graduated. Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had stored hundreds, if not hundreds of billions of supplies in his space, and at this moment, he felt like he was returning home in style. The cafeteria was soon reached. Luo Tian didn't encounter any obstacles, and just followed the flow of people to easily enter the interior. Inside the spacious cafeteria, there were currently 4 queues. However, the number of people did not seem crowded, because at present, the survivors in the entire university were already less than half of the original number. Next to the queues, there were many armed thugs guarding fiercely to prevent riots. It seems that I should also go and queue up to get some food. Luo Tian thought to himself. This was not because he was hungry. Rather, it was because he did not rush straight to the window like everyone else, but stood still and scanned the area as if he was looking for something. This unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of several guards. In order not to alarm the guards, Luo Tian pretended to be a student waiting in line to receive food and casually joined a line. Receiving food should be free, right? He thought with a smile. Looking at those who had received food in front of him, they were very vigilant in protecting the food in their arms, and then found an empty seat to start enjoying it. Why don't you go back and eat it? Because if you eat in the cafeteria, at least there are people maintaining order on the surface. If you take the food out, you may be targeted by someone with an axe to grind. I seem to know why Su Yuan and those people stopped me when I came in. Luo Tian couldn't help but think to himself. This is to prevent people from outside from sneaking in and pretending to be students of this school, and receiving food from the cafeteria together with the others. It hasn't been long, and it is estimated that the others have not yet discovered that Su Yuan and the others have disappeared. It's my turn. Luo Tian walked unobtrusively to the window and successfully received a hard white steamed bun. Is this sure to bite? It's as hard as a rock. Although it's called a white steamed bun, the surface is mixed with some unknown ingredients and looks the same as gray. It's as if it had been thrown into a pile of coal and rolled around. I'm afraid it's not even pig feed, or even dog food, which is 100 times better than this. Luo Tian casually found an empty seat and sat down, staring at the cold, hard steamed bun in his hands and staring blankly. He didn't dare to eat this stuff, for fear that if he did, he would shit 1,000 li. But looking around, he saw that everyone else seemed to be eating something like delicacies from the mountains and the sea, nibbling on their steamed buns while on constant guard against others trying to steal their food. The environment can really change a person. Luo Tian sighed. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the duck neck incident at a certain university before the end of the world. He was afraid that if he didn't put the hard dish here, it would be snatched up by the hungry people. By the way, where is that young university flower? Didn't Du Xin say that she could be seen at mealtimes? Luo Tian pretended to nibble on the steamed bun, then secretly broke off a piece with his hand and threw it directly into space. He had not forgotten the main purpose of this trip. Luo Tian covertly looked up and scanned the area, thinking to himself. I don't seem to see any either. None of the girls here look like the school beauty queen. They all look unkempt. At a nearby table, 3 boys who looked like they were in the same dormitory kept their heads down as they quickly devoured the cold steamed buns in their hands. They were completely oblivious to their surroundings. Hey, look, here comes Young the school beauty queen. One of the boys in black suddenly whispered excitedly. Almost at the same time, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and everyone in the cafeteria stopped eating. They all looked up, excited, and looked towards the door. There was the Ice Queen, radiating a cool aura. Her delicate, small face, with its cherry lips and delicate nose, was framed by long, chestnut hair that hung down behind her casually. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain no emotion. Although she was wearing a down jacket, her slender figure still stood out. Her fair, snow-white skin created a sharp contrast with the dirty faces of the others. Yang Mengyu, as a top-notch school beauty, attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. The cafeteria was so quiet that she became the focus of the whole scene without doing anything. Wow, look! Yang the school beauty is here to eat in the cafeteria again. She is really beautiful, but she is so aloof. No matter how many times I look at her, she is always so aloof. I'm afraid I will never be able to interact with such a beautiful woman in my life. As soon as school beauty Yang entered, the temperature in the cafeteria suddenly felt even lower. Is this the legendary temperament of an iceberg school beauty? The students eating were full of admiration, excitedly whispering to each other. Not only them, but also the younger brothers on guard next to them, who obviously wanted to look but were afraid to, and in the end could only sneak a peek, as if they were acting like thieves. The chef in charge of distributing food at the window swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva without making a sound, and the cold steamed buns in his hands couldn't help but deform. Yang Mingyu's expression did not change at all in the face of the many stares. After all, this iceberg school beauty always gets 100% of the attention whenever she goes out. She has long been used to these seemingly greedy, admiring, and covetous stares. She walked towards a food distribution window with a burst of fragrance, ignoring everyone. However, this time, it seems a little different. Halfway there, Yang Mengyu suddenly glanced slightly to the side, glancing in a certain direction. But soon, she withdrew her gaze. Chapter 151: Yang Mengyu's Curiosity. Holy shit, did I just see that? Yang Mengyu, the school flower, actually looked over here at me. You're full of shit. It was clearly me she was looking at. You, stop daydreaming when you're not busy. You disgusting guys, don't you think that Yang Mengyu, the daughter of the Yang Meng group, would look at you bunch of toads? The students dining together flushed, all arguing with each other excitedly. Although Yang Mengyu only glanced at the side, this action was no less than dropping a nuclear bomb in everyone's eyes. Because in the usual time, Yang Mengyu would never even glance at them, as if she treated everyone like air, as if they didn't exist. But now, the other person was attracted by someone's gaze, and for the first time, she looked over. You have to understand that even the domineering Kong Daishao, in front of the entire school, made a grand romantic declaration to Yang Mengyu, and even declared that he would give her all the supplies stored in the cafeteria. But in the face of this kind of move that would make an ordinary person go crazy, Yang Mengyu was unmoved. She didn't even look at Kong Xiu, and coldly rejected him. That was a huge amount of life-saving supplies. She was looking at me just now? Luo Tian couldn't help but a flash of surprise in his eyes. Just now, when everyone was secretly sizing each other up, he followed suit and looked over. But unlike everyone else's thief-like behavior, Luo Tian looked openly and intently. And from Yang Mengyu's chestnut hair, slender and curved willow eyebrows, he looked all the way to her pretty face with skin as white as condensed milk, and lips that were slightly pursed as if they were cherry blossoms. Unexpectedly, the other person glanced away, and they even had a brief moment of eye contact for a second. She truly lived up to her reputation as the iceberg school beauty, and her appearance could indeed be called peerless. It's just that the down jacket was too thick, and he wondered what her hidden figure underneath looked like. Luo Tian squeezed his fingers slightly, and instantly the gray bun was crushed into crumbs. He was truly moved. Yang Mengyu, as the daughter of a large corporation, could be seen everywhere as a pampered rich girl. Whether it was the cold and superior temperament exuding from her, or her pretty face with fair skin, neither could be possessed by an ordinary person. This is the end of the world with severe material shortages and extreme cold. While others don't even have enough hot water to drink and have no spare energy to clean their bodies, Yang Mengyu is incredibly neat and clean, with flowing and supple hair. People would believe that she takes a bath once a day. However, this stunning beauty, born into a wealthy family at the top of the pyramid, is simply out of reach for ordinary people. But Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. If it were in the past, when he saw Yang Mengyu, who was like the center of attention, he would have felt the same way as everyone else in the cafeteria. Besides daring to secretly glance at the other person, he would have had to deeply hide his admiration in his heart. But now it's different. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with the sharpness of confidence. Yang, the big school flower, I will make you willingly wear my bracelet. The more like an iceberg like rich young lady, the stronger the sense of conquest and accomplishment will be after she becomes infatuated and obsessed with you. Not to mention that the other party may still be related to the mysterious rich man surnamed Yang, as mentioned by Zhao Xiao, the person in charge of the Aegis group. It is even less likely for Luo Tian to ignore her. Even if you are a rich young lady, what's so great about the iceberg like school beauty? My spatial domain and arsenal of firearms are enough to sweep away all obstacles for me. A flash of light appeared in Luo Tian's eyes as he spoke. For ordinary people, daring to hit the goal of the Yang school flower would be tantamount to committing suicide. But for him, there was no fear at all. This boy staring at me seems like I haven't seen him before. Yang Mengyu thought with a frosty face. Coming to the window, she calmly took the food that belonged only to her, carefully packed in an insulated box. There was also a note with words written on it, with a cute heart drawn. Without even looking at it, she threw the note away like it was trash. It was obvious that that boy was different from the others. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes contemplated something. On the surface, Luo Tian appeared confident and composed, in contrast to the inferiority complex and sneaky behavior of the others. His eyes were full of sharpness, and the whole person had a powerful and low-key aura. She had only seen that kind of temperament in the upper echelons of people with high power in their hands. Such a special person, it is reasonable to say that after all this time at school, she couldn't have never met him once, or at least have some impression of him. But she has absolutely no impression of him. So what should I do? Luo Tian sat in his seat, his eyes fixed on Yang Mingyu's charming figure, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. According to what Du Xian said, this young university flower had already been announced by the current ruler of the school, the so-called Kong Xiao, as his predetermined woman. And judging from the reactions of the others in the cafeteria, I'm afraid that it is due to the deterrence of that Kong Xiao that they don't even have the courage to look at Yang Da's school flower openly and squarely. Whether it's the students eating, the little brothers watching, or the cafeteria chef. They only dare to peek. With my strength, I'm afraid it's not difficult to get rid of that Kong Xiao. It's just that a lot of people will have to die. Luo Tian thought as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. However, he had a deeper consideration. If he acted rashly and used a lightning-fast approach to wipe out all of Kong Xiao's forces and then forcibly take Yang Mingyu away, it wouldn't be impossible. But it would inevitably be a bit reckless. After all, up to now, Luo Tian only knew the name of this iceberg school beauty and understood that she was the daughter of the Yangmeng group. He didn't know anything else. What's more, he also had to consider Yang Mingyu's thoughts, whether or not this big school beauty was willing to go with him. After all, the two are most likely connected to the billionaire who built the Doomsday Safe House worth $3 billion. And that Kong Xiao, the person that Du Xian was talking about, is in charge of more than half of the supplies and manpower at the university, but when faced with Yang Mingyu, the stunning campus queen, he didn't forcibly take her, which already explains a lot. Could it be that the other party also knows something and is coveting that safe house? I have to say that at this moment, Luo Tian also had a vague idea about the Doomsday Safe House in his heart. It is worth $3 billion. What is the concept? His current safe house costs $300 million, while the other party's cost is $3 billion. Luo Tian's own house is already impenetrable, and has protected him from countless dangers. He can't quite imagine what kind of luxury the Doomsday Fortress built at a cost of $3 billion would have to be. I'm afraid it's not just a few floors underground, and it can withstand a nuclear bomb attack. It also has all kinds of entertainment venues, and everything is standard, including farmland and a botanical garden. And the security system is super awesome. If this young Daxiewa knows something, such as the location of that Doomsday Safe House. Luo Tian's pupils flashed. Maybe. Then he could consider taking that fortress for himself. Chapter 152, Lunch with the Iceberg School Flower. But in that case, he would have to think of a way to get the words out of Yang Daxiao's mouth. And he also had to make sure that the other person was telling the truth. Otherwise, if he rashly entered a high-tech Doomsday Fortress, what if he was killed by the security system inside? Besides, without a key or permission, I'm afraid no one can get in. Luo Tian couldn't help but ponder. From these goddesses, from Li Ro, who was the first to be taken, to Wen Yuyan, who was the last, the key point that Luo Tian learned was that as long as the goddess has a need, then she will have a flaw, and it is only a matter of time before she falls. His coldness is reserved for his enemies. For Yang Mingyu, the goddess who was predetermined, of course, she will be well pampered. He can be the one man who can hold the fort against all others. Can't he turn an iceberg school beauty into a woman who is loyal to him? There's a saying, we'll talk about it later. If it really comes to that, I'm afraid that Yang Mingyu will take the initiative to tell him everything without him having to ask. So try to get in touch with the other person first. While Luo Tian was deep in thought, the students in the cafeteria had already become excited. They were all whispering, and even secretly ogling Yang Mingyu's delicate and pretty face with admiring and lewd stares. Hey, where do you think the university's most beautiful girl will go to eat? Ha, it seems that everyone has the same idea, and they have even occupied all the tables. In this way, when the university's most beautiful girl goes to eat, she will have to find someone to share a table with. What are you all giggling about? There's no way we'll get one of those tables. The boys next to her were having a lively discussion. Eating with the school beauty Yang? My goodness. That's something you only dream about. They'd give up 10 years of their lives just to experience it once. These guys have taken up all the tables. Yang Mengyu sighed to herself after scanning the room. Just as everyone had been thinking. The lower 2 floors of the cafeteria were covered in snow and dark, so of course Yang Mengyu couldn't go down there to eat. But if she didn't share a table with other people, then she would have to stand there and eat. That would be too embarrassing, and Yang Mengyu couldn't accept that. Maybe she should find a few girls to sit with. She shook her head slightly, thinking to herself. Wherever she looked, the boys were all looking down, but their peripheral vision kept glancing over to her. They were all excitedly speculating about who the school beauty queen Yang would choose to sit with. Hey, who's that? A ripple appeared in Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes, and a thought popped into her mind. But this also made her hesitate a little. Sigh, here she comes. It seems like the school beauty queen Yang has already made a decision. Holy shit, she seems to be walking our way. No way. We're so lucky. I suddenly feel a little regretful. What if Kong knows? We won't be sunk into the snow, will we? The boys in the same dormitory couldn't help but blush with excitement when they saw Yang Mengyu slowly walking towards them. Having lunch with the stunning iceberg school beauty? Am I dreaming? Classmate, do you mind if I sit here? Just as Luo Tian was still pondering how he was going to make contact with Yang Mengyu, the school beauty, he suddenly heard a cold voice asking. Yang Mengyu? Luo Tian lifted his head, and when he saw that it was actually the iceberg school beauty standing in front of him, his eyes widened. Holy shit! Can someone tell me what's going on? I was just spacing out for a second and the other person just walked right up to me? But he wasn't going to turn down a school beauty who came to him. Please help yourself. Luo Tian smiled. The other person had even taken the initiative to sit over, which was exactly what he wanted. The two sat at the same table, so it was only natural to have a simple chat and ask a few questions, right? Practice makes perfect. In the end, even uncooked rice can be cooked into rice. A burst of fragrance came. Yang Mengyu nodded coldly, and in the heartbreaking eyes of everyone in the cafeteria, she sat very elegantly in the seat opposite Luo Tian. Oh my god, Yang Mengyu is sitting across from that guy. Who is that guy? He's so lucky. Not to mention, he's quite handsome. I'm so jealous. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Forget it, just eat. After you finish eating, go back to your own place. How could someone like Yang Mengyu be interested in you? The crowd whispered in anguish, feeling as if the sweet buns in their hands had suddenly lost all taste. Although life was hard. But every day in the cafeteria, being able to see the figure of the big school flower Yang was like finding joy in suffering, a piece of honey in the extremely cold end of the world life. But now. It's too bitter. It's too sour. Yang Mengyu sat elegantly at her seat and opened the steaming lunchbox. Luo Tian could see that it contained white steamed buns, delicious rice, and even a few pieces of green vegetable leaves and carrot slices. The school flower is quite luxurious, unlike the others who can only nibble on cold steamed buns. He couldn't help but think to himself. I guess this may be the special care that the teachers, or that Kong Xiao, have for Yang Daxiao. After all, just now, during the casual conversation at the table next to them, the boys revealed a lot of useful information to Luo Tian. That is, more than half of the school's supplies are all invested by the Yangmeng group, and even the cafeteria was renovated at the other party's expense. The purpose is to ensure that Yang Mengyu has a good dining environment when she eats. There is another point. That is, the current survivors on campus are divided into two factions. One side firmly believes that this extreme cold snowstorm will eventually pass, and that when that time comes, those who have committed murder and rape will definitely be punished. The other side, however, is indifferent. This is an ice age that has swept the world. All of humanity has entered a time of life and death, and the authorities themselves are paralyzed, so how could they still care about them? That's right. The two groups of people who hold different beliefs are, on the one hand, a group of teachers and professors, and on the other hand, the forces controlled by that Kong Xiao. But the only thing that both sides agree on is that Yang Mengyu's family, which is located in a city far away on the other side of the map, has been operating well so far. Of course, it's all rumors and hearsay. Everyone in their hearts harbored a glimmer of hope. That is, to go to the Yang family and seek their protection. Although internet communication is barely maintained. The painful part is that the signal towers have basically been collapsed by the snow. At most, you can only use the local area network in the university, and no one can even think of contacting the outside world through the internet. Chapter 153, I'm taking her away today. Yang Mingyu picked up her chopsticks, gracefully picked up the food, and sent it into her cherry lips to taste. Luo Tian also did not eat, but looked at the other party with a smile on the corner of his mouth. She is worthy of being known as the iceberg school beauty. Even when eating, Yang Mingyu's face was extremely cold, and she exuded an aura that repelled people from her. Is there something on my face? Yang Mingyu asked, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She felt a little unnatural being stared at while eating. The key point was that the person sitting opposite her was a good-looking guy in neat clothes. No. Luo Tian said calmly, not at all embarrassed. It's just that you're so beautiful, I can't help but look. Hearing this, Yang Mingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and even her hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but tremble slightly. This caused one chopstick to slip from her delicate fingers. Luo Tian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly catching the chopstick and handing it over, saying, "Here, your chopsticks." Thank you. Yang Mingyu's lips pursed slightly, and there was no change in her cool face. She reached out to take the chopsticks that were handed over to her, but at the moment she grabbed them, her white, delicate fingers were lightly pinched by Luo Tian. You. The feeling of being electrocuted made Yang Mingyu suddenly pull her hand back. Shameless. She couldn't help but be infuriated. Yang Mingyu had almost forgotten when she was last molested. That classmate, after molesting her in the morning, disappeared from school in the afternoon. But now Luo Tian, sitting across from her, not only flirted with her with his words, but now he took advantage of her with his hands. However, Yang Mingyu felt strange. In the face of other people's fiery gazes or attentive flattery, she didn't feel anything in her heart. But just now, when her fingers came into contact with Luo Tian, her heart seemed to beat a little faster. It must be that I haven't been in contact with other people for a long time. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes contemplated. After all, in the past 20 years or so, she has always kept herself pure and has never had intimate behavior with other members of the opposite sex. It was just a small accident. Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. Facing this cold and aloof school beauty, and a lady of wealth who observes etiquette, you can't just foolishly wait for the other person to make the first move. Instead, you have to be like an experienced hunter, steadily stripping away the other person's pretenses. And then, in bed, you can conquer the other person with all your strength. Only in this way can she be completely obedient to you, and be guaranteed to be gentle and clingy like a little kitten. Oof. Yang Mingyu snorted in contempt and said no more. Her aloof personality and high level of self-discipline prevented her from continuing to pursue the matter. Although she did not pursue the matter further. The students nearby, who had been peeking at her, suddenly gnashed their teeth in anger. Damn it, that guy really deserves to die. I think I saw him touch young DeFlower's jade hands. What? I'm so jealous. Why can't this lucky guy be me? I promise I'll never wash my hands again. Ah, he's finished. If Kong knows, he'll definitely have to give him one of his hands. The crowd said, both angry and envious. That's young DeFlower Girl, the iceberg goddess in everyone's heart, who is extremely popular. They could only look up to her from afar during their university years. Where could they have the opportunity to get close to her? Hey, Yang DeFlower Girl, so you're here. A very big guy, leading a few younger guys, walked over with a smile on his face. Upon catching a glimpse of these people, Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of coldness, and a trace of disgust appeared on her pretty face. Please, Yang Flower Girl, Kong Xiao is inviting you. That's right, Yang Flower Girl, don't eat this slop like rice. Kong Xiao has all kinds of big fish and meat over there. Just waiting for you to come. Several little brothers said with a laugh. The people sitting around them immediately looked scared when they saw them, and they all lowered their heads and trembled. These people are Kong Xiaowei's little brothers. I'm not going. Yang Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her tone turned cold. However, since Kong Xiaowei personally commanded them to bring someone over, of course his subordinates would not give up easily. Liang Dong said with a smirk, "Oh, young university flower, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This time, your best friend is also there. If you don't go, I'm afraid she'll have to take turns serving everyone except Kong Xiaowei. I tried it last time, and it was really something to talk about. Ha 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 ha. You." Upon hearing this, Yang Mingyu's cold expression suddenly changed. Her tightly clenched her lips, and a rare trace of anger flashed across her pretty face. Kong Xiao and his group of people did not dare to touch her too much. But in order to make Yang Mingyu bow her head, they took her best friend away, and she has already become the other person's tool for sexual release. But even so, Yang Mingyu did not give in. Make her lower her stance, give up her dignity, and willingly become the woman of this playboy Kong Xiu? Are you kidding me? Ha, Yang deflower girl, you can't help it this time. Liang Dong sneered, and a trace of lecherous color could not help but appear on his face. This time, they not only held a drinking party, but also took quite a few little pills, which made everyone horny. Just now, they even threatened to fuck Yang Mingyu, that bitch, in front of their little brothers' faces, to show her that they won't be ignored anymore. When the little brothers heard this, they couldn't help getting excited. Does this mean that they will have the honor of admiring the fair skin of the iceberg school flower? This is so exciting. Maybe they can even watch and do manual labor at the same time. Or maybe they can use the school flower's personal clothing to do something. Guys, don't just stand there, invite Yang Daxiuhua over. Liang Dong yelled, and suddenly a few of his subordinates gathered around him. Seeing this, the person eating at the seat next to them immediately stood up with a shocked face, and hurriedly ran away, afraid that they would be affected. Suddenly, an area around them was instantly vacated, except for Luo Tian, who was still sitting in his seat. However, the word sex was uppermost in their minds, and Liang Dong and the others simply didn't bother to pay any attention, because they felt that Luo Tian wasn't just not leaving, but had been scared silly. What do you want? Yang Mingyu's cold eyes flashed with panic, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Get out of the way, don't touch me." No matter how iceberg-like and aloof she usually acted, at the end of the day, once she took off her school flower crown, she was just a weak and beautiful girl. Facing the rebuke, Liang Dongji was unmoved. What should they do? Yang Mingyu became panicked inside, knowing what would happen if she was taken away. But she had no ability to resist at all. Wait. Just as Liang Dongji's dirty hands were about to touch Yang Mingyu, Luo Tian stood up from his seat. Do you want to touch her without asking me first? He looked at Yang Mingyu with a calm expression and then said, Yang school flower, how about you come with me? At this moment, Yang Mingyu's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Isn't he afraid of being retaliated by Kong Xiu? Ha? What do you want, kid? Are you looking for death? Damn it, you dare to take someone from us. I see that you have got some balls. You dare to touch Yang Mingyu? We'll kill you on the spot. Several younger brothers raised their baseball bats in a menacing threat. Luo Tian was only one person, and they simply didn't take him seriously. After all, this was Kong Xiu's territory. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, Luo Tian took Yang Mingyu in his arms and said coldly, I'm taking her with me today. Who dares to stop me? Chapter 154, Her Heart Flutters. So cool, so cool. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened, and a blush could not be helped from rising on her pretty face. That heart that had been silent for more than 20 years seemed to be beating fiercely at this moment. Damn, the warrior. That guy is crazy. How dare he speak to Brother Liang like that? This is going to war with Kong Xiu. But he is really cool. Everyone in the cafeteria screamed in shock. Many girls' eyes were filled with love, all of them were stirred by Luo Tian's domineering act of protecting the flower, and their spring hearts were aroused. If the person being embraced was me, I would be so happy. They couldn't help but think with envy in their hearts. Liang Dong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him actually had the courage to resist them. Damn it, he really wants to die. Brothers, go get him. Liang Dong angrily yelled. Several of the younger men behind him also raised their baseball bats with murderous intent and smashed them towards Luo Tian. Be careful. Yang Mingyu's pretty face was full of panic. Luo Tian was alone, while there were 5 people on the other side, and they were all armed. Not only her, but everyone in the cafeteria thought that Luo Tian's end must be very tragic. Heh, looking for death. Luo Tian's pupils flashed with a hint of coldness. His physical fitness has already increased to twice that of an ordinary person, and he has also learned a lot of combat skills from the police officer Yin Shu. How could these few malnourished guys hurt him? Bang! Bang! Crack! There were only a few punches to the flesh, and even the crisp sound of broken ribs was mixed in. Liang Dong and the others were all knocked to the ground in just one exchange. Ouch, that hurts. My bones are broken. Please spare my life, I dare not do it again, I dare not do it again. Like dead dogs, they were lying on the cold floor, howling in the eyes of everyone. Luo Tian's strength is terrifying, they simply cannot defeat him. Sigh, this kid is terrifying. He's so awesome. This is Master Yi possessing him, fighting 5 people with just one? I originally thought he was a loser, but it turns out he's really awesome. The people in the cafeteria said in shock. Those guys who were so awe-inspiring in their eyes and whom they avoided at all costs were beaten like dead dogs by Luo Tian. It almost made them pop their eyes out. Get lost. Luo Tian coldly spat out one word. There were too many people in the cafeteria right now, and it wasn't the time to settle things with the other party. Go, hurry up and go. Retreat. Liang Dong and the others limped away, supporting each other as they left through the back door of the cafeteria. Thank you. Yang Mengyu said gratefully. If Luo Tian hadn't been there, she would have been in a very dangerous situation today. She might not have been able to protect her chastity. Excuse me for 2 minutes. Yang Mengyu wanted to say something else, but then she saw Luo Tian grab his backpack and wave at her. He then quickly headed in the direction of Liang Dong and the others. You at least have to tell me your name first. Yang Mengyu said angrily. Baiyu. 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 With the sound of the silencer, Liang Dong and the others fell straight back into the snow, instantly silent. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain is not my style. Luo Tian sneered. It was not convenient to do it in the cafeteria, so he had to wait until now. He would not be stupid enough to let these guys go back and report the news. Yang School Flower, why are you here? Luo Tian suddenly felt someone peering behind him, and when he turned around warily, he discovered it was Yang School Flower. Am I disturbing you? Yang Mengyu looked at the several people lying in the snow and couldn't help but pursed her cherry lips. Unexpectedly. She didn't seem to be afraid at all. Can we avoid each other for a while I deal with the aftermath? Luo Tian shrugged. Yang Mengyu would be his woman sooner or later, so there was no harm in seeing her. After using his spatial power to dig a hole in the snow and sink the bodies of Liang Dong and the others, he and Yang Mengyu, who had been waiting for a long time around the corner, went to the nearby library. It was dark and quiet. The key is that no one else has come to disturb them, and it is a good place to talk. My name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and smiled faintly. Luo Tian's Luo, Luo Tian's Tian. Opposite him, of course, was Yang Daxiao, who was resting her arms on the table and staring at him with her beautiful eyes. My name is Yang Mengyu. Yang Mengyu smiled with her beautiful eyes. Yang Mengyu's Yang, Yang Mengyu's Meng, Yang Mengyu's Yu. In the same way, she also introduced her name again. If someone familiar saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they couldn't keep their jaws from dropping. Is this still the same Yang Deflower girl who is cold all day long and never gets close to the opposite sex? So, you wanted to see me about something? Luo Tian said softly. From the beginning on the road, he saw Yang Mengyu constantly fidgeting with her hands, looking like she wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to speak. Yang Mengyu nodded her little head, and a trace of unease could not help but appear on her cold face. After witnessing Luo Tian's super strength, she did have something she wanted the other person to help with. Because of her involvement, her best friend Louis was forcibly taken away by Kong Xiu and his group a few days ago. And she was also sent several of those kinds of pictures. Louis was naked and bound with ropes. The way she was tied was quite fancy, called tortoise shell. After seeing it, Yang Mengyu felt very guilty. It was her who had harmed Yi. So, you want me to save your best friend? Luo Tian understood and nodded. Yes. In today's school, I can't find anyone else who can help me. You're the only one. Yang Mengyu said with a guilty heart. Her pink and glossy lips were also tightly bitten by her white teeth. Do you have any more pictures of your best friend without clothes? Give them to me. Luo Tian said directly. Ha! Yang Mengyu widened her beautiful eyes and her lips slightly opened. This is a bit unexpected. No way. This is Yi's privacy, I can't just show it to someone else. Please get this idea out of your head. Yang Mengyu said firmly. A flash of disappointment crossed her eyes when she looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian couldn't help but say speechlessly, I was trying to see what your best friend and that Kong Xiao looked like through the photo. I don't know them, so who do you want me to save? So, is that what you meant? Yang Mengyu blushed, embarrassed by her misunderstanding. Even her fair earlobes were dyed red. Sorry, I misunderstood you, she said. She opened her phone and displayed the photos. Chapter 155, Don't look at my best friend's photos. The photos were indeed quite provocative. After looking at them, Luo Tian touched his nose imperceptibly. Well, that's good. No nosebleed. Louis wasn't bad looking, at least a 75 out of 100, just a slightly lower grade than the flower of the department who had exercised together before. But the figure should be said or not to say, it's still pretty good. It's convex in front and curvy in back. The man next to her is Kong Xiu, and the two burly men on the right are his bodyguards. Yang Mingyu tapped her finger on the screen, trying not to glance at her best friend. It was really embarrassing, her best friend from the past had now become this. She put away her phone and asked, Luo Tian, did you remember? Huh? Luo Tian put down his hand that was touching his nose and smirked, I didn't see it clearly, can I see it again? Yang Mingyu angrily said, for the last time, don't look at my best friend. After looking again, Luo Tian nodded and said, no problem, I've already memorized the appearance of your best friend. I can recognize her now whether she's wearing clothes or not. Yang Mingyu angrily said, don't just look at my best friend, please remember Kong Xiu. She was really about to die of anger. It was strange that in the past, she had always been calm, but in front of Luo Tian, she simply could not maintain the coldness of the iceberg schoolflower. Don't worry, I'm not a fish, my memory isn't that bad, Luo Tian said with a smile. Of course he had remembered everyone after just a glance, and he had been joking before. His goal was to flirt with Yang Mingyu, the big school beauty. Not to mention, school beauties are quite pretty when they get angry. It was only then that Yang Mingyu reacted, and before she knew it, she had been flirted with by Luo Tian again. Who? She told herself secretly that she couldn't get angry, because her best friend still depended on Luo Tian to save her. And the other person had just helped her. Then can you help me and save E? Yang Mingyu said with her lips pursed. Judging from what Liang Dong and the others had said, her best friend was probably already at a drinking party with a bunch of people, brought there by that guy Kong Xiu. It went without saying what would happen to her in the face of a bunch of sleazy guys. In fact, this is not the first time this has happened. But no matter what, Louis is her best friend, and Yang Mingyu absolutely cannot bear to see her reduced to a plaything for Kong Xiu and his gang. Well. Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and his expression became indifferent. He leaned back leisurely in his chair, his eyes smiling as he surveyed Yang Mingyu across the table. Now it was Yang Mingyu who was asking for his help, so Luo Tian was in no hurry at all. Just tell me. He wasn't in a hurry, but Yang Mingyu was. After all, she was her best friend. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, Luo Tian said with a smile. Then he moved around a bit, and said with deliberate indifference, hey, just now I helped you deal with those idiots, and it took a lot of effort, so my shoulders feel really sore right now. If I go save your best friend in this state, the success rate will definitely not be high. He heard it. Yang Mingyu bit her lip, her pretty face full of shame. Could she not tell what Luo Tian was thinking? It was nothing more than taking advantage of the fact that she was now in need of him and taking advantage of her. Men are all the same. Never mind, just consider it compensation for E. Her best friend has now been reduced to a piece of meat by that playboy Kong Xiu because of her influence. And now there is a chance to save the other person, so how can she just give up? The price is just to help Luo Tian massage his shoulders. Besides, just now in the cafeteria, didn't Luo Tian also touch her hand and take her in his arms? Yang Mingyu's pretty face suddenly flushed with shame. That was the first time in more than 20 years that she had been held in the arms of the opposite sex. Needless to say, she suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart at that moment. Then I'll help you. Yang Mingyu stood up from her seat, walked behind Luo Tian with a shy face, and then hesitantly placed her hand on his shoulder. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to contact the opposite sex. It would be false to say that she wasn't nervous. A little more pressure. Yes, that's the spot, Luo Tian said with a face of enjoyment, being able to make such an iceberg school beauty lower her guard and come and massage him actively. Not to mention, the sense of accomplishment is really full. Top-notch enjoyment. A pleasant, faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. Luo Tian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this school beauty's reputation is really not false, not only is her appearance incredible, but her whole body also smells so good. If I can sleep with her in my arms tonight, I think I'll definitely have a beautiful dream, right? How does it feel? Yang Mengyu said shyly. A pair of fair hands kept pressing on Luo Tian's shoulders. Although it was just a simple shoulder massage, and it was through thick clothing, it was still a male body after all. As she pressed on, a blush rose to her pretty face, and she felt suddenly weak in her limbs. This is so embarrassing. It feels like I'm a wife massaging her husband's shoulders. So. Luo Tian yawned and said. Listening to the gradually quickening breathing of the young university flower queen behind him, and the faint fragrance of her breath, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was just the beginning. After all, he was not the university flower queen's lapdog. If she thought that she could just get a free massage or a shoulder massage, and then let him go and kill that Kong Xiao, and then rescue Louis, she was dreaming. Yang Di Flower Girl, what kind of reward do you want to pay me to save your best friend? Luo Tian enjoyed the massage of the other person's jade hands and said indifferently. Reward? Yang Mingyu's movements paused, and a trace of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She thought that after massaging the other person's shoulders, Luo Tian would go directly to rescue Yi. But now it seems that this is not the case. I can give you money, a lot of money. She thought about it and said hesitantly. As the daughter of a large corporation, Yang Mingyu's small treasury is also very substantial. If this were before the end of the world, Luo Tian might still be a little tempted. Unfortunately, it is now the end of the world. Sigh. Luo Tian sighed lightly and shook his head, saying, Young flower girl, I don't think you look like a fool either. Can you come up with something practical? In this situation, money is useless, and it's not even as useful as the books on these shelves in the library. At least it can burn for a while when it catches fire. So, what do you say? What do you want in return? Yang Mengyu stammered, and the massage stopped. Her whole aura suddenly weakened. She was alone in Qinshui City going to university, far away from the family group. The assets in her bank card were equivalent to air in the extreme cold of the end of the world. Yang Mengyu really couldn't think of anything else she could offer. Chapter 156, Is he really gone? Upon hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but turn around, looking at her pretty face with a playful expression and tall figure. Yang Mengyu instantly became alert. Don't even think about it. She hugged her breasts and immediately took a few steps back. After all, the reason Louis was captured by Kong Xiu and the others was because they wanted to force Yang Daxiokia to submit. Yang Mengyu didn't bow her head at the time, so now it's even less likely. She was willing to pay a price to ask Luo Tian to save her best friend. But not her body. Okay then. Luo Tian sighed with a hint of regret and said, If you can grant me one wish, I will help you save Louis. Yang Mengyu was puzzled and said, One wish? Before I graduated, I always had a wish to find a beautiful schoolgirl to be my girlfriend. Unfortunately, I haven't fulfilled it yet. Luo Tian said softly. A school beauty as a girlfriend? Yang Mengyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she instantly understood what the other person meant. Is there a second school beauty here? Obviously not. So this means that Luo Tian is now confessing to her, asking her to be his girlfriend? Her lips parted slightly, and she was about to refuse on the spot. But I know you won't agree. How about this, then, you kiss me as a reward for saving your best friend? Luo Tian said, staring into her beautiful eyes. How about it? A kiss? Yang Mengyu's cold face froze, and her beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe this proposal. As the iceberg school beauty in the hearts of the majority of boys, every part of her body was pure and innocent, and she had never held hands with anyone before, so how could she do such intimate acts between lovers? Seeing her hesitant expression, Luo Tian couldn't help but smack his lips. If you're not willing to pay this small price, are you two plastic sisters? Nonsense, that's not true. Yang Mengyu said angrily. A touch of a moving rosy redness inevitably appeared on her delicate pretty face due to her anger. So your best friend has met the wrong person? It's obvious that she's been implicated, but someone's heart is so hard. Luo Tian shook his head sadly. Then he stood up from his chair, stretched lazily, and walked towards the window of the library. Hey, where are you going? Yang Mengyu anxiously asked as soon as she saw that he was leaving. Going home. Luo Tian said indolently, hugging his head. There didn't seem to be any need to continue staying here anyway. He must be deliberately forcing me to agree. Yang Mingyu stood still, her eyebrows knitted as she thought. As a cold and aloof school beauty, she certainly would not give in so easily. Even if Luo Tian wanted to show that he was leaving, she was not moved at all. In her gaze, Luo Tian walked step by step towards the window, then grabbed the window frame and flipped over before jumping out, disappearing into the vast snow. "Humph, don't even try to fool me," Yang Mingyu said coldly. She pursed her cherry lips and stopped paying attention to the window. Instead, she took a foreign novel from the bookshelf next to her, then found a seat and sat down, quietly flipping through the pages. At first, she was still engrossed in her reading. But slowly, her movements as she turned the pages of the book quickened, and her white, slender fingers increased their strength, leaving a crease in the pages. Eventually, her entire body became noticeably distracted. Could it be that he really had left? Yang Mingyu panicked a little. She dropped the novel in her hands, stood up from her seat, pulled the chair away and trotted over to the window, sticking her head out to look around. In the white snow, there was not a single figure in sight. "Luo Tian?" Yang Mingyu shouted. However, it was still quiet outside, and there was no response at all. It seemed that the other person had really left. "No way, how could he just leave me like this?" Yang Mingyu's cold expression disappeared, replaced by a look of panic. If Luo Tian had left, then how was she going to face Kong Xiu and his gang of guys alone? Not to mention rescuing her best friend, she was afraid that even she herself would have to pay the price and become the other party's tool for sexual release. After all, at this time, the only person she could rely on was Luo Tian. "There are quite a lot of books here, we can't waste them." After circling around, Luo Tian entered from the other side of the library. It was probably not that easy to get young Mingyu, the iceberg school beauty, to agree to use her first kiss in exchange for the safety of her best friend. So for the time being, let's just let the other party cool off for a while. Haste makes waste. Anyway, when I raided Yonghui supermarket last time, my spatial awareness level was upgraded, and I gained a lot of distance. Luo Tian looked at the books on the shelves around him and couldn't help but think to himself. Since collecting food is useful for upgrading abilities, then wouldn't it also be useful to collect all of these huge amounts of books in the library into space as well? Let's try. With a thought, the bookshelves within a 15-meter radius next to him disappeared along with the books on them. As he walked, in just a few short breaths, the shelves in most of the third floor of the library were emptied. Strange, there's no movement in his spatial awareness? Luo Tian couldn't help but look weird. This time, gathering supplies actually did not help improve his spatial awareness at all. Not to mention a meter's distance, there wasn't even an increase in the range of a millimeter. It was as if he had hit a bottleneck. It's a strange and mysterious feeling. "I'm going to go, but I don't know if I'll have to rely on enlightenment," Luo Tian said, a little confused. Since there was no manual and no one else's experience to draw on, he had to figure out everything about his spatial ability for himself. After collecting several more bookshelves in a row and still getting no feedback on his spatial ability, he shook his head and gave up. Forget it. There's always a way, we'll talk about it later. When he came out of the library and walked back the same way, he saw Yangda, the school beauty queen, with a panicked look on her face, leaning against the window, trying to jump out. "Yangda, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Luo Tian asked knowingly. Luo Tian? Yang Mingyu's face, which had been full of panic, suddenly flushed with a touch of astonishment. She thought Luo Tian had already left and was about to go out to chase after him, but it turned out that he had returned on his own. Do you know how scared she was? She was almost scared to death. "Who told you to leave the school flower behind and go on your own?" Yang Mingyu gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't you want to find a school flower as a girlfriend? I let you kiss me, but you weren't happy about it, so why wouldn't I leave?" Luo Tian couldn't help but say with a smile. "Humph. Don't you just want to do bad things to people? I can't even agree to it." Yang Mingyu gritted her teeth and said. The charm that the top beauty suddenly revealed directly made Luo Tian dumbstruck. She slightly raised her snow-white neck, then slowly closed her watery beautiful eyes, and a touch of moving rosy red appeared on her delicate and fair pretty face. "Let you pluck. Who can hold back when the iceberg school beauty shows such a posture?" Chapter 157, Melting Iceberg. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes trembled, and her breathing stopped. At the moment, her mind was blank. It's gone. It's really gone? Her first kiss, which she had kept for 20 years, was now taken away by someone else, and that someone else was not her boyfriend, but a man she had only known for 2.5 hours. While she was in a daze, Luo Tian did not stop. This scoundrel, he actually wanted to stick out his tongue. Yang Mingyu's long eyelashes trembled non-stop, and she showed her resistance by clenching her teeth tightly. Unfortunately, with Luo Tian's large hand, he grabbed her perky but firmly, and her mouth instantly gave in. Her breathing also quickened by more than one level. It was just as the cafeteria was closing. A large group of men and women swarmed out of the door and set off back to the dormitory. The two people leaning against the library naturally did not escape the attention of some sharp-eyed students. Damn, what's going on next to the library? They're so inconsiderate. What's the big deal? I was just at the corner of the cafeteria and saw someone having sex there. That white, fluffy thing, it's not cold. Hey, why do those two look familiar to me? The girl who's being taken advantage of looks like our young university campus queen. As soon as this was said, the students around them suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked in that direction at the same time. It didn't matter what they saw, they were all shocked. Holy shit, that really is Young Da's school flower. What am I seeing? She's. No, I can't accept this. Tell me this is a lie. My iceberg goddess, how could she be defiled like this? The crowd wailed in horror, unable to believe what they were seeing. Some people who couldn't accept the truth simply collapsed in the snow, their legs giving way, their eyes staring blankly at the gray sky. Yang Da's school flower was their goddess. Everyone has been having an incredibly hard time, but fortunately, there is Yang Mengyu, the iceberg school beauty. Every day, just by seeing her beautiful and aloof appearance, they are healed. But now, this goddess is being held in someone's arms and being nibbled on. I'm so jealous. A group of boys couldn't hold back any longer, their eyes red with anger, and they were about to go and kill Luo Tian on the spot. But after they had run a few steps, it seemed that someone recognized the person kissing Yang Mengyu as the ruthless person who had just beaten Kong Xiao's men up in the cafeteria. So, the boys, who were about to go and save their goddess, suddenly stopped in their tracks and cowardly bowed their heads. Luo Tian was so powerful, how dare they? No! My goddess! Many people wailed in pain. They could not understand why the iceberg school beauty would let a member of the opposite sex taste her cherry lips, which had made countless people crazy. In the past, Yang Mengyu had never paid any attention to Kong Xiao, the top rich kid at school, no matter how expensive a gift he gave her or how he picked her up in a sports car worth tens of millions of yuan. But now, this iceberg had melted. Ugh, I hate it. Yang Mengyu said angrily, breathing heavily, and pushed Luo Tian away hard. This bad guy, it's fine if he sticks his tongue in, but he kept kissing and almost made her run out of oxygen. This time, she really lost out. It's all your fault, you made me so embarrassed. Yang Mengyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of shame and anger. In the distance, there were students peeping at the two of them, a large, dark mass, with at least a few hundred people. She was mortified to be kissing in front of so many people. This was the whole school, and they all knew her. It was estimated that it would not take long before the news of the iceberg school flower's first kiss being taken away and kissing a strange man in the library would spread throughout the entire school. What's the big deal? Let the bunch of losers be jealous. I'm making out with their goddess, and they can only watch. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Not to mention, the iceberg school flower's little mouth is just so sweet. It tastes like rock candy. Seeing that the crowd was growing, Yang Mengyu's cold expression could no longer be maintained, and she quickly grabbed Luo Tian's arm and ran in the direction of the girls' dormitory. It's all your fault. Yang Mengyu glared at the photo of her kissing Luo Tian, which had gone viral, on her phone group chat. Now the whole school knows. Her innocence. It's no big deal, we didn't do anything shameful, why are we afraid of their gossip? Luo Tian walked side by side with the other person, looking unconcerned. This is the end of the world with extreme cold, what's the value of face? I really don't understand. Humph, I don't care. You have to compensate me. Hurry, go save Yi now. Yang Mengyu's cold face revealed a hint of embarrassment, and she couldn't help but raise her small, white fists. Save her ass. I'm hungry, you can't expect me to save someone on an empty stomach. Luo Tian said nonchalantly. At this time, the two had already walked to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. It so happened that he hadn't eaten anything at noon, so he might as well go in for a while and eat something to fill his stomach. There's nothing to eat in my dormitory, Yang Mengyu said warily. She now seriously suspected that the other party's intentions were not what they seemed. If they entered the dormitory together, a man and a woman alone, she wondered what kind of explosive news would spread outside. The next day, it was estimated that rumors of the school flower's pregnancy would be flying all over the place. I'm carrying it myself, Luo Tian said with a blank expression. His space stores an entire dock's worth of supplies, enough to last 10 lifetimes. Who would covet the little bit of food you have? Why didn't you eat it in the cafeteria just now? That bun was wasted. Yang Mengyu pursed her lips and said. Ha! That stuff, even dogs would shake their heads at it, Luo Tian said with a pout. Those who know it is a steamed bun, and those who don't know it would think it's a rock. What? Yang Mengyu turned her head and glanced at him, brushing the hair next to her ear, and laughed. Do people who come in from the outside have plenty of supplies, and they can't even look at the steamed buns? Guess. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. I don't know if other people have enough supplies, but he has plenty of supplies, and I'm guessing it would scare you to death if I told you. The two quickly walked to the door of the girls' dormitory. Oh no. The window. The dormitories below the 4th floor were no longer occupied, and they were all dark and buried under the snow. Hey, what are you still doing following me? Yang Mengyu said angrily. She thought that Luo Tian was joking just now, but she didn't expect that he was actually going to go in. If he had the time, he should hurry and go save Yi. What do you think? Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Why wouldn't I go in? Do you think that I came all the way here just to send you off? My goal is you. As for your best friend. Chapter 158, Dead people are the most beneficial to me. Luo Tian successfully made Yangda's campus queen submit by threatening to save her best friend. I'm warning you, once you go in, just sit there quietly. After you eat lunch, go save Yi. Don't touch me or go through my personal belongings, Yang Mengyu said uneasily. Soon. The two arrived at the dormitory of Yang Mengyu and Lu Yi, located on the top floor of the 5th floor. The bright and spacious dormitory had a bed and a desk. The white tables, chairs, and cabinets gave off an upscale and exquisite feel everywhere. It turned out to be a double room, no wonder it was a rich woman, Luo Tian said with a smack of his lips. Back in the day, when he had not yet graduated, there were no such good accommodation conditions. This kind of luxurious living environment is not available to ordinary people even if they have the money, and it can only be allocated to the rich or the noble. What a rich woman, that sounds terrible. Yang Mengyu slammed the dormitory door shut and snorted. I'm saying, Yang Flower, what does your family do? I heard in the cafeteria that you seem to be the daughter of some group. Is that true? Luo Tian pulled a chair up and sat down, curious. It wasn't the time to ask about the $3 billion sanctuary, but it was possible to find out a little about the other person's background. After all, if the objective was revealed too soon, the other person would become wary. It's nothing, just a small company owned by my parents, Yang Mengyu said coldly. There was no arrogance in her expression, as if what she said was really the truth. If Luo Tian hadn't heard it from someone else, he would have been fooled by her. The famous Yang family. A family group with a market value of $150 billion, which could be called a small company. There is probably no company under the sky that can be called a big company. Hey, that's great. If I can eat the soft rice of a rich woman, I can probably save myself a lifetime of hard work. Luo Tian leaned back in his chair and the corner of his mouth turned up. Humph, I advise you to get rid of this unrealistic idea. Yang Mengyu hugged her chest and the corner of her mouth curled up in a smile. The school flower would never look at you, it's just a simple transaction between us. Oh, really? Luo Tian said playfully. Do you want to see what the current situation is before you say anything? There's a man and a woman alone in the room, so even if something happens, it's a pretty normal thing, right? Well, you. Yang Mengyu widened her beautiful eyes, not expecting Luo Tian to be so bold. She was pressed against the back of the door, and he pressed his body against hers. Her cherry lips were also blocked and she couldn't speak, and the male scent filled her nose, making her feel as if she had lost all strength. For some reason, she may have been in a daze. Yang Mengyu surprisingly did not resist, but let Luo Tian's hand wrap around her waist. Soon, it went all the way up. I don't know how long it took. The annoyed Yang Mengyu only pushed him away, then blushed as she tidied her messy sweater. Her heavy down jacket had already been taken off. The slim-fitting white sweater highlighted Yang Mengyu's curvy figure, and both her slender waist and her full breasts had been measured by Luo Tian. Unbelievable, she said, embarrassed. As a cold and aloof iceberg school beauty, Yang Mengyu felt that her other half should be someone carefully selected from the upper class. For example, some financial magnate, the son of a high-ranking official, or something. But if she hadn't woken up early, she would have lost her chastity in the dormitory. Yang, the school flower, has a pretty good figure. It seems that our future children will at least not have to worry about formula milk, Luo Tian said with a smile. Although Yang, the school flower, didn't have an exaggerated figure like Li Ro, a married woman, and she didn't even reach a D cup, she was still very tall and slender. After identification, it was 66C. Yang Mengyu didn't say anything. Instead, she was looking for knives and other things in the room to stab the bastard who took advantage of her. Sigh. After a while, Yang Mengyu let out a resigned sigh. She didn't expect that even though it was clearly just a transaction between the two of them, in the end, her best friend wasn't rescued, and she got involved instead. It was probably the moment her first kiss was taken away. The result was already doomed. The two had reached this point, and she couldn't keep lying to herself and say that nothing had happened. As the daughter of the Yang Meng group, she had been taken advantage of by Luo Tian. The two had known each other for less than half a day, and this progress could no longer be described as rapid, but rather light speed. Yang Meng, this is no longer the civilized society of the past. You don't still think that it will start like before, with just holding hands on a date, do you? Luo Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw her sulking. Just now in the cafeteria, he saw the scene of other men and women trading. As long as they had half a bun, they could play with each other for half an hour. It can be said that in these special times, dignity and character are bullshit. If it weren't for wanting to get information from the other person about the $3 billion shelter, would he be so gentle? I'm afraid that this iceberg school flower, the daughter of a wealthy family, has already been fucked. You stay here, don't move. I'll go save your best friend. Luo Tian finally decided to move. He wondered what Yang's best friend looked like now. After all, it seemed that the other party's situation had not been too good since noon. He had already been taken to a drinking party by Kong Xiao. However, this did not concern him, and even if the person was not alive, it did not matter. This was for the best. Luo Tian could not help but think in his heart. The biggest reason for him to kill Kong Xiao was that he was worried that the other party would find out about the existence of the safe house. Therefore, in order to conceal the news to the greatest extent, Kong Xiao must die. Luo Tian didn't want to occupy the doomsday safe house and still be constantly haunted by a group of people. Even if there was the slightest possibility, they must shut up forever. As for Lu Yi, she had become a common prostitute, so Luo Tian would definitely not take her away. In order to consider Yang Mengyu's feelings, Luo Tian decided that if the person was not dead, then he would stab them one more time. Then he would come back and say that the person had already been played dead by Kong Xiao. At worst, he could take some more photos to increase the credibility. What else could he do? If Lu Yi came back alive, Yang Mengyu would definitely not abandon the other person. In that case, there would be one more burden in the safe house in the future. He didn't think that the other person had the value to enter the safe house. The most important thing is that one more electronic bracelet will be wasted. Luo Tian, you must save E. Yang Mengyu bit her lips, and for a moment, she even forgot that she had been taken advantage of. Fine, don't you trust my strength? Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Chapter 159 Kong Xiao's Hongmen Banquet. After leaving the dormitory, Luo Tian leisurely walked towards the direction of the teacher's dormitory. Unlike the student dormitories, it is very luxurious from the decorations to the interior, especially the principal's lounge. So that Kong Xiao also moved his base camp there. There were many students on the road, some carrying baseball bats, and among them were even Kong Xiao's younger brothers. Luo Tian's expression was very calm. It was as if he were a king patrolling his territory. When they saw him, almost everyone walked around him, not daring to get in his way at all. Perhaps the news from the cafeteria at noon had already spread through the group chat. Soon, he walked in front of the teacher's dormitory. This is a 7-story building, so in addition to the 4 floors buried under the snow, there are 3 floors exposed above it. And on the top floor is the principal's lounge. It seems that the other party knows I'm coming. Luo Tian looked at the group of thugs with baseball bats in their hands, a sneer on their faces, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This is only normal. After all, he was seen by many students on the way here, and there were no shortage of Kong Xiu's men among them. Judging from the direction he was heading, it was not difficult to tell where he was going. It was also normal to pull out his phone to report the news. But did Luo Tian care? Of course not. Just a bunch of ridiculous clowns. Is this guy the one Kong Xiu said? He doesn't look like much, I could beat him up by myself. Liang Dong, that guy, was actually beaten by this kid. If it weren't for Kong Xiu's order to let him in, I would have killed this idiot right now. Ha, Kong Xiu is waiting for you on the top floor. If you've got the guts, go in. A dozen thugs with baseball bats leaned against the wall and sneered. They were here specifically at Kong Xiu's behest, and their purpose was not to block Luo Tian, but to humiliate the other party. It was equivalent to a show of strength. This was also a signal from the other party, I've been waiting for you. Luo Tian didn't even look at these people, and walked past them with a calm face, as if he had just taken their words as nonsense. Damn, is this guy deaf? Damn it, I'm talking to you, and you don't even respond? The younger brothers were furious when they saw that they had been ignored. They had wanted to provoke Luo Tian, but they didn't expect the other party to have no reaction, and they themselves were furious. Oh, a response? Luo Tian stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a smile. Then he slowly pulled a dark pistol out of his pocket, the black muzzle of the gun aimed at their heads, and playfully asked, So, is this considered a response? A gun? The group was taken aback, and then their expressions changed. Gun control in the country was pretty crazy, and they had never actually come into contact with them except in games. This also caused the group to be momentarily silent. Is this gun real? What should we do, run away and scream? It should be fake. Bang! However, Luo Tian did not let them dwell on it for long. With the help of the silencer, the gunshot did not cause much of a commotion. But looking at the companion who had been shot in the head in front of them, the others finally came back to their senses and realized that this was actually a real gun. Instantly, they panicked and fled. Fuck, run! Shit, this is real. This is real. The crowd wailed, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. But how could anyone be faster than a bullet? With each gunshot, the arrogant crowd that had just now been so arrogant had now all turned into a pile of corpses. Ha! Luo Tian snorted, climbed through the window and headed for the top floor. These people were like living targets, and there was no difficulty in solving them, it was just a matter of pulling the trigger a few times. Bang! Bang! Luo Tian stepped aside, and the 2 bodies fell straight down from his side. They rolled down the stairs. On the way to the top floor, Kong Xiu had actually placed a lot of manpower. Their faces were hideous, and they weighed the weapons in their hands, as if they wanted to intimidate Luo Tian with their expressions. Unfortunately, as soon as they had finished striking their poses and revealing what they thought were fierce expressions, a dark muzzle was trained on them. Click! Luo Tian calmly removed the empty magazine, took out a new one from his space, slowly replaced the magazine, and then pulled the gun body to load the bullet. In the corridor, there were one corpse after another, with bloody holes in their foreheads. He is not used to being attacked from both sides, so even though these people did not attack, Luo Tian still mercifully sent them to their deaths. The living room was luxuriously decorated, with hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. A small stove was burning, so the temperature in the room was quite comfortable. After all, this is a school, and the most abundant resource here is wooden desks and chairs, which can be dismantled and used as firewood to burn for a long time. A burly man leaned over Kong Xiu and said, So what if he's here? I'm not afraid of him. Kong Xiu was wearing pajamas, his expression defiant as he embraced Louis, his hands roaming over her full body. It was as if he hadn't taken the news to heart at all. Ridiculous. Look at where we are. Even if the other guy is really good at fighting, he can't turn the tables in his territory, can he? He is accompanied by 2 other people, professional bodyguards hired by his father at great expense before the end of the world. What is the opponent's background? Can he beat the professionals? In addition to these 2 bodyguards, there is also a group of young men in the next room on standby at all times. Kang Xiu is 100% sure that he will make the guy who stole Yang Mingyu's first kiss and caused him to be hated by his wife stay here forever. But before he dies, he must torture the opponent properly. Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, I'll be counting on you later. Kang Xiu said with a smile. It was thanks to these two bodyguards that he was able to take the position of school boss in the fastest and most violent way. Even the two principals were killed by his bodyguards. Hey, Kang Xiao, you're being too polite, this is what we should do. Hey, after all, when we go to the refuge, we'll have to rely on your father to take care of us. The two burly bodyguards nodded respectfully. There was no choice. Despite their strength, they had to rely on their father's high positions to survive in the extreme cold of the end of the world. Once the kid enters, we'll just waste him and let you slowly torture him. One of the bodyguards said flattery. Wait, I suddenly changed my mind. Kang Xiu didn't know what had come to his mind, but a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. I almost forgot that bitch Yang Mingyu. Later, I'll let her watch with her own eyes how the guy on whom all hopes were pinned is being trampled under my feet and then toyed with to death. He picked up his phone and directly dialed Wei Xin video. After solving Luo Duxia, Kang Xiu decided to first catch Yang Mingyu and then fuck her in front of all his subordinates. Chapter 160, Life is Precious. Kang Xiao, after you've caught Mingyu, it'd be best to find a few more people to fuck her. Lu Yi was cradled in his arms, and a flash of resentment crossed her eyes. After all the suffering she'd endured, she wanted her best friend to experience it as well. Why should she be the broken flower, while the other party is still the pure iceberg school beauty? Fuck your mother. Kang Xiu couldn't help but curse when he heard this. At most, he would let his subordinates watch him fuck, but he would never let anyone else touch him. She was the Yang family's eldest daughter, how could she be mixed up with a commoner like you? If it weren't for the fact that you're her best friend, I wouldn't even bother to look at her when she's naked on the bed. After almost half a minute, the video was finally connected. Yang Mingyu's cold and pretty face appeared on the screen. In fact, she didn't want to answer, but considering that Luo Tian might also be there, or there might be some changes in the situation, she pressed the answer button. Dawn. At this moment, the door was violently kicked open. Luo Tian walked in with a calm expression. Looks like our main character is here. Kang Xiu couldn't help but smile. Are you the so-and-so Kang Xiao? Luo Tian said in a calm tone. After scanning the room, he also found Lu Yi, who was half naked and had been seen in the photo. I am Kang Xiu. Kang Xiu didn't care about his title, but crossed his legs instead. Next to him were two burly bodyguards with cold expressions. Their eyes were fierce like those of wolves, staring at Luo Tian's figure. What's your name? Facing the question, Luo Tian didn't answer, but said indifferently, you'll all be dead in a while, so there's no need to know. Wow, what a big mouth. Kang Xiu pretended to be surprised. He was really surprised, and couldn't understand where Luo Tian got the nerve to be so arrogant even now. Could it be that he was blind and hadn't seen the group of thugs outside and in the hallway, armed with baseball bats? With so many people, it was not unlikely that each person could smash the other into a pulp with a bat. What Kang Xiu didn't know was that the thugs he had arranged had long since turned into corpses on the ground, probably frozen into ice blocks in such a cold weather. Crack! He clapped his hands in a haughty manner, and all of a sudden, the minions who had been ambushing the next door came out in full force and poured in directly from the door. These 10 or so minions were different from the others in that they were not holding baseball bats in their hands, but bows and arrows. They quickly bent their bows and knocked their arrows, aiming at Luo Tian's direction. As long as Kang Xiu gave the order, a dozen sharp arrows would fly out of the bow. If you get shot by so many arrows, no matter who it is, you will probably turn into a hedgehog. Ha ha ha. Are you stupid? Try being arrogant again, I'll turn you into a hedgehog, oh no, a porcupine. Kang Xiu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and even the tears almost came out from laughing. He had never seen such a foolhardy person before. How dare a mere person rush into his territory? Who do you think you are, Superman or a native of the motherland? At this moment, Yang Mingyu's pretty face on the phone screen also panicked. She never imagined that Kang Xiu would have such a small team hidden in his hands. The other party never mentioned this information in the past. Even if Luo Tian had a pistol, it would be useless. Because if he were hit by an arrow, he would instantly lose his fighting ability. The situation is critical. What should I do? Yang Mengyu suddenly panicked. If Luo Tian fails, then she can only imagine what will happen to her next. If she is caught by Kong Xiu and his gang, she doesn't know what kind of torture she will be subjected to. She absolutely cannot accept this outcome. Yang Mingyu regretted her decision. Instead of being humiliated by that scum, she should have just surrendered to Luo Tian just now. Kid, do you regret it or are you surprised? Kong Xiu said in a condescending tone. If you kneel down now and give me a few loud kowtows, then go and get Yang Mingyu that bitch and bring her to me, I might consider letting you off the hook. He said with a smug tone. In fact, even if Luo Tian did what he said, Kong Xiu would definitely not keep his promise. Luo Tian. Yang Mingyu's beautiful eyes could not help but dim when she heard this. In her opinion, Luo Tian would definitely agree to Kong Xiu's conditions in order to save his life. Because if he doesn't, he'll be dead. Luo Tian was unimpressed by this suggestion. If he hadn't been professionally trained, he would have laughed out loud at this point. With these broken arrows, he wants him to kneel and beg for mercy? Once the spatial domain is opened, not to mention bows and arrows, even bullets are useless. Even if these dozen people each had a Gatling gun, Luo Tian would not be afraid at all. However, the moment before kicking in the door, spatial awareness made Luo Tian discover that Kong Xiu was acting by sending a video to Yang Mingyu. Without leaving a trace, he glanced at the camera in the other person's hand, which was pointed towards the side of the phone. In other words, can I show off my acting skills now? Luo Tian's mouth curled up. This scene now seems like a perfect opportunity to gain favor. I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to have so many cards up your sleeve. He let out a sigh and said, but I don't regret it, because for Mingyu, I can pay any price. She is the woman I love most in my life. As long as I still have a breath in my body, I will never let her suffer even the slightest bit of harm. His firm tone resounded through the room. It instantly made the group of young men and the two bodyguards stare in shock. Fuck, I respect you for being a man. They had never seen someone actually risk their lives for love. And on the screen of the phone, Yang Mingyu, who heard this heartfelt confession, was even more moved to tears. She didn't expect that just as the two of them had just confirmed their relationship, Luo Tian was actually willing to risk his life for her. How much courage did it take? I'm so touched. For Yang, the school beauty queen, who had been under a lot of pressure for a long time and had no one to rely on, the impact of these words was no less than a nuclear bomb exploding inside her. At that moment, Yang even felt that Luo Tian was the best person she could ever meet in her life. Oh, Luo Tian. Yang was in tears. If she could go back half an hour ago, she would not have rejected Luo Tian, but would have willingly given herself to him. After all, from the moment she heard this confession of true feelings, Yang Mingyu had already decided in her heart. Apart from Luo Tian, she would never let another man touch her. Looking at the shocked expressions of the crowd, Luo Tian's mouth couldn't help but rise crazily. This performance is not afraid of not being worthy of an Oscar statuette.